I bolted upright in bed, gasping for air. Instinctively, my hand shot down to my crotch. Thank God, still there. But that excruciating pain, I remembered it with perfect clarity. That was no dream. It really happened. Someone had cut off my manhood. Ning Qian. I ground the name out through clenched teeth. Ning Qian was my girlfriend. Things had always been good between us, or so I thought. She loved me. She'd message me in the middle of the night saying, "I love you, babe." And typing wasn't enough for her. She'd send voice messages too. 3 months ago, the apocalypse arrived. At the time, we were both aboard a luxury cruise ship. She was there on a company team-building trip. I was the head of security on the ship. When the apocalypse hit, order collapsed, humanity rotted away, and countless people died fighting over food. I protected her carefully for 3 whole months, never letting her suffer even the slightest hardship. And in return, this bitch stabbed me in the back. Right before I died, all I heard was her mockery. "Li Fan, you think trash like you deserves to touch me? You didn't actually think I liked you, did you? Let me tell you something. If Master hadn't wanted a thrill and told me to be your girlfriend, do you think I'd ever be with you?" That was when I finally understood. Her agreeing to be my girlfriend was just a task assigned by her master. I was filled with hatred. I hated myself for being such a poor judge of character, for failing to see through this woman's true face. I'm thinking, if I cut off that little chunk of meat between your legs and feed it to the dogs, make you watch it get eaten, your expression should be pretty spectacular, don't you think? Hearing those words come out of her mouth sent a chill through my entire body. I'd once believed she was pure and kind. I never imagined she could say something so vicious. I begged her to give me a quick death, but she just flashed a cruel smile. "Li Fan, die like a man with no balls." The blade came down. Agony shot straight to the top of my skull. My vision went black, and I lost consciousness completely. By all rights, that one cut should have killed me. So why did I wake up in bed? Why was everything still there? I pushed down my confusion and fumbled to switch on the desk lamp. Dim light flickered on, revealing a scene both familiar and strange. Was this my old dorm room? My heart lurched. I quickly grabbed the phone off the nightstand. The screen lit up, and the date stared back at me. October 2nd, 2030, 10:15 p.m. 48 hours before the Ice Age apocalypse. I'd been reborn. Once the euphoria passed, I slowly calmed down. Being reborn was great. My equipment was still intact. I was still a real man, and I had a chance at revenge. But my situation was also pretty bad. I wasn't on land. I was aboard a luxury cruise ship called the Xinghua Qingfeng. In my past life, the apocalypse struck not long after the ship left the continental shelf. I remembered it clearly. The disaster descended in a way you could see with your own eyes. On the night of October 4th, the temperature suddenly crashed, dropping from 19 degrees to 0 in half an hour, then holding steady at 0. On the night of October 5th, it plunged again, from 0 to -40. On the night of October 6th, the sea itself froze solid. Not thin ice, completely frozen dead. In an instant, the cruise ship became an isolated island in a frozen sea, cut off entirely from the outside world. At first, the crew could still keep everyone calm, but then chaos broke out. Order collapsed, morality crumbled, and the evil in human nature was laid bare. Now there were 48 hours left before the apocalypse, and there was no time to turn back to shore. I'd been reborn, but there was only so much I could do. At most, stockpile some extra food and fresh water. I had an advantage, but not much of one. As I was thinking, I suddenly noticed a vast, hazy, empty space had appeared in my mind, stretching out beyond sight. I'd read novels and watched web dramas. I immediately caught on. A storage space power. Talk about a pillow arriving right when you're sleepy. With this space, I could hoard massive amounts of supplies before the apocalypse hit. I picked up my phone and gave it a test. With a single thought, the phone did indeed appear inside the space. What shocked me even more was that the moment the phone went in, time froze. In other words, time was absolutely still inside this space. No matter how much time passed outside, nothing changed within. I tried taking the phone back out, and time started moving again, except the displayed time was a few seconds behind reality. Then I tested everything in the room, one item at a time. From something as large as the bed to something as small as a nail clipper, it could all be stored away. The only exception was living things. I didn't know why I'd gained this ability, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that I was still alive, and some people were going to meet a horrible end. Especially that bitch Ning Qian. I'd make sure she got a real taste of despair and pain in the apocalypse. Speak of the devil, my phone suddenly buzzed with a message. I looked, it was from Ning Qian. "I love you, baby. I love you so, so much." Sending this kind of message in the dead of night again. Before I could even react, a voice message came through. "Babe, I really love you so, so much. I miss you. I miss you like crazy." Words dripping with affection, yet they only deepened the icy chill in my eyes. In my past life, I'd foolishly believed it was because she loved me so much. Now I understood. This wasn't her expressing love for me. This was her cuckolding me in real time. To put it simply, at this very moment, Ning Qian was getting railed, and these messages were just her way of hyping up the man behind her, boosting his attack speed. Just like the saying goes, the quiet, tree-lined path you thought no one traveled had actually been bumper-to-bumper traffic all along. She played the innocent in front of me, but behind my back, she was garbage. Anyone with a pulse could have her, and plenty who could barely count as human, too. I typed back a message. You miss me? I miss you too, baby. Don't worry. I'll give you my whole heart, everything I've got. After hitting send, the corners of my mouth curled into a cruel smile. Ning Qian, you and your master had better hold out a good long while in the apocalypse. Don't disappoint me. I hated this pair of dogs to the bone. Her stabbing me in the back, I could barely understand. The human heart is treacherous, and it was my own fault for misjudging her. But this woman was so twisted she'd cut off my manhood and fed it to the dogs. That kind of humiliation, just thinking about it made me shake with rage. Living a second life, every ounce of pain she gave me, I'd repay 100-fold. In my last life, she only survived 3 months because I protected her. This time, I wanted to see just how long she could last on her own. The cruelty and madness of the apocalypse would unleash the ugliest side of human nature. Some men would offer up their wives for a mouthful of water. Some would kneel like dogs for a scrap of food. Former tycoons and high society elites would be dragged back to their true nature. Some killed, some barely clinging to life. First-rate celebrities, curvaceous influencers, all of them reduced to tools for someone's release. After the apocalypse, order and rules would be rewritten. Whoever controlled the resources, whoever held the power, would hold the authority over life and death. My own. My physical strength is limited. In terms of build or combat, I don't have any advantage. But I have the space. As long as I stuff all the food from the ship's storage warehouse into it before the apocalypse hits, the end of the world might not be the end for me. I've been working on this cruise ship for over half a year, so I know it pretty well. Billed as the largest and most luxurious cruise ship in the world, it's 450 meters long, 70 meters wide, with the deck sitting more than 90 meters above the water, roughly 30 stories high. There are over 3,000 cabins alone, with a maximum capacity of 15,000 people, about the size of a small town. So every voyage, the logistics team stocks enough supplies to feed 15,000 people for a month, a full 10,000 tons. If I got all of that into my space, I couldn't eat through it in a lifetime, let alone 10. Babe, I knew you loved me most. Can you hop on a voice call? I want to hear your voice. Ning Qian sent another voice message. The squishing, slapping sounds in the background were even more obvious now. Looks like the battle was heating up. I replied, voice call. How about a video call instead? I'd love to pick up some technique. Huh. She sent a question mark. Video's not a good idea right now, babe. The company put us in double rooms, and there's another girl here. I've got to respect her privacy, right? That's a real shame, I said. Then I asked, but I'm kind of curious. Why does your voice message always have this sound like a cat lapping up porridge? A cat lapping porridge? What sound? Just listen to it yourself. She didn't reply after that. The 3 essentials of apocalypse survival: supplies, weapons, and shelter. Supplies were handled. Next up were weapons and shelter. I'm a security officer, so I carry a baton and a taser, both non-lethal. A real gun? Nope. But I know the ship keeps a small stash of firearms and ammunition locked in the security department's equipment vault, only to be used in the event of a major security threat. The captain of our team once said the vault door is double encrypted. The security manager and the ship's captain each have to enter their own code and use their own key to open it. With my rank, forget opening the door. I'm not even authorized to set foot in that area. Guns are out of reach for now. In the apocalypse, might makes right. A single gun can keep dozens of people in line. The problem is, without guns, everyone's equal, but the moment someone gets one, the balance shatters instantly. In my past life, the security department dominated everyone thanks to those few guns, living better after the apocalypse than before it. After the apocalypse hits, people cluster together and factions spring up everywhere. Last time, in less than 2 weeks, dozens of groups formed on the ship. Some banded together through their jobs, some through shared interests, some through common goals. The cruise ship became a miniature society, where territory was carved out by force. People from the bottom rose overnight, while the upper class fell into hell. Beautiful women were captured one after another and reduced to tools for satisfying men's desires. There were also plenty of foreigners on board: white, black, Asian, mixed, and out of fear of being pushed out by the Dasha people, they too banded together into their own faction. I couldn't get a real gun, but the taser and baton would do for self-defense. More importantly, I needed to find a safe shelter to complete my apocalypse survival trio. On land, Plenty of places can be converted into shelters, and with enough time you can even build your own. But I'm out at sea now, with nothing but floating steel plates beneath my feet. Nothing to build with, just individual cabins. In theory, every cabin could serve as a shelter, lock it from the inside, and it's hard to open from the outside. But staying cooped up in a cramped space for too long is suffocating. Over time, it takes a mental toll and eventually drives you crazy. So the shelter has to be big, ideally with entertainment facilities. I quickly landed on the perfect idea. Book one of the top-floor royal luxury suites. Spacious, great environment, entertainment facilities, and extremely secure. Almost impossible to breach by force. The luxury suites on the Xinhua Qingfeng are all on the top floor, each no smaller than 200 square meters, with a massive balcony where you can lie on a lounge chair and gaze at the ocean. Of course, they're pricey, $5,000 a night, and even at that rate you can't easily snag one. There are just too many rich people. To get a luxury suite, I'd have to ask someone for help. And one person came to mind, the housekeeping manager, Ding Manqing. By all accounts, a security squad leader and a housekeeping manager wouldn't cross paths, but there are always exceptions. 2 months ago, a guest staying in a luxury suite got drunk, and when Ding Manqing helped him back to his room, she got cornered inside. Using the alcohol as an excuse, he tore open her jacket and blouse and tried to assault her. She cried out for help, and I happened to be passing by on patrol. I heard the commotion, burst in, flashed my security badge, and scared the guy off, so she escaped harm. Neither of us made a fuss about it. Anyone who can afford a luxury suite is no ordinary person. If we'd escalated it, he might have walked away scot-free while the two of us took the fall. But because of that incident, we gradually grew close and became good friends. Speaking of which, Ding Manqing is definitely a 9 out of 10 beauty, tall and voluptuous, with an alluring look in her eyes. What catches the eye most is that pair of snow-white peaks practically bursting to break free, at least an F-cup by my estimate. She's 33, 7 years older than me, got married the year before last, and has no kids yet. Maybe having been through everything she needed to. She's pretty open to jokes, and in private messages I'd occasionally tease her a little. At first she'd play dumb, but later she loosened up completely. Sometimes she'd steer things in such a suggestive direction that even I couldn't keep up. A classic sultry yet demure married woman. Qingjie, I need a favor. Reply when you see this. I sent. She replied instantly. Go ahead, what is it? Still not asleep this late? On duty tonight. Go on, what do you need? Here's the thing. I want to book a luxury suite, but the reservation system shows they're all full. You're the housekeeping manager. Is there any way? I'm willing to pay extra, whatever it takes. Why would you want a luxury suite? Don't you live in the staff dorm? Don't ask too much about it, Qingjie. It's not something I can explain. If you can't help either, then never mind. There was no way I could tell her the apocalypse was coming. In my past life, I fell into a woman's trap. This time, I'd never make the same mistake again. The luxury suites really are all full. There's nothing I can do about that. Then are there any checkouts or expiring reservations in the next day or two? Let me check for you. A moment later, the earliest luxury suite checkout is in 4 days. 4 days? That's too late. Qingjie, could you ask around for me? See if anyone's willing to give one up. I'll pay triple. No, 5 times the price. For me, money only had 2 days of use left. After that, it'd be worthless paper. In the apocalypse, supplies are the only hard currency. As for why I was still politely negotiating and offering money instead of grabbing it outright, that only works because order hasn't collapsed yet. The moment I made a move, security wouldn't just sit there twiddling their thumbs. You really need that luxury suite this bad? Is it for you or someone else? For me, Qing. Just you. Just me. She didn't reply right away. A good while passed before another message came through. Come out tomorrow. Let's talk in person. Sure. From that last message, I got the feeling she probably had a way to pull it off. She just had reservations about it. But that didn't matter to me. I had 0 reservations. As long as I could move into that luxury suite before the apocalypse hit, I was willing to stop being human. Morals? When the end comes, only those who drop their moral bottom line get to enjoy the good life. Li Fan, what the hell are you playing at? Your squad's on night watch tonight. Every single one of your guys showed up. So where the fuck is their captain? I'd just finished talking to Ding Manqing when the walkie-talkie on the desk crackled to life, spitting out a furious tirade. The second I heard that voice, 3 words slipped out of my mouth. Tanizaki Mori. The name reeked of Japan worship. His real name was actually Wang Qingkue. A few years back he emigrated to Japan, and when he came home he'd changed his name to Tanizaki Mori, and he was damn proud of it. This guy was now the supervising squad captain of security. My direct superior. He'd had it out for me from day one, always finding ways to make my life hell. Either piling on extra work in some roundabout way or nitpicking every little thing. At first I couldn't figure out why. Later I found out it was because I'd casually said a few things that weren't exactly flattering to Japan, insulting his precious, spiritual homeland. Back then I cursed to myself. What kind of spiritual mongrel is this? A perfectly good human being, and he chooses to be a mud instead. His brain's probably fused with his colon. Ever since, everything about him disgusted me, and our relationship just kept going downhill. Lee Fan, are you dead? Answer me the second you hear this. Tanizaki Mori's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. Quit nagging. What's the rush? Planning your own funeral? I picked up the walkie-talkie and fired right back, not caring one bit that he was my boss. Please. With the apocalypse breathing down our necks, I never cut this Japan-worshipping wannabe any slack even on a normal day. No way in hell I'd start now. What did you say, Lee Fan? Fuck you. Say that again if you've got the balls. His roar burst out amid the static. Fuck you. You really are a masochist. Huh? You get insulted and you want to hear it twice? Well, since you like it so much, I'll say it again. Is someone in your family being buried, since you're in such a goddamn hurry? I don't take losses. He curses at me once. I return it double. The walkie-talkie went silent for a few seconds. Then came Tanizaki Mori's uncontrollable screech. Lee Fan, you son of a bitch. I'm ordering you to get your ass to security cabin 4 right now. This instant. If you're not here in 3 minutes, you can pack your shit and get out. Dumbass, you're not qualified to fire me. I snorted, then decisively switched off the walkie-talkie so I wouldn't have to listen to him bark anymore. Then I climbed out of bed nice and slow, got dressed, freshened up a bit, and only then left my quarters and headed toward cabin 4. The cruise ship was massive, packed with passengers. To handle emergencies, security had set up workstations at the bow, midship, and stern. Each station had 2 dedicated cabins where shift handoffs and meetings took place. I was still a fair distance from cabin 4 when I could already hear Tanizaki Mori venting his rage on my squad members. That little punk thinks he can turn the world upside down. You're all screwed for being stuck with him. One person screws up, and none of you get to have a good day. If you want to blame someone, blame Lee Fan for being a brainless idiot. These guys weren't like me. They knew the apocalypse was coming, but they couldn't just let loose. They treasured this job. The pay was good, so they had to grit their teeth and take it. But every one of them was cursing Tanizaki Mori as a moron in their heads. Every debt has a debtor. What's the point of taking it out on them? Not trying to be a jerk, Tanizaki Mori, but did you eat shit or something? I could hear you spewing crap from a mile away. I strolled into the cabin, completely unfazed by his raging fit. Lee Fan, you're fucking asking to die? Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Tanizaki Mori's gaze was ice cold. He couldn't understand what wire had come loose in my head to make me suddenly bite like a rabid dog. But he'd made up his mind to use this chance to get rid of me. He loathed me to the bone, and had long been bitter about Captain Chow Wenshi promoting me to squad leader. What's wrong with talking to you like this? Who do you think you are? Don't take yourself too seriously, or you won't even know how you died. I fixed my gaze on him like a hawk, my eyes brimming with killing intent. 3 months of the apocalypse's brutal baptism had drastically changed my mindset. From revering life, to being indifferent to it, to seeing human lives as worthless as weeds. That was the trajectory of my transformation. That look sent a jolt through Tanizaki Mori's heart. His instincts told him the person standing before him wasn't the same one he knew. But the thought only flickered by for an instant. The moment he realized he'd actually been cowed by a single look from me, fury boiled up inside him. Lee Fan, don't think you can do whatever you want just because the captain's got your back. You showed up late for duty, openly cursed, and threatened your superior, ignored work discipline. You just wait, you're getting kicked out. Even the captain can't save you. Sure, Tanizaki Mori, I'll wait for you to fire me. But right now you'd better stop barking in my face, or I won't mind loosening up your bones a little. My eyes narrowed into a dangerous curve. Tanizaki Mori instinctively caught a whiff of death, and his bravado wavered despite himself. Still, putting on a tough front to hide his fear, he said, Fine, 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 Lee Fan, you've got balls. We'll see about this. If I don't get you kicked out this time, I'll take your last name. If the captain won't deal with you, I'll report you to Manager Zhou. Is that so? I don't think I'm the one who's done for. I'll definitely be living just fine. You, on the other hand, Tanizaki Mori, that dark shadow over your brow tells me you probably don't have long to live. I raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. He was already on my bounty blacklist. When the apocalypse arrived, I'd publish a bounty list, and everyone on it would be hunted like prey by all. The bounty payment would be supplies. It was going to be one hell of a fun game. Too bad Tanizaki Mori didn't take my words to heart at all. Gritting his teeth, he said, Lee Fan, you mark my words. There'll come a day when you're on your knees begging me. Unless you really pack up and get lost, I'll never let you have a single good day. Tanizaki Mori walked. Afterward, a scrawny guy about my age sidled up and asked, Hey Cap, what's up with you today? Bad mood. The others shot me puzzled looks too. They all knew my temper. Maybe a little rough around the edges, but never this hot. Back when Tanizaki chewed me out in public, way worse than this, I never made a peep. So why'd I blow up this time and not cut him any slack at all? It's nothing. I just didn't feel like putting up with him today. I didn't want to explain, so I waved them off. All right, everyone go patrol. Stay sharp, no slacking. If Tanizaki catches you goofing off on duty, I won't be able to save you. Tanizaki was a sneaky, vile piece of work with a vicious, vindictive streak. Just because I rubbed him the wrong way, he wouldn't even spare the people under me. Nitpicking, blowing things out of proportion, all of it standard fare. His goal was to make my people resent me, to pin all the unfair treatment on me, so I'd end up completely isolated. For a slimy bastard who schemed against me both openly and behind my back, I never bothered being nice. Don't worry, Cap, we'll be careful. We won't give him any openings. They all knew about the bad blood between me and Tanizaki, and they were used to it. When you get stuck with a freak boss like that, all you can do is chalk it up to bad luck. After assigning the patrol routes, the crew grabbed their gear and filed out of the cabin one by one. Even though we were security personnel, we didn't carry guns, just telescoping batons, restraints, and low-voltage stun guns. There were strict rules about what to use in which situation. Break them, and at best you'd get penalized, at worst fired. Tonight's patrol shift was also the perfect chance for me to scope out the storage area. The storage area was located on the lower middle deck of the cruise ship, near the stern. Besides massive quantities of food, it held all kinds of backup equipment, medicine, and medical supplies. Lucky for me, I was security. Thanks to that status, I could patrol anywhere except the navigation and control zone. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have had a shot at looting supplies. The vast majority of the ship's food stores were kept in the food storage warehouse in the cargo area, split between a refrigerated unit and a temperature-controlled unit. All I had to do was move everything from those two warehouses into my space. There was no way I could strip the entire ship of food. Every kitchen had its own small storage bay, and clearing them all out would take way more than 48 hours. This ship was enormous, tens of thousands of cabins and rooms, a labyrinth of a layout. If you didn't know your way around, you could wander for a lifetime. The best I could do was haul the food from the two big warehouses into my space. These supplies would be my lifeline in the apocalypse. Better to have more than you can eat than to run out. I rode the elevator down, and through the glass doors I could see the ship's opulent interior. The very air reeked of money. This was a rich man's paradise. Fine food, fine wine, beautiful women, all there for the taking. But their good times were about to end. Once the apocalypse hit, money would become worthless paper, and the pedestal holding them up would come crashing down. They'd all become bottom feeders. Ding! The elevator stopped on the third deck. I stepped out. Gone was the lavish decor. Instead, I was met by cold steel walls fused into the hull itself. The corridor was deep and narrow, so quiet I could hear my own breathing. The storage area was covered in surveillance cameras, so I couldn't make my move yet. Act rashly, and it wouldn't take long to get caught. And once you're on someone's radar, you're in trouble. Before the apocalypse, or after, I didn't want anyone knowing I controlled the lion's share of the ship's supplies. An innocent man is guilty if he carries treasure. I had no intention of becoming a target. If everyone turned their sights on me, no amount of supplies would keep me safe. Forget 3 months, I wouldn't last a single day. I might even end up being the first poor sucker to bite the dust after doomsday. So the food had to disappear without a trace. That was the only way to survive longer once the end came. I walked down the corridor. On both sides, one after another, were the pneumatic equipment backup bay, the precision parts backup bay, the medical instruments and supplies bay. My eyes swept over the cabin doors on either side, each labeled with its supply category. When I reached the end, I stopped. The food and provision storage bay. My eyes lit up. Behind that door sat at least 10,000 tons of food of every kind. What a cruise ship stocked up on before each voyage was beyond most people's imagination. Frozen meat and seafood, rice, flour, grains and oil, eggs, dairy, fruits and vegetables, semi-prepared meals, snacks, drinks, bottled water, you name it. None of it was worth much now, but after the apocalypse hit, a single cup of instant noodles could make someone do anything for you. Circumstances determine value. In normal society, a bottle of water costs $1. In the desert, it's worth a fortune. Getting in wouldn't be easy, though. Every supply warehouse required a passcode plus the warehouse manager's fingerprint to open. I'd have to figure something out. While I was lost in thought, the walkie-talkie on my hip crackled. Calling the captain, we've got a situation in Zone C on Deck 19. Need you to come handle it. Copy that. Give me a rundown. I'm on my way. Cap, I was patrolling by the Western restaurant when I heard an argument. A woman got into it with a couple, snapped the woman's bracelet clean off. They want her to pay for it. She refuses. I tried to mediate and she cussed me out. I want to haul her to the enforcement center, but she's flat out refusing to cooperate. Got it. Nothing unusual about this kind of thing. Some people have a few drinks and turn into stray dogs off the leash. But when I got to the Western restaurant and made out the woman's face from a distance, I froze. Holy crap. I knew her. Song Nani. Li Fan. Our eyes locked. That's right. The seductive woman in a purple bodycon dress, nude stockings, and black heels was none other than my ex-girlfriend, Song Nani. Small world. Turns out the ship had not just my current girlfriend, but my ex too. Why we break up? Simple. I figured she was out of her mind. For starters, she was a die-hard girl power warrior, going on about independent womanhood every single day, ranting about liberating women and fighting systemic oppression. So unhinged you'd wonder if she was even human. The funniest part? This independent woman was actually a parasite, constantly holding out her hand for my money. When I asked her, "Aren't you supposed to be independent?" she'd say, dead serious, that an independent woman means independent in mind, not in finances. Great. Have your cake and eat it too. Worst of all, she loved sticking her nose into other people's business, forcing her views down everyone's throats. While we were dating, I lost count of how many messes I had to clean up after her. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore and broke it off. She didn't linger either, just turned and threw herself into the arms of her next host. "Captain, you know her?" Wong Kai asked. I nodded. "Yeah, let me handle this." When Song Nani saw it was me, and heard people respectfully call me captain, a glint flashed in her eyes. "Li Fan, long time no see. Never thought I'd run into you. You've done pretty well for yourself, huh?" A security captain now. Every word dripped with sarcasm. My eyes narrowed. I really couldn't stand this woman, and I honestly admired my past self for managing to date someone like her for half a year. "Huh, you're doing pretty well too, snacking on some Blackbird now." I shot a glance at the black guy beside her. "Li Fan, watch your mouth. Don't make crude jokes in public. You have no respect for women." Hadn't changed a bit. Came out swinging with that preachy attitude. Back when I still wanted her body, I could tolerate it. Not anymore. "My dirty mouth's still better than you throwing yourself at every man you see." She froze for a second before it clicked, then snapped. "Is filthy talk all you're good for? You didn't think it was filthy while you were doing it, but now it's filthy when I say it? Fine, call me filthy. It's still better than you sucking up to whatever this thing is you dug up. Orville is 1,000 times better than you. His father is a tribal chief, his family owns several mines, they've got a private jet and a mansion, and he has a PhD from a world-famous university. What right do you have to look down on him? You broke loser." "Oh really? If he's so amazing, why is he taking your leftovers? Does he just love sloppy seconds? Or were you the one throwing yourself at him?" Back when we were dating, I never saw her defend me like this. Guess Chinese medicine couldn't cure her, but Western medicine sure did the trick. "Li Fan, you're beyond hope. Narrow-minded, filthy soul. Yeah, you're the one with the big worldview, screaming daddy all night. You." Before she could start cursing, I cut her off. "I don't have time to trade insults with you. Let's talk business. Why did you and this lady get into it?" Holding back her anger, she said, "It was just a misunderstanding. I accidentally broke her cheap little bracelet. I already apologized, and now she's demanding 30 grand from me. Talk about being desperate to survive." She made it sound so trivial. She broke a bracelet worth 30,000. Of course she had to pay for it. And yet she had the nerve to call the other woman desperate. I turned to the woman she'd fought with. 33, 34, with an elegant face and a graceful, refined air, a woman with real presence. Wang Kai told me her name was Huang Ro, and her husband's name was Lu Ji. I didn't bother asking Song Nani, because I knew she'd just spin whatever version served her best. "Here's what happened," Huang Ro said. "My husband and I came to eat, and she and her boyfriend were at the next table. When I finished and was about to pay the bill, she suddenly ran over, grabbed me, and wouldn't let me go. She started saying that when men and women go out to eat, paying is the man's job. The woman is only there to enjoy herself. Am I wrong?" Song Nani couldn't help chiming in. "All our money is with me. My husband doesn't carry cash, so how's he supposed to pay? Who says the man has to pay?" Song Nani got heated. "It's exactly because of stupid women like you that those of us fighting for women's rights have such a hard time. You don't have to help, but don't be a traitor and drag us down." Huang Ro was speechless. "I already told you, my husband doesn't have any money on him. If he loved you, he'd find a way, money or not. We women shouldn't pay. Don't lower yourself. Train your man properly, and someday your daughter will benefit too." Those words instantly smoothed out every wrinkle in everyone's brains. Was that even something a human being would say? So absurd it made you think she was doing a parody. Only I stayed unfazed. I'd seen it all before. On the scale of ridiculousness, this was small potatoes. Huang Ro said coldly, "No thanks. You don't get to speak for your daughter. Are you out of your mind? I'm not the one who's sick, you are? When you want to pay that bill, did you ever stop to think you were stabbing every woman who doesn't pay in the back? You're handing men a knife. Huang Ro felt like she'd run into a lunatic. Frowning, she said, I can't be bothered to argue with you. You broke my bracelet, so pay up. 30,000. Song Nani curled her lip. Can't win the argument, so you change the subject? And that piece of junk bracelet isn't worth 30 grand. 30 bucks, maybe. You got ripped off, didn't you? I have the receipt, it's on my phone. I can show you. I don't look at other people's private stuff. If I say it's worth 30, it's worth 30. Take it or leave it, that's all you're getting. 30? Not 30,000. Pay 30 bucks for a bracelet worth 30,000. There was no way Huang Ro would accept that. I've never met a woman as shameless as you. You're not leaving today until you pay the 30 grand. Song Nani scoffed. I'm walking, and there's nothing you can do about it. Orville, let's go. Stop right there. Who said you could leave? I blocked the two of them, my voice cold and my gaze sharp. Orville didn't like that. In broken Chinese, he said, Boy, I won't let you talk to her like that. Learn to respect women, or I'll knock your teeth out. Then he even waved his fist for emphasis. Are you threatening me? He sneered. It's not a threat, it's a fact. I've beaten plenty of yellow monkeys like you. They all start out cocky like you, and then they end up on their knees begging. Is that so? The corner of my mouth curled up. I leaned in close to his ear and asked in a mocking tone, You like watermelon, buddy? To a normal person, watermelon is just fruit. To him, it was an emotional trigger. Sure enough, the words instantly enraged him. Feeling deeply offended, he cursed and threw a hook straight at me. But I was ready. I tilted my head and easily dodged it, then swung my own fist, big as a sandbag, right into the side of his right cheek. Pain shot through my knuckles, and at the same moment there was a shrill scream. His howling didn't make me stop. I yanked hard on his tie, and he pitched forward toward me, off balance. I drove my knee up, slamming it hard into Orville's gut. The bastard dropped and rolled on the floor, clutching his stomach. The whole thing happened so fast that the people around us hadn't even reacted before he was lying there like a dead dog. He should count himself lucky I didn't feel like going to jail right now. Otherwise, calling me a yellow monkey? I'd have shown him what a fate worse than death really means. Li Fan, you lowlife piece of trash. How dare you lay a hand on him? Song Nani glared and screamed at me, as if I'd committed some monstrous crime. She shot me a vicious look, then crouched down to help Orville, her face full of concern. Orville, are you okay? Li Fan, if anything happens to him, you can count on going to prison. I curled my lip. He attacked security personnel first, threatening the safety of passengers and the flight. I'm fully within my rights to take necessary countermeasures. Whatever happened, he brought it on himself. I deliberately provoked him earlier just so I'd have grounds to make a move. Before the apocalypse hits, you still gotta keep some semblance of reason. These racist morons are mostly brainless. One little jab, and they take the bait every time. He hit you, and you can't hit back? Don't you know he's got half Tanzanian noble blood in him? Song Nani shrieked, her voice ringing across half the restaurant and drawing a crowd of onlookers. You hit him, and what are our foreign friends going to think of us, ya people? They'll think we're rude and hot-tempered. One rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. You've disgraced every last one of us. It's 2050, and she's still dragging out that whole, what will our foreign friends think routine. The servility is baked right into her brain. Tanzanian noble blood? I let out a cold laugh. Sorry, but in Xia, only dogs care about bloodlines. Is your boyfriend a dog? Did you eat shit for breakfast? Every word out of your mouth stinks. Song Nani sputtered. People don't think my words stink. Only dogs do. Quit putting on airs. I order you to apologize to Orville and beg for his forgiveness. Or this isn't over. Who the hell are you to order me around? My tone turned to ice. Just because you're willing to be a bootlicker for some racist doesn't mean everyone else is. That black skin of his gets him no special privileges here. Not everyone's gonna kneel and worship him like a daddy. You're just a lousy security guard. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? Song Nani's face twisted with rage. You're apologizing today, or I swear I won't let you off. I'll change my last name to yours if I do. Please don't. I'd hate for you to dirty my family name. I curled my lip. You want to file a complaint? Be my guest. Now here are your two options. Either I haul you down to the enforcement center to settle this, or you pay this lady 30,000 and we call it done. Song Nani only got angrier. In her mind, since I'd hit a foreigner, I should be scared out of my wits, groveling for forgiveness. You think you've got the guts to lay a finger on me? Try it, she screamed. My expression darkened. The best way to deal with a woman throwing a tantrum like this is force. Overwhelming strength beats any amount of cleverness. Seeing that I wasn't bluffing, a flash of panic crossed Song Nani's face. Maybe she realized I really would drag her off. She scanned the crowd of onlookers, then suddenly threw her head back and yelled, You're all grown men, and you're just going to stand there and watch him bully me? Nobody's going to help me? Call yourselves men? Bunch of cowards. The moment those words left her mouth, the men in the crowd instantly turned sour. Who are you to us? Why should we help you? That's how you ask for help? Help a woman, and you'll have bad luck your whole life. Let go of the hero complex. Enjoy a disaster-free existence. Song Nani lost it. Disgusting men. I knew none of you were worth a damn. A pot-bellied man in the crowd shouted. You say no man's worth a damn. So is your boyfriend not a man? Song Nani's eyes went wide. How is that the same? He's a foreigner. That set the crowd off completely. Fingers pointing, curses flying everywhere. Song Nani went pale under the barrage, utterly unable to comprehend how it had come to this. Just then, a familiar voice cut in. Make way, make way. I'm Tanazaki's-san, head of the security department. What's going on here? Tanazaki's son shouldered his way through the crowd, walked over, and frowned at me. Before I could say a word, Song Nani launched into her sob story. You're his boss, right? I want to file a complaint. He's a lunatic, a violence junkie. Look what he did to my boyfriend. How does trash with morals this low even become a security guard? You owe us an explanation today. Song Nani had one goal. Blow this up as big as possible. The bigger the mess, the more even my legitimate case would fall apart. And her boyfriend was a foreigner with privileges. The cruise company wouldn't want a scene, so they'd have to cave to her. Tanazaki's son kept a straight face, but inside he had to be thrilled. He'd been dying for a chance to take me down, and here one had just fallen into his lap. Rest assured, ma'am. He may be my subordinate, but I won't cover for him. If the facts check out, I'll fire him and see that you're compensated. Having placated Song Nani, he turned to me. Li Fan, is what she's saying true? Did you or did you not hit him? No. No? You think I'm blind? You tell me. I'm warning you, Li Fan, cut the smartass act. Laying hands on a guest is absolutely not tolerated. Sorry, that was self-defense. This guy attacked me out of nowhere, and I instinctively countered. I handled the whole thing properly. No problem there. I knew exactly what Tanazaki's son was scheming. He wanted to use this as an excuse to kick me out. Truth is, I'd stopped wanting this job a while ago. The apocalypse is right around the corner. Why bother clocking in? The only reason I hadn't quit was that I needed this position as cover. Without a security badge, there's no getting into the storage area. That's the whole reason I'm still working even though I know the end is coming. Yellow Monkey. You had it coming, getting beat down by me. You asked if I eat watermelon. Don't think I don't know you were provoking me. Orville staggered to his feet, propped up by Song Nani, his eyes full of fury tinged with fear. This thing's just like a village dog. You beat it, it fears you, but it still wants to bare its teeth. If you wanted to stop, the best way is a couple more beatings until it submits. Li Fan, whatever the reason, the fact is you hit someone. I order you to apologize, Tanazaki's son said, looking down his nose at me. Who the hell are you to order me around? Tanazaki's son, don't wear out my patience, or you'll regret it. He flew into a rage, getting cursed out in front of this many people. There was no way he could swallow it. As head of the security department, I order you to apologize. Otherwise, I'm reporting this to Manager Zhou. First, your orders mean nothing to me. Second, an apology is out of the question. Go ahead and report it. Nobody's stopping you. Li Fan, you really want to burn this bridge? Burn the bridge? You think too highly of yourself. To burn a bridge, there has to be one worth burning in the first place. Fine, fine, fine. Tanazaki's son was so furious he laughed. You just wait to get fired. Are you done? If you're done, then get lost. I'm on duty right now, handling a dispute between guests. Don't get in the way of my work. His face turned ashen with rage, the curse on the tip of his tongue swallowed back down. He figured it wasn't worth trading barbs with me. After all, I'd hit a guest, a foreigner no less, so I was as good as fired. And if I snapped and decided to beat him up too, that'd be a raw deal for him. I turned back to Song Nani. Last time I'm asking, are you paying for this lady's bracelet or not? If not, I'm hauling you straight to the enforcement center. Once we're there, it won't be as simple as just paying up. I stopped bothering with Tanizaki Mori and turned to look at Song Nani. She was still standing there yelling. That cheap bracelet isn't worth 30 grand. She's just shaking me down. Li Fan, you're my ex-boyfriend for God's sake. You're gonna side with an outsider over me. Outsider. I let out a cold laugh. You've got yourself a black boyfriend now. You're the outsider. She's one of us. Chasing after foreign men is disgusting enough, but a black guy on top of that? Absolutely rotten. Song Nani glared at me. Li Fan, this is your revenge, isn't it? You can't stand that I found a boyfriend 100 times better than you, so you're deliberately giving me a hard time. How can you be such a loser? I must have been blind to ever date you. Listening to her made me want to throw up. I'm the one who was blind. I actually liked a pathetic woman like this. She flat out refused to pay for the bracelet, so I had no choice but to drag her to the temporary enforcement center. She cursed me out the whole way there. You damned loser. Just wait till I get out. I'll make sure you never have a good day again. 1 in the morning, security department, compartment number 4. I performed a mysterious ritual to my phone, shake my head, open my mouth, blink my eyes, and just like that, people send you money. In one sitting, I gambled away 20 plus years of my credit score, hitting up over 50 platforms, and walked away with a total of 414,518 yuan. Damn it, this garbage platform lent me 5,000, then took 580 in processing fees, 430 in service fees, 120 in information fees. I got less than 4,000 in hand. What a ripoff. Borrow for 14 days, and the interest is over 2,000. It's straight up bloodsucking. But whatever. The platforms want their interest. I'm not paying it. And I'm not paying back the principal either. If they've got the guts, they can come find me on this ship in half a month to collect. They say online loans can help you track down parents you've been separated from for decades. So they should be able to find this world-famous cruise ship too, right? Mortgage the house for 1.45 million. Online loans for 410,000. Savings of a bit over 100,000. I've got close to 2 million now. 2 million is still hard currency now, but in another 40 hours, it'll be scrap paper. So, better spend it fast. I plan to buy prepared foods. The food storage hold has tens of thousands of tons of supplies, enough to last several lifetimes. But aside from snacks and semi-finished goods, none of it can be eaten as is. Am I supposed to gnaw on frozen pork raw? Swallow rice and flour straight down? Sure, it's doable, but it'd be miserable. I can absolutely afford to live a little better. Time stands still in my mind space. Cooked food goes in, and when I want to eat it, it comes out just as fresh. When the apocalypse hits, other people won't even be able to get instant noodles, but I'll be eating roast chicken, roast duck, braised goose, and pan-seared steak. Just thinking about it feels great. I called the main restaurant's reservation desk and booked a luxury observation suite on the top deck for lunch tomorrow, with windows facing right out to the sea. 19,999. Before, hearing a price like that, I'd have felt guilty toward my wallet just for hesitating a second. Now, not a ripple. With the room booked, it was the perfect chance to invite Ding Manxing to eat with me. A beautiful woman, good food, great views. That counts as a treat for the soul too. The next day at noon, the top deck observation restaurant. Ding Manxing wore a white knit dress, crystal earrings, delicate makeup, and silver high heels. She sat across from me, those eyes fixed on me for a long while. Li Fan, you've been acting really strange lately. How am I acting strange? Can't I treat myself once in a while? This isn't about treating yourself. You had me book you a luxury suite and were willing to pay several times more. And now you've called me to this place, where a single dish costs several thousand. This isn't the you I know at all. She wasn't wrong, but I couldn't tell her the truth. Qingjie, stop guessing. Let's talk business. That thing I mentioned last night, is there a way? I really need a luxury suite. I knew Ding Manxing definitely had a way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to talk in person. Be honest with me. You've got a perfectly good dorm room. Why do you insist on a luxury suite? Her eyes were full of scrutiny. Qingjie, don't dig into this. Just tell me whether you can help or not, okay? The luxury suites really are fully booked. No vacancies anytime soon. She paused. If you absolutely must stay in one, there's only one option right now. Stay with me. My jaw nearly hit the floor. Qingjie, don't you live in the staff dorms? You're staying in a luxury suite. That's right. My ex-husband booked it. Ex-husband? That was a lot to unpack, and I couldn't process it right away. Last week I found out he was cheating on me, and with my best friend, no less. The two of them were on my marriage bed, not even bothering with protection. Ding Manxing wore a self-mocking smile. Ridiculous, right? Husband and best friend hooking up. That's a double betrayal. Nobody could stand that. I'm not great at comforting people, so I just forced myself to say, Qingjie, your ex-husband losing you means he doesn't deserve you. You saw through both those scumbags early and cut your losses in time. That's a small mercy in a bad situation. You don't need to comfort me. I'm not upset, just a little sentimental. Why can't men keep that little piece of meat in their pants under control? Mine's a decent-sized piece, Qingjie. She gave me a strange look, and I quickly cleared my throat a couple of times to change the subject. So, you two are divorced. How come he still booked the suite, and you moved in? I'm not going to end up living with the both of you, am I? If so, forget it. What are you thinking? She rolled her eyes at me. I told him once, one of my wishes was to stay in a luxury suite on a fancy cruise ship. This time, to win me back, he specially booked a suite on this ship. But I told him I hate betrayal, and even more so when the other woman is my best friend. There's no way we're ever getting back together. You know what he said? He said the suite was expensive and already booked, told me not to be difficult, and to quit while I was ahead. He said he'd just made a mistake every man makes, that it was no big deal, and if I really couldn't get over it, I could go cheat once too, so we'd be even. She let out a cold laugh. Right then and there I transferred the money back to him and blocked all his contact info. I'll just treat this suite as fulfilling my own wish for myself. Now I understood. No wonder she wouldn't say it directly last night and insisted on talking in person. For one thing, You don't air family shame in public. For another, inviting me to share a suite right after her divorce could easily give people the wrong idea. Qingjia, is this really appropriate? To be honest, I didn't really want to live with her. In my past life, I got taken down by a woman. Living a second life, I can't afford to trip over the same stone twice. Ding Manqing's a good person, but you can never truly know what's in someone's heart. Skin. Once the apocalypse hits, who knows what things will turn into? If you don't think it's a good idea, then forget it. No, what I mean is, I'll pay triple the room rate. Will you transfer the suite to me? Then you might as well go ask the other guests if they're willing. She turned me down. That shut me up. Thinking it over, I really was being unreasonable. Her dream was to stay in a luxury suite just once she'd finally gotten to. And here I was trying to kick her out and hog it for myself. That was way over the line. But if I didn't seize this chance, I wouldn't get to live in a luxury suite before the apocalypse. And there were too many variables. I had no choice but to swallow my pride. Qingjia, I was just joking. Fine, we'll do it your way. I'll room with you. It's no loss to me anyway. Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will get jealous? I wouldn't be scared even if she ate crap. Why would I be scared of her getting jealous? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend? She'd been around the block, and one listened to my tone told her something was off. No, just last night, she sent me 3 messages in a row saying she loved me. She clearly didn't believe me, but she didn't press further. Just then there was a knock outside the private room, and a waitress walked in. Sorry to bother you, but the system shows you've ordered every single item on the menu. It might be a system glitch, so could you please reorder? It's not a glitch. That's exactly what I ordered. Ding Manqing and the waitress both wore the same stunned expression. What are you doing? Got money to burn? Everything here is expensive to begin with. Ordering the whole menu would run you hundreds of thousands. Easy. Qingjia, you're in for a treat today. This is what they call ordering the whole book. Cold dishes, hot dishes, desserts, snacks, everything on the menu, one of each. I'd call it having your brain fry. Ordering that much when you can't finish it is just a waste. The waitress chimed in too. Sir, I'd suggest picking a few dishes based on your preferences. You can always add more if it's not enough. Let me ask you, does ordering this much violate any of your rules? She shook her head. Is there any rule that says a customer has to finish everything they order? She kept shaking her head. Then do as I say. One of every dish. After the waitress left, Ding Manqing asked me, do you have any idea how much it costs to order every single one of these dishes? I do. 989,534 yuan and 40 cents. Plus an 8% service charge. I was now a man carrying nearly 2 million in cash. A lunch under $1 million I could definitely afford. Are you insane? Ding Manqing was at a loss for how to even describe me. A meal that costs nearly $1 million. How many years of work does it take to earn that? I've never been one to throw money around. But today something in me just clicked. I told Qingjia that money's only money once you spend it. Unspent, it's just paper, too stiff to even wipe your ass with. Consider this feast a celebration of her happy divorce. Qingjia probably assumed I'd been dumped, figuring only a broken heart could turn a normally stingy man into this. She was surely thinking I'd regret it once the impulse passed. While we ate, I asked her whether the luxury suite had its own independent water and power supply and a smart climate control system. In my previous life, after the apocalypse hit, I survived 3 months, but every day was a struggle on the razor's edge of life and death, cold and starving. At first the water and power worked fine, but within 10 days it all cut out. Later I heard that the top-floor luxury suites and the navigation control area never lost their water or power. In the apocalypse, ordinary people had it worst, slaughtering each other over a scrap of food or a sip of water, throwing away all family and love. Qingjia told me, quite professionally, that the water in the luxury suites went through purification, infrared sterilization, and a water-oxygen negative ion system, while ordinary rooms just got simple desalinated, disinfected seawater. The water, power, and ventilation were all independent, and the air purification system was the most advanced in the world. I then asked what would happen if someone deliberately sabotaged it. Qingjia eyed me warily, afraid I might do something stupid. I quickly laughed it off, saying I was just curious. She explained that cutting off the water was possible, but not the power. The luxury suite's electricity was partly tied to the ship-wide system and partly connected to the main cable of the navigation control area. Unless the entire ship lost power, it was impossible to cut off. Plus, every suite came equipped with a diesel generator for emergencies. I asked if it was noisy, and she said the triple-pane soundproof glass made it dead silent. Hearing all this put my mind at ease. The luxury suite really was the perfect apocalyptic shelter. As long as the power stayed on, everything else was manageable. As for water, I'd stockpile a huge supply of purified water in my space. Originally enough for all 10,000 plus people on the ship, more than I could ever use. Through all this roundabout probing, I got a pretty solid picture of the situation. What made me happiest was that diesel generator. In the apocalypse, that thing was practically a holy grail. Stockpiling diesel wasn't realistic for other people, but for me it was no problem at all. On the security front, the suite used the most advanced system in the world. Entry required triple verification: fingerprint, iris, and passcode. Both the inner and outer doors were double-layered, ultra-strong steel doors. Locked from the inside, they couldn't be blown open even by cannon fire. Gas-proof, waterproof, biohazard-proof. The design was extremely thorough. I told Qingjie that I used to think the people who stayed here were suckers, but hearing her talk about it now, it suddenly seemed worth it. What I really wanted to say was that I'd finally never have to curl up suffering in some little dark room like in my previous life. Qingjie said, dead serious, that I could only stay in the guest room and wasn't allowed to set foot in any other room without her permission. I agreed to everything out loud, but inside I was calculating who'd be calling the shots after the apocalypse. That would come down to who had the greater firepower. If she couldn't read the situation, I wouldn't mind tossing her into the sea to feed the sharks. Don't talk to me about moral bottom lines. In the apocalypse, whoever goes soft dies. Of course, if she was smart, it would never come to that. The dishes started arriving one after another. Chilled Norwegian tiger prawns, Caesar salad, French onion soup, then pan-seared filet mignon with truffle mashed potatoes, Osietra caviar, giant Hokkaido scallops with black truffle, 2 whole South African abalone with foie gras. Nearly 200 dishes, each one like a work of art, blending east and west to perfection. One table couldn't hold it all, so the staff brought over 5 more and pushed them together. I urged Qingjie to eat, saying it'd probably be hard to ever have a meal like this again. I meant that after the apocalypse, this kind of indulgence would be impossible, but she thought I was just fretting over the money. Half an hour later, she couldn't eat anymore, saying she hadn't eaten like this in years. I wolfed everything down. Even what I wasted was more than she ate. The dishes kept streaming in nonstop. I told her, trust me, you're going to miss this lunch more than anything. She had no idea what I meant. Around 2 o'clock, she said she had to get to work and told me to go to the front desk of the guest services department to register your fingerprint and iris scan, and I'll give you the passcode. That way you can come and go from the suite freely. Why wait until tonight, Qing? Wouldn't it be better if I just went with you right now? I was terrified Ding Manqing would change her mind. Women are emotional creatures, after all, always acting on impulse. What if she suddenly decided that living with a man wasn't appropriate? Then I'd lose the best doomsday shelter I could ask for. But the food isn't all here yet. You're not going to eat. I'd never planned on eating any of it. I intended to stash it all in my sea of consciousness space. But there was no way I could store it right in front of her. I'd have to wait until no one was around. It's not too late to eat when we get back. I called in the waiter who'd been standing outside the door. Keep bringing out the dishes. I need to step out to take care of something for about an hour. We can continue the meal when I return, right? Of course, sir. Since your spending today has reached 1 million, you've become one of our supreme members. This room is yours for the entire day. I'd originally only booked a lunch slot and had to leave by 2:30, but because I'd splurged 1 million, the restaurant threw in the dinner slot for free to keep me happy. Good. Thank your manager for me. With that settled, I turned to Ding Manqing. Let's go, Qing. We'll go register your fingerprint and iris now. Why do I feel like I'm inviting a wolf into my home? Ding Manqing joked with a smile. She'd hit the nail on the head. She really was inviting a wolf in. In my previous life, she hadn't let me move in. She'd held out on her own for over half a month, living quite comfortably. It wasn't until every last edible thing in the suite was gone that she was forced to venture out for food, and the moment she stepped outside, she was captured, reduced to a sex slave, and met a truly wretched end. This time, if she didn't listen and couldn't read the situation, she wouldn't even get those 2 weeks of comfort. She'd be among the first to die. But if she was smart, if she knew what to do given the circumstances, she could live a long time. Because I didn't mind keeping a caged bird to amuse myself and relieve stress. It wasn't that I absolutely needed a woman. It was that being completely alone would eventually break my sanity. Li Fan, what are you doing here? A woman's voice cut in abruptly from not far off, stopping me and Ding Manqing as we walked side by side, having just left the observation restaurant. I knew that voice all too well. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. In an instant, hatred and rage surged up inside me, along with an urge to kill I could barely suppress. My hand clenched involuntarily, veins bulging on the back of it. There was only one person in this world who could stir such violent emotions in me. That's right, it was Ning Qian, the woman who had cut off my dick in my past life. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? Seeing me stare at her coldly, Ning Qian's face was full of impatience. Ning Qian. I looked at her, my eyes dark and frigid. I used to always call her baby and sweetheart. Now I said her full name flat out. Who's she? Ning Qian strode up to me aggressively, shot a glance at the sultry, alluring Ding Manqing, and a shadow flickered in her eyes. Before I could speak, she furrowed her brow and scolded, "Why did you come up to the top deck? This isn't a place for someone like you." In her mind, someone like me showing up in the observation area on the top deck was practically a desecration. The top deck observation area was for the upper class. The lower class weren't worthy of setting foot there. They'd lower the tone. Not a place for me. Heh, is it written somewhere that I, Li Fan, am forbidden to come up here? I let out a cold laugh, looking at that pretty, delicate face without a shred of affection, only disgust and resentment. If I weren't worried about complications derailing the rest of my plan, I'd have loved to slap her 10 times across the face, just to collect some interest. What's gotten into you, Li Fan? Why are you yelling? You love me less and less these days. Now you're actually snapping at me. Ning Qian's face went ashen, her brow knitting tighter. In her memory, I'd never spoken to her in such a cold tone. What? Do I have to treat you like royalty and coddle you? You don't have the fortune of a princess, but you've caught the disease of one. Truly laughable. I gave her no quarter. Honestly, not laying a hand on her was already the height of restraint. Li Fan, that's a terrible thing to say. I feel awful, and now I'm angry. You'd better find a way to make it up to me, Ning Qian said furiously. If you feel awful, then I feel great. Make it up to you? Like I owe you anything. I've half a mind to slap you good. My words were crude. Beside me, Ding Manqing had already gathered from the exchange that Ning Qian and I were a couple, and that we'd clearly had a serious falling out. Because from what she knew of me, I'd never say things this harsh otherwise. Li Fan, so many people are watching. Keep it down. Don't say things in anger. Ding Manqing knew how much I loved this girlfriend of mine. During our conversations, I told her more than once how incredibly lucky I felt to have such a wonderful girlfriend. Pretty, not materialistic, affectionate, caring, just a little temperamental. Since I loved her so much yet was saying such cruel things, in Ding Manqing's eyes, it had to be the anger talking. Who is she? Ning Qian said coldly. Didn't I tell you that whenever you go out with another woman, no matter what you're doing, you have to report it to me first, and you can only go if I approve? Have you taken a single word I've said to heart? She had indeed said that, and I'd agreed, and I'd always done exactly that. This was the one exception. In the past, I'd have rushed to grovel and explain, terrified she'd misunderstand. But now, not only did I not explain, I threw the question right back at her. Never mind who she is. Let me ask you something, Ning Qian. Just now you were clinging to this man's arm, your face practically buried in his chest. You tell me, who is this man? My gaze fell on the middle-aged man who had watched the whole scene with an unruffled calm, a mocking, amused smile playing on his lips. The truth was, I knew exactly who he was. Cheng Hao, vice president of the Daxing Group, Ning Qian's godfather, and her master. He'd started keeping her since her sophomore year. Come to think of it, Ning Qian really was a loyal dog. To make Cheng Hao's playtime more comfortable and more thrilling, she'd gotten plastic surgery, breast implants, genital piercings. Hell, even dating me had been at Cheng Hao's request. Faced with my sharp interrogation, a flash of panic crossed Ning Qian's eyes. But she quickly composed herself and snapped angrily. Li Fan, you. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'd do something like that? I never imagined you'd actually think of me that way. She was sharp. The moment she saw the facts weren't in her favor, she started dodging and twisting the subject. We're just dating. It's not like I married you. Even if we were married, I'd still have my privacy. Does being with you mean I don't get an ounce of privacy? You see me with one guy, and you're right in my face interrogating me. So you get your own privacy, huh? Then I can have mine too. I don't need to report every little thing to you, do I? A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. You're a man. That's completely different. Men screw up way too easily. Loosen the leash even a little, and they forget their own names. One woman throws herself at them, and they cheat. If I don't keep you on a tight rein, what makes you think you're any different from those filthy men out there? Ning Qian said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Maybe you should worry about yourself first. You're absolutely filthy, and you've still got the nerve to call other people dirty? If you ask me, every belt those men loosened, you're the one who unbuckled it. My tongue was viciously sharp. Ning Qian was instantly livid and reflexively went to slap me. Seeing that this woman actually dared to raise her hand, I grabbed her slender wrist and delivered a slap of my own. A bright red handprint stood out clearly on her pretty face. The slap rang out loud. Ning Qian, Ding Manqing, Cheng Hao, and even the onlookers all froze for a moment, as if none of them expected me to be so ungentle with a woman. Ning Qian was so beautiful, so delicate. How could anyone bear to lay a hand on her? But who could know what a vicious, venomous soul was housed inside that pure, gorgeous body? This woman had the heart of a viper. When she turned cruel, she could make everyone tremble in fear. Li Fan, you actually dared to hit me? Disbelief was written all over Ning Qian's face. her expression like she'd seen a ghost. She touched her burning cheek, and even as the piercing pain shot up to her brain, she still couldn't believe I'd struck her in public. What? Was I supposed to just stand there and let you hit me? When you throw a slap, you'd better be ready to catch one. Who told you everyone would keep spoiling you? Just that one slap made a lot of the pent-up frustration in my chest dissolve. It felt good. Who the hell do you think you are, Lee Fan? You dare hit me? You son of a bitch, you animal. I'll kill you. That slap had drawn out the cruelty buried deep in Ning Qian's bones, but only a fraction of it. The Ning Qian who would emerge after being baptized by the apocalypse, who would fully unleash the evil in her heart, was the truly terrifying one. I think he probably already knows about us. Just as Ning Qian was working herself into hysterics, Cheng Hao, who'd stayed silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Hearing that, Ning Qian froze, like she'd been dosed with a sedative. She looked at me uncertainly and asked, "You know about me and Godfather? What else? You thought you hid it well." I sneered. "When you were texting me last night, weren't you curled up in his arms?" I turned to Cheng Hao, my face full of derision. "You think you were the one cuckolding me? Actually, I'm the one who cuckolded you. And I've got to thank you. If it weren't for you, why would this woman ever be with me? But I'll be honest, your woman's real slick down there." Ning Qian's face went ashen. "Shut up, Li Fan. You're the one who got cuckolded. On paper, I'm your girlfriend. All your friends know it." She had to plant that cuckold's hat firmly on my head. If Cheng Hao thought he'd been cheated on, she'd definitely get tossed aside like a worn-out shoe. "And another thing," she went on, "I've been holding this in for a long time. I never liked you from the very beginning. You're a total turnoff. You're not even close to worthy of me. Not worthy of you." I twitched the corner of my mouth. "I'm worth 800 rounds of you, detours included. To this day, I've never liked you either. Who'd ever want a slut? It was all just a fling, a little fun, that's all. Wouldn't you agree, Godfather?" Ning Qian completely lost it. "What gives you the right to look down on me? You getting to date me at all? That's your ancestors' graves smoking with good fortune." "You're right about that. My ancestors' graves must have been billowing black smoke for me to end up with a stupid piece of wood like you. No wonder you're so skilled at eating chicken. Guess you've been putting in overtime every day." She was beside herself with rage and screamed hysterically. "I must have been blind. Nothing but disgusting filth out of your mouth. A total turnoff. A creep. The scum of all men. We're done. It's not that we're done. It's that you're done." I said to myself, "Ning Qian, oh Ning Qian, cherish these last good days while you can, because soon you'll know real despair." She was destined to land on my bounty list, and to be the one with the highest bounty of all. When the entire cruise ship was hunting her down, she'd surely be thrilled. After all, everyone would be chasing after her. "You think you'll ever find someone better than me? The line of guys chasing me stretches all the way to Paris," she said coldly. "Whether I can find someone better, I don't know. But cleaner than you? I could grab a fistful in a second. You're like a public restroom. Of course there'd be a line." She wanted to rush at me and slap me again, but remembering how she'd caught one just moments ago, she held herself back. "Fine, Li Fan, you've got guts. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough act. If you've got the nerve, don't come crawling back to me. And if you do, I'll make you kneel and apologize in public." With that, she turned, threw herself into Godfather's arms, and strode off without a backward glance. She thought I'd come begging her to get back together, like I always used to. What she didn't know was that from this very moment, her life had entered its final countdown. I followed behind Ding Manqing toward the guest services department. She'd been quiet for a long while when she suddenly asked, "So, just like that, you broke up?" A piece of trash anyone can have. Should have dumped her long ago. I'll admit Ning Qian had some looks, and she knew how to make you feel good in bed. Very accommodating, first-rate skills. But on this cruise ship, there were plenty prettier than her, and even more willing to please. Once the apocalypse hit, with the resources I'd have in hand, what kind of woman couldn't I get? I'd probably just crook a finger and have women lining up to serve me. "You're right. A woman like that really isn't worth cherishing," Ding Manqing nodded. "Sis Qing, now we're two peas in a pod. You divorced a scumbag. I broke up with a slut. Fellow sufferers washed up at the ends of the earth." I said it with a smile on my face. "We're both people betrayed by human garbage." She turned to glance at me. She'd been worried I might be taking it hard, but now it seemed she'd worried for nothing. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the guest services department. "Wait for me out here. I'm going to go change into my uniform." The floor-length dress she had on today was elegant and refined, paired with 4-inch heels that showed off her nearly perfect figure. Too bad she spent most of her time working, stuck in a uniform. She stepped into the dressing room, her voice floating out. "You know, we've got quite a few single girls in housekeeping. Want me to set you up with someone, Han?" "Really? I'd feel bad putting you through the trouble." I paused. My standards are simple, though. Big chest, tiny waist, nice ass, fair skin, pretty face, long legs. Gentle, sweet-talking, considerate, well-behaved, knows how to read the room. No age limit, 16 to 40 works. Not asking for much. Just gonna have to wait a bit. Wait how long? Your next life. A moment later, she stepped out in her work uniform. The pencil skirt hit just above the knee with a slight slit on the side, ultra-thin black stockings tracing the smooth curves of her legs. Up top, a black blazer over a white blouse, the top two buttons undone to reveal a sexy collarbone and a hint of cleavage. Just goes to show, when you're beautiful, you look good in anything. Something on my face, kid? You're staring. She pinned her hair up as she spoke, and the whole look suddenly turned crisp and professional. Ching, you've really got this charm no matter what you wear. Buttering me up again, huh? You're getting bolder by the day. She said it like a complaint, but she was clearly pleased. No woman doesn't like a compliment. A gentleman is judged by his actions, not his thoughts. I didn't actually do anything. You can't even think it. Not one dirty thought. She shot me a look. All right, quit wasting time. Let me get your fingerprints and iris scanned, then head back. There are 7 luxury suites on the top floor. The Emperor Suite runs 20 grand a night, and you have to be a cruise VIP to stay there. Money alone won't cut it. She talked as she worked the computer. The other 6 are each different. Mine's called Azure Galaxy. Password's 120806. If only I could claim the luxury suite on the top deck all to myself, I thought. Look at this scanner. I leaned in. A blue light flashed, and the iris scan was done. There, fingerprints and iris are both in. You can go to the suite now, but you're not allowed in my master bedroom. Don't worry, Ching. I'll just take a peek at most. Won't go in. Her face flushed. She wasn't some naive girl. She knew exactly what I meant. How many women got fooled by, I'll just rub against it. I won't go in. Only to have the guy slip right in. Watch that mouth. Pull anything funny, and I won't let you stay. But it's easy to invite a god in, hard to send one away. Once I moved in, I wasn't coming out. By then, I'd be the master of the suite, and she might just end up the maid. All right, Ching, I'm gonna head back to the observation restaurant. I'll grab a bite, and then check out the suite. Oh, by the way, what time do you get off tonight? 10:30. Got it. Good to know. Leaving housekeeping, I was in high spirits. The shelter I'd been obsessing over was finally secured. This was the foundation of apocalypse survival. Without a safe place to hunker down, you couldn't even sleep soundly at night. Next up, stockpiling supplies. The way I figured it, just hoarding raw rice, flour, grain, and oil wasn't enough. That stuff would keep you from starving, sure, but if you wanted to live comfortably, you needed prepared food. So I had to grab as much cooked food and ready-made dishes as I could while I still had the chance. Right, the buffet. Tons of options, decent flavor. I'd sweep it all into my space and pull it out whenever I got hungry. Perfect. First, I went back to the observation restaurant to collect the untouched dishes. The moment I walked in, the waitress assigned to my private room came over. Pretty enough, with those flirty glances, clearly interested. But honestly, I was about to be the richest man on this ship. A 6 out of 10 just wasn't going to catch my eye. Sir, all your dishes are ready. Just call if you need anything. I asked her point blank. Are there cameras in the private room? No, sir. That made things easy. I told her that from now on, nobody was allowed in without my permission. I don't like being disturbed when I eat. She agreed readily enough. Inside the room, 5 tables were loaded with food, some of it still steaming. I figured I'd sweep it all up in one go, but the moment I focused my mind, only 1 table's worth went in. Looks like the space had limits on what it could take. It had to be a relatively complete pile to grab in one shot. Otherwise, I'd have to do it in batches. A bit of a hassle, but nothing major. Half an hour later, I came out. Not a single dish left in the room, not even the plates. The waitress took one look and her eyes went wide. Sir, you finished all of it? No way. How could I eat all that? Then where'd the food go? Tossed it in the ocean to feed the sharks. That was exactly why I deliberately picked a private room with an ocean view window. 200 dishes vanishing into thin air needed some kind of explanation. Otherwise, forget the apocalypse. I'd get hauled off and sliced up for research first. She froze for a few seconds, disbelief written all over her face. That was $1 million worth of food, top ingredients, top chefs, and I just said I threw it in the sea. Her whole worldview was about to collapse. What? I paid for the food myself. I don't have the right to do what I want with it. My expression darkened. She quickly waved her hands and said that wasn't what she meant. Only then did I leave. Next came time to raid the buffets. There were dozens of buffet restaurants on this ship, the high-end ones at $300 a head, the cheaper ones at $200. Chinese, Western, fusion, didn't matter what type. As long as it was prepared food, I was taking it all. To avoid getting caught, I stuck to the ones with private rooms as much as possible. I'd grab the food, dump it straight into the space, wait a bit, then come out and grab more. Hot dishes, cold dishes, noodles, desserts, grilled, fried, steamed, deep fried. burgers, pizza, soups, stews, congee. I turned nothing down. The only pain was constantly having to switch locations. I couldn't just camp at one place and clean it out, or it'd definitely raise flags. One guy couldn't possibly eat that much. Over the course of one afternoon, I hit 13 Chinese buffets and 3 Western ones, paying the cover charge each time I entered. But whatever, the money was about to be worthless anyway. Might as well spend it. The staff at those restaurants were about to lose their minds. Normally they'd restock every 2 hours. Today it was every 30 minutes, and they couldn't figure out why all the customers had suddenly turned into bottomless pits. Little did they know it was all being swiped away by this one greedy rat me. That said, half the restaurants didn't have private rooms, just open dining halls with cameras. So I had to be careful, ducking out of the shots. I was sitting in a corner, secretly. I secretly slipped some stuff into my storage space. Meanwhile, the people around me were grumbling that the golden fried rice was gone, the braised pork was gone, the fried noodles were gone too. Well, obviously, I'd made them all disappear. Nobody gives a damn about fried rice right now, but once the apocalypse hits, it'll be a heavenly delicacy. I was quietly enjoying myself when a heavily made-up woman walked in, holding up her phone and live streaming. She was looking for a seat while yelling into the screen, "Hey besties. Hi babies." And of course, she just had to sit diagonally across from me, putting me right in frame. My face went dark instantly. I'd worked hard to find this spot precisely because it avoided all the surveillance cameras. Now, the cameras couldn't catch me, but she was giving me a full live broadcast. If anyone figured out I could make food vanish into thin air, all hell would break loose. What? You're saying the guy across from me is dressed like a slob? Yeah, you're right. That's just how men are, dragging down the classiness of this restaurant. She was actually piling on the insults along with her viewers. I held back and called out to her, "Hey, miss." She glanced at me. "Not adding you on WeChat. I have a boyfriend." Good grief. I've seen plenty of delusional women, but call one miss, and she actually thinks she's some kind of goddess. What does your boyfriend have to do with me? I'm asking you to adjust your camera so you don't film me. If you don't want to be in frame, then move. You think I actually want to film you? Quit acting like you're all that. I tried being reasonable, and she talked to me like this. So don't blame me for dropping the courtesy. You've got 3 seconds. If I'm still in that frame, I'm smashing your phone. Go ahead and try. Seriously, you can run into a loser like this anywhere. So condescending. Who the hell do you think you are? Riding on the fact that she had 500,000 followers, she didn't take me seriously at all. This live streamer thought she'd already won. In her mind, she was calculating. If I dared lay a finger on her, she'd unleash her followers to harass me, doxing my parents, relatives, friends, and coworkers all over the internet. She figured times had changed. Women were the masters now, and men were just beasts of burden. Listening to her words, a cold glint flashed in my eyes. Honestly, I was looking forward to the apocalypse more and more. By then, there'd be no restrictions. The perfect time to clean up demons and monsters like her, to show these overgrown babies, spoiled by a society ruled by law, what true cruelty looks like. What are you standing there for? Weren't you all tough just now? Coming at me, threatening to smash my phone. Used to being a bully at home. Huh? Think I'm easy pickings just because I'm a woman? Seeing me not move, she grew even bolder, assuming I was all bark and no bite. She was calculating how to milk this for clout. Say something. The phone's right here. Come smash it, let me see. If you don't, you're a son of a bitch. Her voice grew shriller, drawing the attention of most of the restaurant. She didn't care at all. If anything, she got more worked up, calling me an idiot, saying I was guilty, guessing I was a deadbeat debtor or a wanted criminal, and mocking me for having a face like a shoehorn. The viewers in her stream jumped from 500 to over 2,000. The comments flooded with praise for her bravery and insults calling me a loser. Done insulting me, I stood up and asked her. There's always someone in this world who's just itching to court death, as if not doing so would kill them. This was such a small thing. She just had to shift her camera a little and it'd be over. But no, she had to go off on me like she'd swallowed gunpowder. She'd successfully made me remember her. And anyone I remember is guaranteed hell mode after doomsday. My bounty list just gained one more name. Not satisfied? I can throw in a few more insults, she said, still not grasping the gravity of the situation. I hope you can stay this smug a moment longer. My gaze turned cold and grim. Her heart skipped. A bad feeling started rising. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't try anything funny. There are over 2,000 people watching this stream. You touch me and you're finished. Say goodbye to your phone. Huh. Before she could react, I was already in front of her. I snatched the phone that was pointed at me and slammed it hard onto the floor, shattered to pieces on the spot. She stared, frozen, wanting to explode, but too scared. Don't treat a man's warning as background noise. That's the first lesson I'm teaching you. I told her 3 seconds to move the camera, but I'd actually given her far more than 3. and generously waited until she finished cursing before coming over to smash it. A few seconds later, she snapped out of it and shrieked hysterically, "You dare smash my phone? I'll take you down with me." Throwing tantrums and rolling around is some women's specialty. The question is whether anyone indulges them. I don't. I wound up and delivered a full slap across her face. Crack. Sharp and loud. It knocked her right to the floor. 5 red finger marks bloomed on her cheek, visibly swelling. She pointed at me, her face full of venom, never imagining I'd actually hit her. Her whole worldview was built on the idea that men should yield to women, cater to women, and that hitting a woman was against all heaven's laws. "I honestly don't know where you got the nerve to raise your hand at me first," I sneered. Feeling immensely humiliated, she turned and screamed at the onlookers. "Are you all blind? He hit a woman. Someone call security now. No need to trouble yourselves." I flashed my ID. "I am the security on this ship. I'll handle this myself." Her face went blank. This was more absurd than, "Who's the one filing charges against me? The magistrate? Your security? That's right. I'm the captain, actually. Even if you call for someone else, they're all my subordinates." She was seething. "Trash like you can be a captain? Besides bullying women, what else can you even do?" "I can also do women." I shrugged. Crude, but not wrong. Though saying it out loud in public really was too crude. Still not satisfied with insulting me, she launched into a sweeping tirade against the male onlookers, calling them spineless, calling them worthless losers. The male onlookers stopped indulging her too. "Asking for a beating, aren't you? What did we ever do to you? Some women getting smacked really aren't victims." Someone weakly muttered, "Still, you shouldn't hit a woman no matter what," and got shot down immediately. "Get lost, you nice guy simps, line up behind the dogs." I gave a cold laugh. "Not only are you a lowlife, your mouth is filthy too. You'll die by that mouth of yours sooner or later." Seeing her glare at me with those venomous eyes, I waved my hand. "Enough. I'll personally handle the matter of hitting you. Don't worry, I'll be as fair and impartial as possible. No favoritism toward myself. Now, first tell me your name." I'd already taken her photo with my phone, saving it for later use. "Lu Yao." "Nice name." I paused. "Too bad it's wasted on someone like you." She was about to blow up, but I cut her off directly. "I smashed your phone. Do you want compensation or not?" "Obviously. That was an iPhone. 50th anniversary limited edition phone. 30 grand. "Fine. 30 grand it is." She hadn't expected me to cave so easily. Her eyes darted around. "I'm not finished. My grandma bought me this phone, and she's passed away now. I've kept it all these years, never got a new one because I couldn't bear to part with it. You think 30 grand covers my loss? So what do you want?" I smiled. I'd already seen through her little scheme. "You gotta pay more. 100 grand for emotional damages. Isn't 100 grand a bit much?" I said 100 grand, so it's 100 grand. Not a penny less. Refuse, and I'll go straight to your boss, drag your name through the mud. "Oh, and I've got 50,000 followers. Piss me off and I'll post your info online. Your whole family's gonna suffer." This woman was ruthless. Even mobsters know you don't drag family into it, but she didn't even have that much decency. "Fine, 100 grand it is." I raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed by the shakedown. "All right, I slapped you too. Shouldn't you pay for that?" "Of course. Do you have any idea how much money went into this face?" "Just tell me how much you want." 200 grand. At the mention of money, there wasn't a trace of pain in her eyes, just pure greed. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back. "Holy crap, 200 grand for one slap? Is that face lined with gold? Anybody can slap me for just 100 grand. You're money crazy too. I'll only take 50 grand. I'll take 10. I'll take 1,000. I'll take 500. You people and your rat race. I'll take 50 bucks. 200 grand for a slap. Who wouldn't line up to take one? 200 grand, huh? Sure. I smiled. Let's do the math. 30 grand for the phone, 100 grand for emotional damages, plus 200 grand for the slap. That's 330 grand total, right? Lu Yao nodded. "You pay me 330 grand, and I'll forgive you for today. Don't think being head of security makes you special. To me, you're just a lowly rent-a-cop. Crushing you is easier than squashing an ant. I've got 50,000 followers. 330 grand's an ugly number. Let's round it up. How about 500 grand? She froze, thinking, how is there an idiot in this world who rounds up? I curled a finger at her. "Come here. Let me show you how to round it up." She stepped forward instinctively, then saw me smiling, and the hair on her arm stood up. Before she could say a word, smack, smack. 2 more slaps, crisp and loud. Everyone froze. Why the hell was he hitting her again? Lu Yao's face was numb, her mind completely blank. I spoke up. "There we go. 3 slaps for 600 grand. But I took the liberty of running a buy-2-get-1 deal, so let's call it 400 grand. Add the phone and emotional damages, another 130 grand. And that's 530 grand total. Drop the extra, we'll say 500 grand. No objections. The crowd went nuts. Bro, look at me too. One slap, 10 grand. I'm good. Don't just hit one person, leave some scraps for the rest of us. I don't even need 200 grand. 100 grand. Buy one, get one. Lu Yao's face was swollen and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, but nobody laughed at her. Instead, they shot her envious looks, a few slaps for hundreds of thousands, faster money than anything. Even Lu Yao herself felt those 3 slaps were kind of worth it. She almost wanted 3 more. Are you done hitting me? She cradled her cheek, her eyes a mix of love and hate. The subtext, if you're not done, feel free to continue. Don't tell me you want to round it up to 1 million. I sense trouble. Had I turned this woman into a masochist? Then I thought about it. No, it was the power of cold, hard cash. Sure enough, money isn't everything, but it comes pretty close. Lu Yao's heart skipped. Of course she wanted to round it up to 1 million, but with this many people watching, she was too embarrassed to say it outright. After all, she was an influencer with an image to maintain. So she started fishing for cash sideways. You son of a bitch. Don't humiliate me with your money. Got the guts to hit me one more time, cursing me out while shoving her face right up to mine. Looks like you really do want to hit 1 million. Fine, happy to oblige. I went at her with both hands. 3 more slaps, blood pouring from her nose, her round face swelling up like a steamed bun. She clutched her face in agony, wanting to cry from the pain, but thinking about how a few slaps had made a man drop 1 million on her, she also wanted to laugh. 1 million. Transfer it to me right now, or you can wait to go to prison. 1 million's fine, but there's a problem. I can't come up with it all at once. What do you mean? No money? Then figure it out. Think hard about the consequences if you're trying to weasel out. She was terrified I'd pull something, and those 6 fat slaps would be for nothing. If that happened, she'd absolutely fight me to the death and unleash her followers to cyberbully me. It was a move she'd used again and again. One time she'd literally driven an old man to jump into a river. I smiled. Relax, I'm not weaseling out. Right now I've only got 10 grand. I can transfer all of it to you. For the remaining 990,000, I'll write you an IOU and guarantee I'll have it within a day. Deal. No deal. 10 grand wasn't even worth as much as her phone's trade-in value, let alone her getting beaten into a pig's head. She wanted to see the whole million now. If that won't work, then there's nothing I can do. Why don't you call security to come arrest me? Those slaps were definitely for nothing, but she'd brought it all on herself. This whole thing could have ended with her just tilting her phone camera away, but no, she had to blow it up. You son of a bitch. You disgusting piece of trash. You dare to play me. I'll make you pay. I'm not playing you. I'll write you an IOU. 990,000 within a day. Don't believe me? Here's my work ID. I work in the security department. If I don't have the money in a day, come find me. I'm not going anywhere. I smiled and said, you can wait 1 day, can't you? Blow up now and you won't get a single cent. What do you say? A few words from me and Lu Yao caved. It made sense. It was only 24 hours, and I was stuck on the ship with nowhere to run. Her plan was simple. If the money didn't show up in a day, she'd report me to the enforcement center for assault. Fine. 1 day, no money, and you deal with the fallout. She took the out I'd given her. What else could she do? Actually fight me? Could she even take me? I nodded. Don't worry, I keep my word. In 1 day, I guarantee you'll get your 990,000. But inside, I was sneering. In 1 day, the apocalypse would arrive. By then I'd be holed up in a luxury suite. Where the hell would she even find me? This conflict was just a minor blip for me, but there was no way I could stick around this restaurant anymore. Luckily, the ship had plenty of restaurants, so I switched to another one and kept plundering. I worked nonstop until 7 in the evening. By then, I'd stockpiled a good amount of food in my space, based on my appetite, roughly enough to last a year. But that was nowhere near enough. What I needed was a 3 to 5 year supply. Food I could pull out and eat whenever I wanted, no cooking required. Just as I was about to hit the next restaurant, a sign at the entrance stopped me cold. This restaurant now offers delivery service. Meals can be brought to your room. Delivery. I could have slapped myself. Sneaking around restaurants, dodging cameras and prying eyes, it was slow and risky. If I could just have the food delivered straight to my quarters, I'd have nothing to worry about. I immediately whipped out my phone and opened the ordering app. Of the nearly 50 restaurants on the ship, only 7 offered delivery, but that was plenty. From the Western fast food place, I ordered 300 burgers and 300 family-sized buckets of fried chicken. From the Chinese restaurant, I ordered 300 pounds of egg fried rice and 300 pounds of chow mein. From another, I ordered 50 homestyle dishes. I placed orders at all 7. But this was just the beginning. I planned to place another round every 2 hours, maximizing my stockpile without going so overboard that I'd raise suspicion. 300 burgers was a lot, but still within reason. 3,000 would definitely cause problems. Having lived through one apocalypse, I'd become much more careful. Don't do anything you're not sure about. Don't touch anything dangerous. Slow and steady keeps you alive. After placing my orders, I headed back to my quarters, lay down, and waited for the food to arrive. I thought back to how things unfolded in the early days of the apocalypse. Tomorrow, in the small hours, the temperature would plummet to zero. Everyone would write it off as a cold snap and think nothing of it. The day after, it would crash to 40 below, and only then would people realize this was going to kill. In those first few days alone, plenty of people froze to death for lack of warm clothing. 90% of them died in their sleep. Based on its fuel reserves, the cruise ship could maintain power for a month without issue, and could hold out for 3 months if it stayed docked. But what actually happened? By the second week of the apocalypse, most of the ship lost power, not from malfunction, but because someone deliberately cut it. Once the power went out, the death toll skyrocketed. Ding Manching had mentioned that the luxury suites had backup diesel generators. So I needed to get my hands on enough diesel. I couldn't let anyone cut my power from the outside. In extreme cold, power was life. With electricity, the AC could produce heat, and even at 10 below, no one would freeze to death. Without it, the cabin temperature would drop to lethal levels. This time around, I wasn't just going to survive. I was going to live well, live comfortably, better than I did before the apocalypse. As I was mulling this over, my phone rang. Caller ID, Chawenchi. He was my captain, and he treated me well. I'd only become a squad leader thanks to his backing. As he put it, we were fellow countrymen, and when you run into each other far from home, you've got to look out for one another. Otherwise, people will walk all over you. He was a stand-up guy who did pretty well for himself after the apocalypse. Sadly, in the end, that same loyalty got him killed. Chi-ji, I answered. Li Fan, what the hell happened? Tanizaki Mori says you showed up late for your shift last night, cursed out a superior, disobeyed orders, and assaulted a guest. Is that true? There was heat in his voice. I was the one he'd promoted, so if I screwed up, he'd share the blame. But he hadn't just taken one side of the story. He knew full well that Tanizaki Mori was always gunning for me. Chi-ji, this Tanizaki guy has picked fights with me more than once or twice. You know the situation. Then tell me exactly what happened. I can cover for you on the other stuff, but if the assault charge sticks, you're definitely getting fired, and there's nothing I can do to protect you. I understood why Chawenchi was so anxious. Part of it was fear that I'd get canned, and part of it was fear of getting dragged down with me. Chi-ji, I was at my post before 10:30 last night, completely within the security department's regulations. I wasn't late. Tanizaki Mori says I was late, but that's a rule he made up himself. As for the cursing, yeah, I did curse, but he started it. He brought it on himself. And the assault on a guest is total nonsense. That black guy suddenly attacked me, and I acted in self-defense, completely by the book. Just check the surveillance footage. Tanizaki Mori just wants to get rid of me. In the past, I definitely would have explained myself thoroughly to keep this mud from sticking to me. But now it didn't matter. All I needed was to not get fired before tomorrow. All right, since you put it that way, I believe you. Leave this to me. As long as you didn't seriously violate the rules, you've got nothing to worry about. Chawenchi reassured me a bit, clearly leaning in my favor. That was exactly why I respected him. A person can lack morals, but they've got to have a conscience. In my past life, both before and after the apocalypse, Chawenchi had helped me. There was nothing to fault about the big guy's character. Chawenchi might just become a sharp blade in my hand after the apocalypse. A glint of edge flashed in my eyes. Now that I controlled the supplies, I had to learn to use them to gradually seize control of the situation and the power, not let those supplies rot in my hands. As for being a behind-the-scenes player, I was actually pretty interested in that role. In my past life, half a month after the Frozen Sea apocalypse hit, anyone who managed to survive had some capabilities of their own. As people struggled to survive, they banded together for warmth, eventually forming various factions. Some had lots of people, strong weapons, and big territory, claiming the prime spots on the cruise ship. Others had few people and weak weapons, scraping by in the cracks. The security department, being the most heavily armed department on the ship, didn't unite into a single force. Instead, it splintered into 4 factions, one of them led by Chawenchi. Chawenchi had strong personal charisma, outstanding leadership, and a fair yet shrewd way of handling things. Before joining the ship, he'd been a retired squad leader in the military with high personal combat ability, so plenty of people were willing to follow him. The old me had wanted to join up with him too. After all, he'd always looked out for me. But it fell through due to strong opposition from the others, because at the time I was saddled with Ning Qian, a deadweight. That woman was fussy, spoiled, and always complaining. Who could put up with her? Unless she was willing to prove her worth with her body. But there was no way the me back then would have agreed to that. Even though Chawenchi was the leader, he wasn't the domineering type who ruled with an iron fist. With everyone else opposed, he could only go along with the group and turn me away. The security department split into 4 factions. Chawenchi had the most people under him, But the strongest force was the manager faction, led by Security Department Manager Guan Kersen. That's right, the Security Department Manager was a woman. Logically speaking, in the apocalypse, there's no way a woman could boss around a bunch of grown men in their prime. But Guan Kersen held the ultimate truth in her hands. She had a gun. Who'd dare cross her? On top of that, she was the daughter of the ship's second mate. With father and daughter working together, they naturally had enough clout to keep plenty of people in line. Knock knock. Just as I was lost in thought, a knock came at the door. Hello, sir, cruise ship food delivery. Your fried rice and fried noodles from the Starlight restaurant have arrived. My heart lifted. That was fast. I'd only placed the order half an hour ago, and here it was. When I thought about how I'd spent 2 or 3 miserable hours during the day scavenging just 300 or 400 pounds of fried rice, and now with a few taps of my fingers 300 pounds of fried rice and noodles showed up in under half an hour, I honestly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, brains are the #1 productive force. I opened the cabin door, and the delivery guy gave me a long look before saying politely, "Hello, sir, here's your 300 pounds of fried rice and noodles." I gave it a quick check. No problems, then hauled the 2 big boxes inside. The delivery guy didn't say much and turned to leave. He thought it was strange, but couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Other people's business was none of his. I shut the door, looked at the fried rice and noodles in the insulated boxes, and with a single thought swept them all into my mind space. Having a time freeze property is just great. I was so grateful my mind space came with time suspension built in. Anything I put in there got locked in the exact state it was in the moment it entered. Otherwise, even if I stockpiled piping hot food, wouldn't it just spoil over time? After that, the items I'd ordered arrived one after another, and I stuffed them all into my mind space, then kept ordering more. I never ordered the same thing from any restaurant twice. For example, if I got a burger from one place, I'd switch to a different place next time, but then order a pizza from the place I'd already gotten a burger from. For Chinese dishes, I basically ordered 50 at a time. Sure, my behavior probably looked bizarre to the restaurants, but with over 10,000 passengers on the cruise ship, a few oddballs weren't anything unusual. The customer paid, so they just made what was requested. To put it bluntly, even if the guest wanted to dump it all in the ocean to feed the fish, that was their right. While I was busy placing orders and collecting the goods, I took some time to visit the top-deck luxury suite I'd soon be moving into. There were 2 doors to enter the suite. The first led into the suite's hallway. Each luxury suite had its own private corridor, kind of like the little courtyard that comes with a villa. The second was the actual room door. When I pushed open the heavy, solid door, the scene before me was no less impressive than the imperial suite of a 5-star hotel. The floor was laid with light-colored marble tiles, the surrounding walls painted with artistic decorative finishes, and every 2 meters or so hung a painting, mostly of stars and the sea, fitting the room's azure galaxy theme. Directly above the living room hung an enormous crystal chandelier, its brass frame giving off a warm matte glow in the light, luxurious yet artistic. The outermost wall of the living room was a full floor-to-ceiling window, offering a view of the shimmering sea. The azure sky and the ocean were almost the same color, an absolutely stunning view. No wonder it's called a luxury suite. This living room's at least 400 or 500 square feet. The corners of my mouth curled up. I was thoroughly satisfied with the place I'd be staying long-term. If nothing else, this one living room alone was way bigger than my 100-and-something square foot dorm. Wow, there's even a dedicated gaming room and a karaoke room. Besides 2 top-of-the-line computers, the gaming room had a 100-inch LCD screen hooked up to the latest game console, loaded with thousands of single-player games. The karaoke room had top-tier sound equipment and excellent soundproofing. There was also a study with a rosewood desk and 3 large bookcases packed with world classics and all kinds of books. There were 3 full bedrooms, a master, a second bedroom, and a guest room, each beautifully and elegantly furnished. Even the smallest guest room was around 300 square feet. Between the guest room and the master was a small sitting area with direct access to the deck balcony. The balcony was huge, with excellent natural light. On the drying rack near the master bedroom hung some clothes, including some lingerie, especially that black lace, large cup bra that really caught the eye. Only something that big could hold Ding Manqing's F-cups. There was also a purple set, its style and design nearly making me stand at attention and salute. This Ding Manqing really is prim and proper on the outside, but secretly wild, I thought to myself. I pulled my gaze away and looked to the other end of the balcony. There stood a massive sun umbrella, with a round table and 3 lounge chairs beneath it. On a fine, sunny day, lying here with a cup of coffee, gazing out at the surging waves in the distance, that counted as a kind of cleansing for the soul. In the corner of the balcony, I spotted the diesel generator Ding Manqing had mentioned. Good, good, good. There really is a diesel generator here. Perfect. The corners of my mouth lifted. This place was simply a perfect refuge at sea. Without enough food and water to sustain you, a luxury suite like this would be a cage. But with them, once the apocalypse hit, nowhere would be safer than here. Around 10:30 tomorrow night is when the frozen sea apocalypse officially arrives. I need to clear out the storage area's supplies before 10 o'clock. There were a lot of supplies in the storage area. I had the plan laid out crystal clear in my mind. Top priority, food and water. The ship had 1 million bottles of purified water, plus several million bottles of various drinks. I had to get my hands on those first. Second priority, medicine and medical supplies. In the apocalypse, who could guarantee they wouldn't get sick? This ship was like an isolated island. Every bit of medicine used was one less to have, so I had to stockpile enough. Third priority, fuel like diesel and gasoline. In a frozen, snowbound apocalypse, anything that could burn was life itself. As for the rest, the miscellaneous stuff that might or might not come in handy, I'd grab it too if I got the chance. Everything was ready. All that was left was to make my move tomorrow night. At 10:30 that night, Ding Manqing came back from work. The moment she pushed open the door, she saw several small dishes laid out on the coffee table. They had to be mine. No one but me could get into her suite. But she didn't see me anywhere. Li Fan? She called out as she slipped on her slippers. Hey, Sis Jean, you're back? I walked out from the guest room. What are you up to? Just tidying up the room. She nodded. Seemed like she understood I'd be staying here tonight. You made these dishes? She asked, pointing at the coffee table. Yeah. Figured you'd be off work soon, so I ordered a few dishes to be delivered. How about we have a couple of drinks in a bit? Actually, I'd ordered dozens of dishes. I dumped whatever was left into my space. Now my space is stocked with all kinds of good food. Just for staples, I've got 7 or 8 different kinds. I hoarded over 100 bowls of steaming hand-pulled noodles alone. Rice noodles, rice vermicelli, xiaolongbao, soup dumplings, you name it, I've got it. Nobody's this nice without an ulterior motive. Ding Manqing narrowed her eyes and smiled. You little punk, you're not lusting after my body, are you? Sis, do I look like that kind of guy? That's what my mouth said, but my eyes drifted to her chest on their own. I couldn't help it every time. With a body like that, what man wouldn't want to feel? You'd better not. She arched a seductive eyebrow. You get any funny ideas, and I'll snip off your third leg. I was a little speechless. Why did every single one of them want to snip off my junk? Sis, that's crude. I'm too embarrassed to even hear it. She smiled, amused. Playing innocent in front of me? What's going on in your head is way filthier than anything I said. That's what makes an experienced woman so alluring. She actually gets it. Way better than some shy, clueless young girl. Sis, I'm a perfect gentleman. Even I had to cough awkwardly after saying that. Truth was, I'd already been scheming about how to make her submit once the apocalypse hit. But I wouldn't make the same mistake twice. You can sleep with a woman, but you can never turn your back to one again. People change. You can't put your life in someone else's hands, ever. You can get lucky 1,000 times, but lose just once, and you're dead. All right, enough joking around, she said. I'm gonna go change. Be right back. She was still in her work clothes, a pencil skirt hugging her full curves, and you could tell the give was incredible. A woman like her, sultry and wild, an absolute bombshell in bed. 10 some minutes later, she came out in loose pajamas, makeup off. Less dazzling now, but with a more genuine kind of beauty. Her skin was well cared for. We sat cross-legged on the rug in front of the coffee table. I poured 2 glasses of red wine, raised mine, and said, Sis, thanks for letting me move in. I'll down this one. You drink as much as you like. I tilted my head back and drained it. She smiled. You went all in, so I will too. And she downed hers. Impressive, sis. You can hold your liquor. I'm just worried you can't hold yours. You won't be able to get me drunk. And what would I do if you were drunk? Depends on whether you've got the guts. And so we chatted and drank, both of us gradually getting tipsy. Ding Manqing's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering, and she started venting. Women aren't wrong to say not one of you men is any good. Why are your belts so loose? Eating what's in your bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Won't even spare your wife's best friend. Aren't you animals? Total animals. I nodded, though the animal I meant wasn't the same as the one she meant. Back then he chased me for 3 years, said he'd only ever love me. That's why I said yes. And then he cheated within 2 years of the wedding. The more she talked, the more worked up she got, and the more she drank, the more it went to her head. Sis, you've had too much. Who says I've had too much? I'm perfectly clear-headed. She rolled her eyes. Don't think I don't know you're drooling over my body. Be honest, you've wanted to get me in bed for a long time, haven't you? Sure enough, once the wine kicked in, everything came spilling out. I said nothing. She leaned in, eyes hazy with drink. My body, do you want to touch it? That wouldn't really be appropriate, would it? That's what my mouth said, but my eyes were already catching glimpses of the scenery peeking through her loose pajamas. Good, at least you know it's not appropriate. She let out a soft snort, and the dreamy look in her eyes suddenly cleared. This woman was just messing with me. I made a mental note. Fine, fine, so that's how we're playing it. Just wait and see how I string you along later. That's right, I already saw Ding Manching as good as mine. A lone man and woman under one roof, facing the suffocating dread of the apocalypse, both needing an outlet for the pressure. And how do you release it? No need to spell that out. So what's the deal with you and your girlfriend? Was everything she said true? She asked suddenly. Could it be fake? She's just a tool someone else is keeping. The moment Ning Qian came up, the lust in my eyes turned cold and sharp. But I didn't lose out either. If she hadn't been on a mission, I'd never have gotten her into bed anyway. From that angle, I guess that's true. You're pretty level-headed about it. Ding Manching figured her own situation with her husband and her best friend was messed up enough, but next to me, it was small potatoes. But she'll pay for her stupidity soon enough. Ding Manching's expression changed. You little punk, what's done is done. A woman like that isn't worth doing something reckless over. I know what you mean, sis. I know my limits. Won't be long before you understand why I said that. As long as you've got a plan. She smiled. It's getting late. I'm off to bed. Early shift tomorrow. Want me to help you back to your room? No thanks. I'm afraid you'd help me right into it. At midnight, I lay in bed unable to sleep when I suddenly got a message from Ning Qian. Li Fan, I forgive you. Master says I can keep being your girlfriend, but you're not allowed to touch me anymore. Every Wednesday night from now on, you have to video call me and watch us do it. I laughed. She really was treating me like a full-on cuck now. Before, it was midnight messages and voice notes for a thrill. Now the threshold's been cranked up. Video calls, live tutorials. What a sick game. A guy like Chung Hao is just a psychopath. What he gets off on is other people's girlfriends. The rush of stepping on someone else's head over a woman they can't bring themselves to dump. I replied, you really shouldn't forgive me. I'm a bit of a germaphobe. I don't like pissing in public toilets, and you won't even let me piss, so what's in it for me? I didn't block Ning Qian, not because I still had feelings, but because I wanted to watch her struggle, break down, beg, and humiliate herself in the apocalypse. Block her, and I couldn't see any of it, and the satisfaction of revenge would take a huge hit. Stop lying to yourself, Li Fan. Don't I know you disgusting men? Your mouth says no, but your body's honest as hell. Think about it. You get to keep a girlfriend as gorgeous as me. Imagine the bragging rights. Ning Qian said it like it was a given, as if being with me were some gift she was bestowing. I should be grateful to her, bowing at her feet. She'd crook a finger, and I should come crawling like a dog to lick her toes. Oh no, licking her toes wouldn't even be a humiliation. It would be a reward. Some of these little punks just love licking toes. You think I owe you any face? With a public transit girlfriend like you, I don't even have a face left, and you're talking to me about saving face? Who the hell gave you the confidence to think I'd ever get back together with a slut like you? Quit putting on an act, Li Fan. Like I don't know what a shameless piece of trash you are. You clearly want to get back together. You clearly regret breaking up, but you're too proud to admit it. So you just keep running your mouth. Ning Qian scoffed. Anyway, forget about that. Turn on your video. He's about to boost. Nice. I slept until past 9 the next morning before waking up. 12 or 13 hours left until the icy apocalypse hits. I was busy all day yesterday. 2/3 of the money from mortgaging my house and taking out online loans is already spent. Today I have to turn the rest into food. If I don't convert this cold, hard cash into food, it'll all be worthless paper the second the apocalypse arrives. Apocalypse. Oh, apocalypse. Big bro's betting the rest of his life on you here, so you better not stand me up. I glanced at the mountain of supplies piled up in my space, and my anticipation grew. Right now, all this stuff is just a joke. But after the apocalypse, it becomes the bargaining chip that decides whether 10,000 plus people on this ship live or die. How could I not be looking forward to doomsday? That's right. I'm a hardcore believer in the apocalypse now. If it doesn't come, I'll put on a real show and go base jumping without a chute. No takebacks. The most important thing tonight is to clear out the storage area. Every compartment needs a passcode plus a supervisor's fingerprint to open, but I've already figured out a plan. I'll use my identity as a security squad leader to trick the supervisor on duty into opening the doors for me. By the time the higher-ups notice the supplies are gone, the apocalypse will already be here. Who's going to have time to investigate then? The storage area has 1 manager and 3 supervisors. In my past life, those 4 rode their massive stockpile of supplies to become the second most powerful force after security. Security ruled through weapons, storage lived easy through supplies, and engineering dominated through brute strength. In the apocalypse, there are no good people. If you have no value, there's no reason for you to exist. The end times don't feed the useless. After lying around a bit, I got up to wash. I noticed the coffee table in the living room was already cleaned off, and there was breakfast on the table, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and 2 boiled eggs. No need to guess, Ding Manching left it. She'd already gone to work. A mature woman really knows how to take care of a man. Even though she's been married before, she's 10,000 times better than Ning Qian. Marriage is just a piece of paper. Having that paper doesn't make you dirty, and not having it doesn't make you clean. At least with Ning Qian, she was genuinely filthy. I'm just lucky I didn't catch anything. After finishing breakfast, I went back to my dorm and threw all my clothes and everything else into my space, then kept placing orders for all kinds of food on my phone. The whole day went by like that, ordering and receiving deliveries. By 8:30 at night, the cruise ship gradually quieted down. Of course, some places got livelier the later it got. The gambling area and the central dance floor had thousands of people every night, and the clubs, bars, and karaoke lounges on every level were packed. Some people figure that since they finally got a spot on a cruise, they've got to party themselves to death. There's always time to sleep later, right? Plenty of time to sleep once you're dead. But aside from these dens of decadence, most of the ship went quiet after 8. The storage area especially, busy during the day, but after 7 the staff clocked out. If you wanted anything after that, you'd need special approval from a manager. Otherwise, wait till tomorrow. I was waiting for the moment when only the supervisor on duty was left. That way, clearing out the supplies wouldn't be noticed right away. Arriving at the storage area office, I saw a pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man smoking and playing on his phone. Gao Weisheng, one of the 3 storage supervisors. I knew that face all too well. In my past life, after the apocalypse hit, this animal revealed an absolutely sick, twisted side of himself. Anyone who wanted to trade for supplies first had to bring him a little girl no older than 10. This piece of garbage was a pedophile. Before Doomsday, he didn't dare show it. But once morality collapsed, he completely unleashed the evil inside him. For a man like this, I don't mind sending him off ahead of schedule. Hello, Supervisor Gao. I'm Li Fan from security. Here's my work ID. He shot me a bland glance and said impatiently, "What do you want?" We just received an anonymous tip that there's a bomb in one of the storage warehouses that could go off at any moment. Per regulations, I need to conduct a safety inspection. I'll have to trouble you, Supervisor Gao, to cooperate and open the doors to each compartment. The excuse sounded absurd, but I'd thought it through carefully. Someone reported a bomb, which gives me the authority to conduct an emergency inspection. The storage area is obligated to cooperate. Those are the rules. Kid, you security people actually believe crap like that? Go find somewhere cool to sit down. I've got no time to shoot the breeze with you. He waved his hand, dismissing me like I was nothing. Supervisor Gao, since someone filed a report, I have to inspect immediately. That's my job responsibility. Get lost. He cut me off with 2 words. When I didn't move, he glared and roared. Are you deaf? I said get lost. Beat it, beat it. Who do you think you are, ordering me around? Even if there's an inspection, tell your supervisor to come talk to me himself. You're not damn qualified. I didn't get angry. My gaze stayed calm. No point getting worked up over a man who won't live past tonight. The nastier he talked now, the more at peace I'd feel when I put him down later. Supervisor Gao, I'm on duty tonight, which means I have full authority to represent security. There's no need for a supervisor to come. I'd still appreciate it if you could cooperate. I won't cooperate. What are you going to do about it? A little squad leader really thinks he's hot stuff? You want to inspect? Fine. Get your supervisor down here, someone on my level. Understand, he really did think he was hot stuff. Barely any rank, but the ego was terrifying. I'd anticipated this. I said coldly, Supervisor Gao, how about this? I'll just call Manager Guan from security directly. I'm following regulations either way. You're obstructing me every step of the way, refusing to cooperate, and your attitude is this bad. So I'll have no choice but to report it to my manager and have him take it up with your manager. Screw you, kid. You looking to start something? The moment he heard I'd escalated to the higher-ups, his expression changed. Of course he knew I was following procedure. But why bother entertaining some prank report? The storage area had dozens of compartments. Inspecting all of them would take at least 3 or 4 hours. He didn't want to waste that time with me. He still wanted to go play a few rounds of cards. I could tell Gao Weisheng was starting to lose his nerve. I kept smiling and said, Supervisor Gao, I understand you don't want to go to the trouble. Hassle. There are so many compartments in the storage area. Checking them all one by one would eat up half the night. But the rules are the rules. If I don't do my job, I'm the one who gets chewed out and dock pay later. Then I switched gears and offered him a way out. Tell you what, we're both just working stiffs here, so let's cut each other some slack. I'll pop into each compartment for a minute or 2 and then head right back out. I guarantee I'll be done within the hour. I paused, then added, but if you still won't cooperate, then I'll have no choice but to call my manager and have her sort it out with your manager. Call Guan Kerson. No way I'd actually do that. I was just bluffing. Guys like him are terrified of getting on their boss's bad side. Sure enough, Gao Weisheng's expression shifted, and he finally gave a nod. He couldn't exactly let me go running to his manager, could he? He'd be reamed out something fierce tomorrow. Listen here, kid. It's not that I'm scared of you reporting me. I just don't want to blow this out of proportion. You said 1 hour, so it's 1 hour. Not a minute more. No problem. Thanks for cooperating. Gao Weisheng led me into the course section of the storage area. Every corner and corridor here had surveillance cameras and alarms. The security level was seriously high, but nobody knew those cameras had already been knocked out. Before coming to find him, I put on a ski mask and slapped black tape over every single lens. By all rights, the moment the cameras went down, the guards on duty should have noticed immediately. But tonight's crew had long since slipped off to play cards. And it wasn't just tonight, it was every night. They figured only internal staff could get into this area, so nothing could go wrong, and there was no point standing guard. It was precisely because I'd figured all this out that I dared to waltz right in and take out the cameras. My goal was simple: make sure nobody knew I was the one who cleared out the supplies. The apocalypse was about to hit, but total collapse of order wouldn't come until the 4th or 5th day. Everything happens in stages. Let's start with the food storage vault. Gao Weisheng said nothing. He stepped up, scanned his fingerprint, and punched in the code. With a ding, the hatch slowly swung open. He shot me an irritated glare. Go in yourself and check for bombs. If there's nothing, get your ass back out here. I don't care if you're finished or not. You've got half an hour. I stepped inside, my heart racing. The food storage vault was split into 2 sections. An interior freezer kept at -30 degrees, holding hundreds of tons of frozen meat and seafood, and an exterior climate-controlled area for fruits, vegetables, and drinks. Facing this massive stockpile, I immediately went into full sweep mode. 3 minutes later, I'd cleaned out the entire vault. When I walked out, Gao Weisheng sneered sarcastically. Find any bombs? Doesn't look like it. He let out a snort. Word of advice: be careful while you're searching. Wouldn't want you to trip a bomb and blow yourself to bits. Let's go. Next one. He shut the hatch, turned, and walked ahead. I stared at his fat, hulking back, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. This guy was getting more and more deserving of death. It was a little past 9 now, less than 2 hours until doomsday. I wouldn't mind making him the first person to die after the apocalypse. Besides, he couldn't be left alive to begin with. If I let him live, it would inevitably expose the fact that I'd been here tonight, and then someone would surely suspect I had something to do with the supplies vanishing. Sure, that guess would sound absurd, but this world is full of absurd things. Once you eliminate all the possibilities, even the most absurd guess becomes the truth. Next, medical supply vault. A minute later, I walked out and he shut the door. Maintenance equipment vault. A minute later, emergency fuel reserve vault. Emergency escape supplies vault. In under an hour, I'd hit every single supply compartment. Each time I went in for a minute or two, everything inside got wiped clean. Mission accomplished. Last step, deal with Gao Weisheng. Whether from my personal standpoint or from the standpoint of ridding the world of a menace, this guy had to go. When I stepped into another compartment under his impatient gaze, a moment passed before my urgent voice rang out from inside. Oh no, Supervisor Gao. I found one. There really is a bomb. Gao Weisheng's face instantly went pale. There was actually a bomb. He swallowed hard and rushed in to see for himself. If I dared to joke about something like this, he'd have made damn sure I paid for it. But the second he charged in, before he could even register what was happening, the back of his head took a heavy, dull blow. I didn't hold back one bit with that swing. Gao Weisheng let out a muffled grunt and crumpled straight to the floor. I crouched down and checked his breathing. Still breathing, that wouldn't do. I immediately grabbed the club and gave him 2 more blows, not stopping until he was completely still. Gotta say, the old geezer sleeps like a rock. One little grunt and he's out cold. Enviable, really. Well, in that case, sweet dreams. Good night. I walked out of the compartment, pulling the door shut behind me, and glanced down at the time, 10 o'clock on the dot. In my past life, it was right around 10:30 tonight that the temperature would suddenly plummet, not stopping until it hit 0 degrees. And that was the beginning of the disaster. 10:30. Out of the pitch-black sea, a sky-blotting white fog suddenly surged up, not smoke, but a bone-chilling cold front. The cruise ship was engulfed in an instant, the frigid cold seeping through the entire vessel. Nearly every passenger shuddered at once. Everyone could feel the temperature dropping fast. What's going on? Why did it get so cold all of a sudden? My legs are shaking. I'm freezing. Don't panic. I've seen this before. It's a cold front over the sea. Comes fast, goes fast. Shouldn't be a big deal. Holy crap, it's freezing. Nope. I've got to go grab a thick coat from my room before I catch a cold. The temperature dropped like a stone. In just over 10 minutes, it had fallen to 5 or 6 degrees, and it was still going down. Such an abnormal situation quickly caught the attention of the people aboard. The navigation control area, the bridge. This was the cruise ship's command center. Captain Qin Guanghua stared grimly at the steadily falling numbers on the electronic temperature gauge, a very bad feeling welling up in his chest. He was 52, having spent nearly 30 years at sea. His wealth of experience told him this was no ordinary weather anomaly. They were likely in trouble. What was it 10 minutes ago? 19 degrees. And now? 5. Qin Guanghua drew a deep breath. 10 minutes. From 19 degrees down to 5, and still falling. Even a cold front at sea couldn't be this severe. He fell silent for a moment. Then, I asked First Officer Zhong Zhuoran. We're not off course, are we? The first officer is the captain's right-hand man, handling everything aboard, taking the helm when the captain rests. Unquestionably the number 2 on the ship. No, Captain, we're right on course. We know these waters well. We passed Star Sand Island just before dark, so we should be north-northeast of it now, about 42 nautical miles out. Zhong Zhuoran had been a first officer for 16 years. 16 years ago he was a first officer, and he still was one now. His dream of ever making captain was dead. It wasn't a matter of ability, it was a matter of connections. There was too much politics involved, and he just didn't have the stomach for it. What do you make of this anomaly? I still think it's a cold current at sea, just an unusually violent one. Both the temperature drop and the speed of it are off the charts compared to anything on record. Zhong Zhuoran had spent 23 years at sea and weathered plenty of cold currents. But before, the temperature had dropped 5 or 6 degrees at most, sliding down gently. This time, a straight-up cliff dive of 13 or 14 degrees in 10 minutes. It made his scalp prickle. To ordinary people, the sea is scenery. To lifelong sailors like them, it's nothing but danger and awe. Humans are so small before the ocean. The ship they commanded, the Xinhua Qingfeng, was billed as the largest cruise liner in the world, 300,000 tons of displacement, the equivalent of 3 aircraft carriers. Yet on this boundless sea, thousands of meters deep, it was no more than a drop in the ocean. Pull up the latest weather report for our current area right away. See if there are any anomaly warnings, Qin Guanghua said. Then he turned to Jian, his navigation assistant, standing nearby. Get on the radio, use the public channel, and hail the nearby ships. Ask if they're seeing the same thing. Yes, Captain. Jian walked over to the console and began broadcasting. Channel CH-16, this is the cruise ship Xinhua Qingfeng, calling all ships in the area. If you copy, please respond. A burst of static crackled over the radio, and soon came the replies. Xinhua Qingfeng, this is the container ship Polong. Go ahead. Xinhua Qingfeng, this is the oil tanker Yuexin. Go ahead. Every ship within 50 nautical miles that received the signal responded, maritime courtesy. After getting the details, Jian came back to report. Every ship in the vicinity was experiencing the same sudden temperature drop. It wasn't just them. Qin Guanghua's expression grew even graver. This was something he'd never encountered, had never even heard of. A cold current at sea usually affects a fairly small area, but judging from Jian's information, everything within a 50 nautical mile radius, with them at the center, had been hit. That meant this cold front was at least 100 nautical miles across, far beyond any recorded extreme. Captain, the temperature's already dropping close to zero, Zhong Zhuoran said, his voice trembling slightly. The cold itself wasn't what scared them. It was the unknown. This bottomless, endless sea could bring a person the deepest sense of dread and being crushed by something far greater. Do we have that latest weather report yet? No sooner had he spoken than a crew member came rushing in. Captain, the latest weather report says, temperatures are plummeting all over the world. What? Qin Guanghua's face changed completely. He snatched the report and scanned it, muttering, it's actually true. The whole world is in a violent cold snap. Zhong Zhuoran swallowed instinctively. It seemed they'd gotten it wrong. This wasn't a cold current at sea at all. It was a massive temperature drop sweeping across the entire globe. So what do we do now, Captain? Should we turn back? I've got a feeling this hellish weather is going to turn into something serious. Qin Guanghua fell silent for a moment. Every eye in the bridge was on him. A few seconds passed before he managed to compose himself. Let's not panic yet. We don't know exactly what's going on, so let's wait and see how things look tomorrow. This is probably just a global cold snap caused by some abnormal weather fluctuation. It shouldn't keep getting worse. That's what he said, but he wasn't sure himself. Then he switched gears. Jian, go get the satellite phone. I need to report this to the company right away. This voyage ran from Daxia to Australia, expected to take about 2 weeks. They were 3 days in. Turning back now would mean paying passengers a fortune and breach of contract penalties. That wasn't his call to make. The satellite phone arrived quickly. Qin Guanghua stepped into a corner, dialed a company executive, and reported the situation. The executive's response was, minor issue, don't worry, it'll be fine. A little cold won't affect the voyage. The call ended. Qin Guanghua glanced at the pitch-black sea, then turned to Zhong Zhuoran. Old Zhong, we need to prepare for the temperature to keep dropping. Tell everyone to have their cold weather gear ready, stay warm at night, and not catch a chill. Understood. I'll pass it along. Zhong Zhuoran nodded, but a nagging thought wouldn't leave him. The The temperature might keep dropping, but when would it ever stop? 11 o'clock at night. The luxury suite aboard the Whale on Xinghua. I lay in bed, not feeling the slightest bit cold. The luxury suite had a smart climate control system that kept the temperature and humidity dialed in to whatever the human body found most comfortable. But not everyone got to enjoy that. 99% of the passengers were staying in standard cabins, cramped, freezing in winter and stifling in summer, with terrible insulation. Half an hour had passed since the temperature nosedived, and the notifications on my phone were still popping up like crazy. The Daxia Meteorological Administration issued an urgent alert. Over the past hour, abnormal temperature drops have occurred worldwide. The cause is unknown and under investigation. Everyone is advised to bundle up and stay warm. Experts said it might be a sign the world was entering a mini ice age. The news headlines were even more dramatic. Global temperatures plummet off a cliff. Is it a cosmic joke or a harbinger of doom? News, short videos, group chats. Every time I opened my phone, it was all about this, with every take imaginable. Officials urged people not to believe, spread, or fabricate rumors, promising they'd release the latest updates as soon as possible. Things on land felt far away, but the passengers aboard the ship had already lost their minds. The group chat was blowing up. Damn, I was sleeping like a baby and got frozen awake. What's going on? Open my phone, and it's all about global cooling. Feels like the end of the world. Ladies, somebody lend me some warm clothes. I'm freezing to death. This weather turns colder faster than a cheating ex. Good thing I packed warm clothes. Always bring outfits for 2 seasons. Learned that the hard way. What's all the fuss? Just go back to your room and crank up the AC. It's not like a grown adult can freeze to death. You guys see the news? Global cooling. This isn't the apocalypse, is it? I haven't stocked up yet. You should delete all that junk software off your phone right now. I watched these complaints and gripes, feeling completely calm inside. I almost wanted to laugh. Exactly the same as my last life. October 4th, 10:30. The first wave of cold hit. Temperatures worldwide dropped to 0 degrees. Not in one country or one region, but across the entire globe. But 0 degrees isn't all that cold. For places with real winters, it's nothing. -30, -40, that's common there. So while 0 degrees is chilly, it's still bearable. Some people who live in cold regions year-round even found it refreshing, kind of exhilarating. But this was only the beginning. Tomorrow was when the real panic would set in. The temperature would plunge straight from 0 to -40, and the whole world would enter an ice age. I knew this disaster all too well. But unlike my previous life, I wasn't the least bit panicked after being reborn. I felt totally at ease. My space was packed with supplies and food, plus hundreds of tons of diesel. Even if the cruise ship lost power, I'd be the only person aboard who still had electricity. The other luxury suites had backup diesel generators too, but they had no diesel. As for the passengers in the regular cabins, they were even worse off. If the frozen sea apocalypse they faced in the last life was hard mode, this time around it would be hell mode. Because in the previous life, there was no one who stood above everyone else. This time there was. When the apocalypse hit last time, the cruise ship still had tens of thousands of tons of food and drink. This time, I'd hauled all of it into my space. Survival was going to be far more brutal, far more agonizing. Li Fan, are you asleep? Ding Manqing's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Not yet, Qingjie. What's up? It's gotten cold. Do you have enough blankets? If not, I've got extra. I'll bring you one so you don't freeze tonight. She didn't know whether the temperature would keep dropping overnight, and she was worried I'd get cold without enough blankets. The suite's climate control kept things comfortable, but you still couldn't sleep without a blanket. That right there told you everything about Ding Manqing. She was a warm, thoughtful woman who genuinely cared. No need, Qingjie, I've got enough. As I spoke, I got out of bed and opened the door. Ding Manqing was standing in the doorway in nothing but a thin silk camisole nightgown, her full chest practically spilling out. Qingjie, want to come in and sit for a bit? She shot me a look. I'm afraid if I come in now, I won't be leaving till tomorrow morning. You little brat, are you seriously making a move on me? Haha. I just laughed and didn't answer directly, but she already had her answer from the look in my eyes. I really let the wolf into the house this time. I don't even know if letting him move in was the right call. There's a 7-year gap between us. She was definitely thinking something along those lines. A man and a woman alone, both going through a rough patch. Things could easily get out of hand. Last night she'd been tipsy, and I'd nearly taken advantage of the moment. Tonight, the look in her eyes was even more heated. Qingjie, that nightgown looks so sexy on you. I love it. I raised an eyebrow. It wasn't that I was losing my head. She was just too tempting. Not only was her figure absolutely stunning, her face had this seductive charm to it. What normal man wouldn't get worked up seeing that? Taking advantage of me again. Next time you're not allowed to say shameless stuff like that. She let out a soft huff. All right, get some rest. I won't bother you. The temperature might keep dropping these next few days, so take care of yourself. You really won't come in and sit? Nope. Get to bed early. You've got work tomorrow. Okay. You take care too. Chinjia. Don't catch a cold. She murmured in agreement and walked off, her graceful figure swaying. I closed the door and locked it. I just laid back down when I got a message from Ning Qian. Li Fan, hurry up and find a way to get me 2 thick jackets. I'm freezing to death. Move it. You've got half an hour max. Seeing that bossy, commanding message, I laughed. People say men are overconfident, but honestly, men have got nothing on women. This wasn't just overconfidence. This was full-blown delusional arrogance. Still, I responded enthusiastically, sure thing, got it. I only got it, that was all. I never said I'd bring her any clothes. Good, you know your place. But I don't want anything ugly, make them nice. And they'd better be clean. I won't wear them if they're the least bit dirty. If you ever wanted a textbook example of give them an inch and they'll take a mile, this was it. I replied again, sure, got it. She must have thought I'd agreed. Sure enough, half an hour later she messaged again. Li Fan, where the hell are you? Why aren't you here yet? Keep this up and I'll be pissed. Then I won't wear the clothes even if you bring them. First I sent a question mark, then typed, what are you talking about? You don't understand what I'm saying? Did you leave your brain at home? Or do you have dementia? I told you to bring thick clothes. Where are they? She got so mad she just sent a voice message, her tone furious. But I wasn't angry at all. I actually wanted to laugh. This was exactly the feeling I wanted. This bitch getting nothing but grief from me. Unable to do a thing about it. Raging impotently on the other side of a screen. And this was just the start. The game had barely begun. You idiot. When did I ever agree to bring you clothes? In your dreams. Forgot what you said earlier? Go scroll back and check yourself. How did I ever end up dating someone as pathetic as you? Must be some seriously bad luck. She wanted my help, but there wasn't a shred of please in her tone, just one insult after another. Which just went to show that in her eyes, I was a dog she could order around, whose feelings didn't matter. I called you stupid, and you still won't admit it. I replied, got it. Did I ever say I'd bring you clothes? Got it just means I got it. Understand, you dumb bitch. A smug, catty grin spread across my face. Ning Qian saw the message and completely lost it. You son of a bitch, you dare mess with me? You'd better think hard. Do you really want to break up with me? What else? You're filthy. Garbage is cleaner than you. Ning Qian read what I said and totally lost it, unloading on me. Fine, Li Fan, you just wait. One day when you come crawling back begging me to get back together, don't blame me for never giving you a chance. Early the next morning, the temperature was still hovering around 0, freakishly cold. Yesterday, everyone was in shirts and short skirts. Today, they'd all switched to coats and sweaters. The sea wind cut straight to the bone like a knife. I sat in the suite eating a warm breakfast while the TV played news about the temperature drops all over. On screen, supermarkets were being mobbed. The shelves were nearly cleared out. Instant noodles and crackers were getting snatched up the fastest, but nobody touched the pickled cabbage noodles. Absolute chaos. Ding Manqing came out after washing up and asked, "You're not going to work today?" "Nope. It's freezing out. So much comfier just lying around in my room." "You shouldn't go either, Ching." I gave her a little smile. It was going to be 40 below tonight. The real end was coming. Who cares about work anymore? How can I not go? The temperature dropped this much all of a sudden. There's bound to be a mountain of stuff to deal with. If I don't show up, the boss will chew me out. She had no idea the end of the world was coming. She still counted on this job to get by, almost 30 grand a month, so I couldn't really say much. Then at least eat something before you head out? No time. The boss is riding me hard. She slipped on her heels and walked out the door. The second she left, I locked the door behind her, the kind of lock that seals it from the inside. Not even Ding Manqing could get in. On TV, the anchor was still saying that officials were urging people not to panic buy, that supplies were plentiful. But it made no difference. People kept hoarding anyway. Everyone was on edge. This kind of global cold snap felt way too unnatural, and who knew what would come next? Better safe than sorry. The authorities had even arrested a few netizens for spreading doomsday rumors, but it did nothing to calm the growing dread. At 8:50, a message suddenly popped up in the security department's main group chat. It was from Deputy Manager Zhou. At everyone, be at Security Cabin 1 for a meeting in 15 minutes. On break or not, no one is allowed to be late, or you'll lose a month's pay. The chat blew up. Chow when she asked, "What's going on, Manager Zhou? Why so tense all of a sudden?" Songwen wrote, "I just got off the night shift. I'm dead tired." Zhou only replied with one line, "This is serious. We'll talk once everyone's here. Whatever happens if you don't make it is on you." I had a pretty good idea what this was about. Someone had probably discovered the supplies that vanished from the storage area. Only something this big, something involving the lives of everyone on board, would make Manager Zhou this grim. And the truly terrifying part, Tens of thousands of tons of supplies gone overnight. If it was cargo today, would it be people tomorrow? The thought alone sent chills down my spine. I messaged Chow and Chi. Chi, I'm not coming. He wrote back. Li Fan, you saw what Manager Zhou said. This isn't about whether you want to come. You have to. I quit, Chi. You quit? Just because Tanizaki-sen's been giving you a hard time? Don't do something rash. Chi, I've thought it through. Thanks for looking out for me these past 6 months. Maybe we'll get the chance to work together again someday. There was no way I was going. Who knew if this was a trap set up for me? I was confident I'd covered my tracks perfectly last night. But what if I'd left something behind? Even if the odds were 1 in 10,000, I wasn't taking the risk. Since last night, I'd made up my mind. No matter what happened out there, I would not set 1 foot outside this suite. Play it safe. Lie low. If I could stay alive, I wasn't going to get myself killed being stupid. Chow and Chi was probably fuming. Me bailing at a moment like this left him with no idea how to explain it to Manager Zhou. Li Fan was someone Chow and Chi had personally trained. Him quitting like this, wasn't that just making Chow lose face? Chow and Chi quickly sent another message. Li Fan, if you don't want to work here, I respect that. But you've got to at least see this voyage through. It's only 10 odd days. Do me this favor. Besides, if you finish out these last few days, you can still collect last month's pay. But if you just walk off like this, you can kiss that money goodbye. It was the truth. They finalized pay stubs on the 5th of every month, but didn't pay out until the 15th for the previous month. Resignations required a month's notice, and you definitely couldn't just leave mid-voyage. If Li Fan bailed like this, there was no way he'd get his wages. Li Fan just replied one line. Chi, keep the money. Then he went silent. Chow and Chi sent more messages and made calls. All of them vanished into the void. The kid left him equally furious and helpless. He could only curse under his breath. Young people these days are so headstrong. Act on a whim. Make reckless decisions the second something gets under their skin. They'll regret it sooner or later. Security Cabin 1. The small room was packed with people, the entire security department staff. 65 expected, 64 present. Only Li Fan was missing. Manager Zhou's face was dark, his voice tight with suppressed anger. Lao Chow, Li Fan's your guy, right? Call him. I don't care what he's doing. Tell him to get his ass over here right now. We're all waiting on him. He'd made it crystal clear in the group chat. No lateness, or face the consequences. Now everyone was here except Li Fan. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Somewhere in the crowd, Tanizaki's son muttered gleefully. That bastard's really got a death wish. Chow when she forced himself to speak up. Manager Zhou, Li Fan messaged me. He says he's quitting. Everyone froze, exchanging glances. Even Tanizaki's son visibly did a double take. Zhou frowned. Quitting? What? No idea what's behind it right now. Chow shook his head. Humph. He's your guy. You deal with it. Manager Zhou couldn't be bothered wasting time on it. He shifted gears. Everyone, I called this emergency meeting because there's something we need to discuss. Manager Guan will come tell you all herself in a moment. Manager Guan was coming in person? People started murmuring. Guan Kersen was the head of the security department, but she rarely showed her face. Manager Zhou handled almost everything, big and small. For her to come explain something herself, it had to be even more serious than they'd imagined. Quiet. Zhou raised his voice. Whatever you hear in a moment, keep your mouth shut. Less talking, more doing. Before long, the cabin door swung open, and Guan Kersen walked in alongside first mate Zhong Zhuoran. Both bosses at once. This was bigger than they'd thought. The crowd's curiosity was instantly piqued. Guan Kersen stepped up onto a slightly raised platform, her expression grave. Everyone, what I'm about to tell you must be kept absolutely confidential. Once you've heard it, let it rot in your gut. Don't breathe a word of it to anyone, not even your family or friends. Anyone caught leaking it will be fired on the spot. No exceptions, no mercy. The color drained slightly from everyone's faces. It was the first time they'd heard her lay down something this harsh. Uncle Zhong, do you want to explain, or should I? Guan Kersen asked Zhong Zhuoran. You go ahead. Guan Kersen nodded and turned to face the crowd. I won't beat around the bush. Something supernatural has happened on our cruise ship. This morning, around 8:30, the warehouse supervisor, Gao Weisheng, had been found dead in the storage facility, and every last bit of cargo in the entire storage area had vanished. The crowd went pale with shock. The storage cargo gone? How is that even possible? We're talking tens of thousands of tons of goods. Who could haul all that away in a single night? Even if you dumped it into the ocean, the machinery alone would take days. The storage area surveillance didn't capture anything useful. We have no idea what happened between 8 o'clock last night and 8 this morning. The entire monitoring system was tampered with in advance, Guan Kersen said gravely. The Maritime Temporary Enforcement Center has already launched an investigation. Their preliminary analysis points to an inside job. An outsider wouldn't know the storage area this well, and getting into that zone would be nearly impossible for them. Chow Wenshi asked bluntly. Manager Guan, you didn't call us in here because you suspect someone from our security department did this, did you? An insider, familiar with the storage layout, with anti-surveillance instincts, who also killed the supervisor. When you stacked up those criteria, the security department did have the most candidates. Guan Kersen shook her head. Catching the killer is the enforcement center's job. I called you here to tell you this. From here on, the security department has a heavy workload. You need to keep order on this ship at all costs. Because we're out of food. Not entirely out, but critically short. Nowhere near enough to properly feed the more than 10,000 people aboard. The captain has already reported to the company and the relevant authorities, but due to the weather, the earliest resupply won't arrive for 3 days. We have to hold out for those 3 days. After discussion, management has decided to consolidate all remaining supplies on the ship under unified control, jointly guarded by the security and storage departments, with someone on watch 24 hours a day. For the next 3 days, we'll be rationing food. This will very likely trigger strong outrage among the passengers, and your job is to maintain order and stability. This is going to dramatically increase everyone's workload, but rest assured, afterward the company will give each of you an extra 10,000 in compensation, plus 4 days of paid leave. At those words, even the ones who'd been grumbling fell silent. Overtime was fine, as long as the money was there. But none of that was the real issue. The real issue was something Guan Kersen had deliberately dodged. Who killed the storage supervisor? And how did tens of thousands of tons of cargo vanish into thin air? That was the truly terrifying part. Before 10 o'clock tonight, Manager Zhou will divide you into teams. Each team will have its own assigned duties, and you must carry them out. Order on this ship absolutely cannot break down. If it does, it'll be a full-blown disaster triggered by food shortage. The truth was, management was divided on this issue. One faction, led by the hotel manager, believed they should come clean, let everyone face the crisis together. It was only 3 days, and people could tough out a little hunger. But the other faction, led by First Officer Zhong Zhuoran, insisted the news had to be suppressed to prevent panic. Once order completely collapsed, the few dozen people in the security department wouldn't stand a chance. After all, there were more than 15,000 passengers aboard. If everyone spat at once, it'd be enough to drown them. Come clean? Why would the passengers believe them? Everyone here had paid a fortune to be on this ship. Tell them now that there wasn't even enough food to go around. Who could put out that fire? Zhong Zhuoran thought the hotel manager was hopelessly naive, with no grasp of how complicated and unpredictable human nature becomes in a crisis. You think people will calm down and pull through together? In reality, all it takes is one person stirring the pot, spreading a rumor, and the whole ship spirals out of control. After learning the supplies had vanished overnight, the entire security department went on high alert, bracing for the unrest that might break out. Manager Zhou said it point blank. If necessary, you're authorized to use forceful measures against any passenger who poses a threat. If someone gets hurt, the company will cover it. Translation: if anyone won't fall in line, take them down. Don't hesitate. The company's got your back. It was the complete opposite of the use violence sparingly they'd been told over and over. Your stun guns must stay fully charged. Everyone carries at least 2, to make sure the show of force doesn't go sideways. Zhou's words were cold and grim. Unease filled everyone's chest. It seemed this was going to be even trickier than they'd imagined. There was a suffocating sense of a storm about to break. In stark contrast were the passengers, blissfully unaware of the crisis bearing down on them, still soaking in this rare vacation. None of them could have imagined that this beautiful voyage was a one-way ticket, that this vast, boundless sea would become their grave. At noon, in one ordinary cabin aboard the ship, a woman with a bruised, swollen face was crying into her camera. You guys won't believe this. I got played by this disgusting creep. He smashed my phone during my live stream, then beat the hell out of me. Both sides of my face are still swollen. This scumbag is a total misogynist. He said women aren't meant to be pampered or coaxed. They're meant to be beaten, and the harder you beat them, the more they can't leave you. He even said modern independent women are all trash. After he was done cursing and hitting me, he got scared I'd call the cops. So right then and there he offered to pay me $1 million and told me to come find him a day later. But when I went today, he was gone. Boo-hoo. Please, everyone, help me find this scumbag. I want to make him pay for what he said and did. How could he do this to me, a defenseless woman? How dare he humiliate us, independent women? Oh right, that disgusting creep goes by Li Fan. He's with the ship's security department. Yesterday, he used his position to abuse and humiliate me for a solid half hour. I never thought something like this could happen to me. Men are terrifying. Ladies, you have to stay away from disgusting men like this. I was scrolling through short videos when I suddenly burst out laughing. Look who I ran into. The one sobbing and pouring out accusations against me on screen was none other than Lu Yao, the woman I'd slapped in the restaurant yesterday. This woman really knew her way around a live stream, fabricating things out of thin air, blowing everything out of proportion, all effortless. And her acting wasn't bad either, tears streaming down, though she wasn't purely faking it. Half of it was real, remembering how she'd been slapped in front of everyone, burning with shame and rage. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. The other half were tears she squeezed out to win sympathy. She had to make herself look as pitiful and miserable as possible to whip up her sister's outrage. She was pulling this whole act for one purpose: to pressure me through public opinion, pressure the cruise company, and force me to pay her $1 million. The viewer count in her live stream was climbing fast. When I first landed on it, there were only 2,000 people. In less than 10 minutes, it shot past 5,000. The comments blew up, all kinds of creep. The man was called a beast. He needs to be canceled. Make his whole family too ashamed to show their faces. A never-ending stream of filthy insults kept scrolling by. I lay on the couch munching on snacks, watching her put on quite the show with amused interest. She thought she could pressure me with public opinion? Too bad. The me right now doesn't buckle under pressure. What was even more entertaining were the simps. A whole crowd of people jumped out claiming they were on the cruise ship too, offering to help Lu Yao come after me and teach me a lesson. The best part? They didn't even understand what actually happened, yet they were already screaming about wanting to put me in my place. But then the sisters in the live stream weren't having it. They clapped back at these pathetic guys, which honestly cracked me up. Since these people love playing the white knight and running their mouths so much, I figured I'd teach them that talking trash online comes with a price too. I opened the comments and started privately messaging everyone who claimed to be on the cruise, who'd been insulting and attacking me, who'd offered to stand up for Lu Yao. I played it smooth. Hey man, which room are you in? Sis, what's your name? Bro, let's go find that guy together. Where are you staying? My goal was simple: get their names, room numbers, and photos. Put those 3 things together, and after the apocalypse hit, they'd become a death warrant. Meanwhile, Lu Yao was still performing. She played the sob story card again, saying the phone I smashed was one her late grandmother had bought her. She'd refused to replace it all these years because holding it made her feel like her grandmother was still by her side. The moment she finished, gifts came pouring in like rain. On the surface, she wiped away tears, but inside she was thrilled, even hypocritically saying, "Sisters, please stop sending gifts." Fake. So unbelievably fake. But some people just love being dogs for a manipulative snake. Lu Yao streamed for 3 whole hours before signing off, her hands practically cramping from all the gifts she'd received. I, on the other hand, stayed lurking the whole time, compiling a death list through private messages. 35 people, all passengers on the cruise, men and women alike. These people had never even met me. Yet based on Lu Yao's one-sided story alone, they cursed me with the most vicious words imaginable, not even sparing my deceased parents. The malice dripping from their words sent chills down my spine. When disaster fell upon the cruise ship and order collapsed, I would put every single one of them on the bounty list. They brought this on themselves. Fueled by Lu Yao's incitement, the security department's complaint hotline was flooded with calls. But right now, the security department had zero interest in dealing with any of it. The entire department was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. They knew the next 3 days were going to be brutal. A few dozen people trying to keep over 10,000 passengers under control. The pressure was unimaginable. In the face of life and death matters, the complaints against me weren't worth a damn. Still, as the complaints piled up, Manager Zhou got fed up. He asked Chao Wenqi, "What the hell is going on with that Li Fan on your team?" Chao Wenqi said he couldn't reach me, that all my personal belongings had been cleared out of the dorm, and that I really wasn't planning to come back to work. Manager Zhou made the call on the spot. Dock my pay from the previous month, have HR send out a termination notice. From this moment on, I was no longer part of the security department. The termination notice was quickly posted to all the cruise ship's workgroup chats. When Ding Manqing saw the news, she immediately called me. "Li Fan, what happened to you? Why did you get fired?" I chuckled. "Sis Qing, what if I told you I'm financially free now and don't need a job? Would you believe me?" And it wasn't even a joke. The supplies I had stockpiled in my space were enough to let me live out the rest of my life worry-free in the apocalypse. How can you be joking at a time like this? What actually happened? Let's talk about it when you get off work tonight. I glanced at the time, a little past 5 in the afternoon. In 5 more hours, the temperature would plummet to -40 degrees. Many people would spend that night trapped in cold and fear. Just then, a message came through on my phone. It was a friend request from Lu Yao. "You son of a bitch, this is Lu Yao. If you don't give me $1 million by midnight tonight, I'll make sure you never have a moment's peace for the rest of your life. Your phone number is." She deliberately recited my phone number, just to let me know she'd already dug up my personal information. I accepted the request and replied, taking my sweet time, "I watched your stream. Not bad. Are you going live again tonight? If you know what's good for you, hand over the money now." Otherwise, I'll expose your personal info on my stream, and you'll be finished." Her words were dripping with smugness. She thought that with a single rallying cry, her fan's spit alone could drown me. I replied, "There's definitely no money. I've spent it all. Why don't you just go ahead and expose me?" Then I added, "Oh, by the way, are you streaming tonight or not? How about we do a live collab tonight and chat? I bet it'd go viral." I told her she could expose whatever she wanted, whatever made her happy, but just a friendly heads up, once she did it, she'd have to face the consequences. There's no undo button in this world. She lost it. "You're just a lowly security guard. What gives you the right to threaten me? How many followers do you even have? I can make sure you lose your job." I told her there was no job left to lose. I'd already quit. She sneered. "No job? Well, you've still got a family, don't you?" I replied flatly, "My parents died in a car accident years ago. I'm not married. No siblings, no kids." "Then you've at least got relatives, right?" "We had a falling out." "Then you must have a girlfriend?" "Broke up 2 days ago." Lu Yao was completely dumbfounded. I was basically in an untargetable state. There was nothing for her to cyberbully. But she stayed stubborn. "Li Fan, don't think this means I can't do anything to you. I'll still expose you all over the internet and destroy your reputation." I let out a cold laugh. "Heh, my only worry is you won't live long enough to do it. For someone like her, surviving even half a month once the apocalypse hit would be a miracle." She hurled a few more insults. "Loser, son of a bitch," and so on. Then left me with a threat, saying she'd make me kneel and beg for mercy. Then, without another word, she went live. Thanks to the whole getting slapped in a luxury cruise ship restaurant incident, Lu Yao had blown up, gaining 100,000 followers in a single day. The whole internet was cursing me out, and men in general along with me. Nobody bothered to dig into why she got hit. As far as they were concerned, a man hitting a woman was the greatest sin of all. The moment she went live, she pulled out the same old playbook, making things up, stirring up emotions. She looked into the camera and said, "That man who hit me said he won't pay a single cent, said I deserve to be hit. That women are born to be beaten. He even said he doesn't believe anyone would dare stand up for me. Called all my fans keyboard warriors and pathetic losers. All fabricated. But who cared what was true?" The comments instantly exploded, everyone cursing me out. Occasionally, a few clear-headed people would say, "Don't just listen to one side. Let the bullets fly for a while." Instantly, the comment section drowned me in insults. Lu Yao went even further and permanently muted every last one of them. "This woman is dark and scheming inside. But on camera, she plays the pitiful victim." Squeezing out tears, she said, "You guys are so sweet. That Li Fan is despicable, but please, everyone, don't go harass him online. I'm going to file a police report tomorrow." This is the old retreat to advance trick. What she really wanted was to fan the flames of the viewer's rage. Sure enough, once the fire hit its peak, she accidentally flashed my phone number and WeChat on screen. It had to be an accident. That way she keeps up her image while dodging any responsibility. She's got some petty cleverness, sure, but this time she messed with the wrong guy. She can't afford to cross me. I pulled up the gift menu and sent her a super cruise ship, 10 grand. This gift comes with a feature. You can demand a live video call with the streamer. If she declines, she gets refunded. If she keeps the gift, she has to accept. The moment the effect played, the entire comment section cleared, leaving only the cruise ship sailing across. Lu Yao was thrilled and read it off casually. "Thanks to My Dad is Hentai for the super cruise ship." Only after reading it did she catch on. "My Dad is Hentai sounds just like My Dad is Li Fan." Her face went green. The comments kept furiously cursing me. "Animal. Garbage. Your parents are animals too." All kinds of filth. Lu Yao hesitated, but in the end she couldn't resist 10 grand. She accepted the gift and connected with me on video. Well, if it isn't the working girl. "We meet again." I greeted her with a smile. She was furious. "Li Fan, you've got some nerve. You owe money and won't pay it back, and you still dare to video call me? Open your eyes and look at what everyone's calling you in the chat." I said cheerfully, "Don't be mad. You should be thanking me." "Thanking you?" "For slapping you, of course. If I hadn't, where would you get all this attention? You had a few hundred viewers before. Now it's almost 10,000. I'm your lucky star." She had to admit there was logic to that, but there was no way she'd thank me. Coldly, she said, "Li Fan, you're the most shameless person I've ever met. Since we're on video, tell everyone, all 10,000 of them. When are you going to pay the million you promised?" The corner of my mouth curled up. "There is no million. Tell you what, I'll take the hit and send you a down jacket later, and we'll call it even." "How's that?" The comments exploded. "Is that jacket made of gold thread? One jacket for a million? Nobody wants your crappy jacket, even for free. Do you know how many jackets a million could buy?" Right now, nobody gave a single down jacket a second thought. But in less than 3 hours, they'd all understand exactly what this jacket meant. For Forget a million, 10 million, 100 million couldn't buy it. The moment I said I'd pay off the debt with a down jacket, the comment section erupted, all mockery. Lu Yao's eyes were full of venom. She took 6 slaps to the face, and all she got in return was one crappy jacket? Who says it's crappy? It's brand new, I said, turning my camera. A dozen brand new down jackets appeared on screen. The chat got even livelier. Isn't he a security guard? Why is he acting like a jacket salesman? It's not even winter. Who wants that thing? Wouldn't $1 million necklace be way better? Do rich people even wear down jackets? I sneered. I don't know if rich people wear them, but rich people can freeze to death too. Necklaces, bracelets, handbags, none of them can hold off temperatures dozens of degrees below zero. Li Fan, are you seriously not going to pay me that million? Lu Yao thought I was toying with her, but she'd soon realize this wasn't toying with her. This was me giving her a chance. I already said it. I'll take the loss. One down jacket in exchange for your million. Who wants your crappy jacket? I've got a great figure. You think I'd wear something that bulky? Her gaze was vicious. Thinking about the 6 slaps, her face still swollen, made her blood boil. Even her worthless deadbeat father had never hit her. So that's a no? Don't come crying to me later. Regret what? You think way too highly of yourself. A crappy down jacket, and you think that pays off $1 million? I wouldn't wear your junk even if I froze to death. And you, just wait to go to prison, you bastard. Great. I like people with backbone. So you called just to show off that disgusting face of yours. I'm just playing along with your performance so you don't have to do the whole one-woman show alone. I raised an eyebrow. You started this stream to pretend you accidentally leaked my info so your fans would come after me, right? No need to go to all that trouble. Let me just tell them myself. My phone number is 150xxxxx. My WeChat is. Go ahead and add me, everyone. I'm expanding my social circle. Oh, and my girlfriend's name is Ning Qian. Her number's 138xxxxx. And I've got a good buddy, Cheng Hao, VP of the Daxing Group. His number is. Of course, I couldn't leave those two out of the fun. I'd set my phone to do not disturb and blacked out messages from strangers ahead of time, but they hadn't. The next second, their phones blew up, their ancestors going back 18 generations, greeted countless times. At first they cursed back, but eventually they couldn't take it and just broke down. Still, at least the abuse wasn't for nothing. They finally figured out who had set them up. Lu Yao called me shameless. I laughed. When it comes to that, I'm not even a fraction as shameless as you. At least I didn't beg someone to slap me. Yesterday, when I slapped you, weren't you pretty happy about it? Now you get your kicks and turn on me. She was shaking all over. Yesterday, she really did enjoy getting hit. She didn't feel humiliated at all. Instead, she'd counted herself lucky to have run into a walking wallet. But without the money, it just made her look cheap. She'd meant to leak my info and let me get a taste of online harassment. But she never expected I wouldn't be scared at all and would just announce it myself. Her punch landed on a pile of cotton. You just wait. Furious, she cut off the stream, then sent me threatening messages. I didn't take it seriously. At lunchtime, a lot of passengers started to notice something was off. The restaurants were serving well over half less food than usual, with both variety and portions drastically cut. Quite a few restaurants had hung up temporarily closed signs, and the ones still open had long lines. The self-serve snack counters were completely empty, the store shelves nearly bare, and the room service page wouldn't even load. Passengers complained loudly. What kind of crappy service is this? And they call this the world's most luxurious cruise ship. I've got a bad feeling. Did something go wrong? Is this related to the temperature suddenly dropping last night? By afternoon, some restaurants were only serving simple staples, not even a decent dish to be found. Even the wealthy section wasn't spared. Those tycoons who normally dined on Michelin-level feasts suddenly found there was nothing left to order. The ingredients were temporarily out of stock. Try something else. Even the wine I always drink is gone. Get your manager out here. I want an explanation. The staff could only apologize. Their attitude was flawless, but the moment anyone brought up restoring normal service, they had just one word: no. At 7:30 that evening, a piece of news exploded through the passenger group chat, 5,000 people strong, leaving everyone stunned. It said all the supplies on the ship had vanished overnight, tens of thousands of tons, gone without a trace. Yesterday, nobody would have believed it. They'd have just figured some lunatic was trying to stir up panic. But things were different now. Starting at noon, the restaurants that had been open 24 hours began shutting down one after another. The few that stayed open only served a handful of staple dishes, rationed out, barely enough to keep anyone full. Even the free snacks that used to be available for the taking had all been cleared away. Everyone understood what was going on. There was no more food on the ship. The group chat blew up. Some people cursed the ship's management as bastards. How could they hide something this big? Others said it was obviously fake news. There was no way tens of thousands of tons of supplies could disappear in a single night. And some argued the news might not be fake at all. Otherwise, why the sudden rationing? The more people talked, the more people believed. And the more people believed, the more everyone panicked. This was the open sea. Beneath their feet was a bottomless abyss. This wasn't dry land where you could just run. If the ship really ran out of food, they'd all starve to death out here. Before long, people were shouting to go find the captain and demand an explanation. A crowd surged straight toward the navigation control zone. Qin Guanghua got the news, and his face turned green with rage. He wanted to know who the hell had leaked it. Weren't they just making things worse? But it was too late now. All he could do was find a way to calm these worked-up passengers down. If the situation spiraled out of control, it would be a catastrophe. The security department urgently pulled half its personnel to keep order, armed with telescoping batons and stun guns. But facing the dark tide of people pouring toward them, every one of them felt their scalp prickle with dread. Over 1,000 passengers gathered in the open area of the deck leading to the navigation control zone, shouting for the captain to come out and explain himself. The roar was earth-shaking. Qin Guanghua stood at the porthole, his expression grim. He'd never faced anything like this. The pressure of thousands of people standing together was unlike anything he'd ever known. Feng Xinan, the cabin services manager, spoke up coldly beside him. I told you we should have just told the passengers the truth. Now look what's happened. Did you really think we could keep it a secret? There's no food on the ship. They're not idiots. At the morning meeting, she'd insisted on going public. But Qin Guanghua had decided to consolidate and control the remaining food first, afraid that unrest would spark a mad scramble. He never imagined the secret would be out this fast. Qin Guanghua frowned. Manager Feng, now is not the time for blame. Feng Xinan pursed her lips and said nothing more. 3 minutes later, Qin Guanghua took a deep breath, stepped out of the bridge, and appeared before the crowd. The moment he showed himself, the commotion grew even louder. Plenty of people started cursing at him right to his face. Qin Guanghua scanned the dense sea of people below, listening to the accusations and abuse, his heart bitter. After half a minute of silence, he spoke. I am Qin Guanghua, captain of the Xinhua Qingfeng. Here, on behalf of the entire crew, I offer you all a sincere apology. We failed to inform you of the truth in time. That was a lapse in our judgment. We were wrong. With that, he bowed deeply. He kept his posture humble and offered no excuses. He knew that at a moment like this, any justification would only pour fuel on the fire. You want to know if it's true that tens of thousands of tons of supplies vanished? Let me tell you all, it's true. With the news confirmed, everyone's heart sank. Tens of thousands of tons, gone overnight. Is that even possible? Someone challenged. I'm sorry, but that's the reality. Qin Guanghua's voice was low. I can't understand it any more than you can. The surveillance system was tampered with in advance. It didn't capture a single useful image. We've already contacted the authorities, and the Maritime Provisional Law Enforcement Center has stepped in to investigate. Please, everyone, don't panic. I reported this to the company and the relevant departments the moment it happened and explained our predicament. The company has replied that, due to weather conditions, a resupply will arrive in about 3 days. So we need to hold out for 3 days. After that, this crisis will be over. Supplies would arrive in 3 days. That line was like a tranquilizer. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days wouldn't starve anyone. Just treat it as a diet. Besides, it wasn't like there was nothing to eat at all. It was only rationed. And everyone still had some snacks stashed in their rooms. To provide thoughtful service, the cruise line had stocked every cabin with snack packs, instant noodles, crackers, and other quick eats, all free, and replenished the next day once finished. Even though the panic had eased considerably, for some reason a shadow still hung over everyone's hearts. They couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't so simple. In the crowd, a middle-aged man with glasses and a square face spoke up. Captain Qin, be straight with us. How many more days can the food on this ship really last? What if the resupply didn't come after 3 days? Based on the remaining supplies we've counted, if we ration it out at about 250 grams per person per day, we can last 5 days. Qin Guanghua said. The actual situation should be a bit better. There's still food scattered around the self-serve counters, vending machines, and the convenience store and supermarket that we haven't factored in. 5 days, plus supplies arriving in 3. Now everyone was completely at ease. But some people had a second thought. No, I'd better hurry to the supermarket and see what food is left. Stockpiling a bit extra can't hurt. However, I was hardly the only one with that idea. Right after Qin Guanghua solemnly announced that the ship's food could last 5 more days, a third of the crowd quietly slipped away. Not back to their rooms, not to the bar to keep partying, but straight for the vending machines, the convenience store, and the supermarket. Unfortunately, they were still too slow. The truly smart ones, the moment they saw that message in the group chat, had immediately gone to sweep up every bit of food and drink they could buy nearby, rather than rushing off to demand explanations. Someone confronted Qin Guanghua. We came here to have a good time, And now it's turned into this, stressed out and starving. You people have to take responsibility. Qin Guanghua responded at once. The company has already drawn up a preliminary plan. Full refunds on all tickets, plus additional compensation of 50% of the ticket price. The plan was genuinely earnest. It was like getting a free cruise and still walking away with half the ticket price on top. But human greed knows no bounds. A moment ago, everyone was worried about starving to death. Now that the crisis had passed, they immediately started calculating how to maximize their own gain. Some complained the compensation was too little and demanded double the payout for emotional distress, without batting an eye. Qin Guanghua knew that stirring up conflict during such critical times was unwise. He promised there would be more compensation to come, asked everyone to cooperate and show a little patience, and even gave a solemn bow. At 9:15, the crowd dispersed, and word spread completely. It looked like a lot of people had come demanding answers, but there were actually fewer than 3,000, not even a fifth of the passengers. Many still had no idea what was going on. Some were asleep, some hadn't checked their phones, still partying without a care in the world. Even though I hadn't left my room, I knew exactly what was happening. Liu Yao had gone to live stream the whole thing, and I'd watched it all. Qin Guanghua handled it fairly well. Facing thousands of angry people, he still managed to patiently calm them down, defusing a riot before it could break out. But what he didn't know was that the real crisis would hit an hour later. That heart he'd just set at ease would soon be dangling 10,000 meters in the air and then come crashing down. By my estimate, the remaining food on the ship would last 5 to 7 days at most. But human nature is selfish. The moment people realized the food wasn't enough, one thing would happen: a mad scramble to hoard. In my previous life, the cruise ship had held together for 3 days before chaos erupted. This time, I doubted it would even last one. The disappearance of 10,000 tons of supplies had already terrified too many people, planting a seed of unease in everyone's hearts. In the previous life, that seed didn't exist. Nobody worried about whether there was enough food. All their attention was on the plummeting temperature. But now it was different. Everyone knew the food was nearly gone, and once doomsday hit, the first instinct would be to grab. When reason fails, only fists remain. Messages kept flooding the group chat. Someone complained, "Are you people insane? Everything edible is bought out." I hit 3 vending machines and couldn't even find a cup of instant noodles. Someone replied, "I can't relax without stocking up. Food in hand, no fear in heart." Someone said snidely, "My neighbor hoards food, I hoard guns. Then my neighbor becomes my pantry." There's never a shortage of opportunists. Some people use burner accounts to stir up panic while simultaneously reselling what they'd just grabbed at outrageous prices. $50 for a cup of instant noodles, 50 for a box of crackers, 20 for a can of cola. And this was just the beginning. In an hour, prices multiplying tenfold or 100-fold wouldn't be surprising at all. The group chat was full of cursing, and the hostility was quietly growing thicker. That hostility amplified people's malice, driving them to do irrational things, which set the stage for the collapse of order to come. Ning Qian and Cheng Hao were also staying in a luxury top-floor suite, less than 50 meters from mine. But I didn't know about this coincidence, and neither did they. In their eyes, how could I possibly afford to stay somewhere like this? From afternoon into evening, both their phones had been powered off. Liu Yao's livestream had leaked their numbers, and the barrage of calls and texts never stopped, so they'd shut off their phones just to get some peace. But because their phones were off, they missed the important messages in the group chat. When they got hungry and went to the restaurant, they found them all closed. Luxury suites weren't like regular rooms. There were no free snacks. What rich person eats that stuff? Too low class. Cheng Hao went to the front desk to ask for food, only to be told the ship had entered a 3-day special control period. 2 meals a day, rationed by the number of people per room, and nothing extra. No exceptions, even for the wealthy. Ning Qian saw people in the group chat hawking instant noodles and crackers, and grumbled. $50 for a cup of instant noodles. That's 5 times the price, and they've got the nerve to ask for it. Whatever, buy 2 cups, I'm starving. Hold on. Cheng Hao stopped her. What is it, Daddy? That captain said 10,000 tons of supplies vanished overnight, and he still can't explain how. If it's not someone playing tricks, then it's beyond the realm of science. And if it's real, we're in serious danger right now. Cheng Hao looked thoughtful. They said resupply would arrive in 3 days, but from what I know about the company's efficiency, it'll probably take 5 days, maybe longer. Cheng Hao, after all, was an executive at the Daxing Group. His mind really did work faster than most people's. He could see dangers others couldn't. Daddy, but that captain said the remaining food would only last 5 days. If the resupply he mentioned doesn't come, what do we eat? Ning Qian's face changed in an instant. If Cheng Hao hadn't brought it up, she genuinely wouldn't have thought about it. Supplies arriving in 3 days, the ship's food lasting 5. There was a comfortable buffer, So who would worry about what happens after 5 days? Honestly, most people's heads were as dense as blocks of wood. So we have to plan for the worst, Chung Hao said gravely. Right now those sellers are only charging 5 or 10 times the price, but it'll keep climbing. If the resupply hasn't arrived in 3 days, 1 cup of instant noodles won't cost 50. You won't be able to get it for 5,000 or 50,000. Daddy, don't scare me. If the resupply never comes, won't we starve to death? Ning Qian's face went pale. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Hopefully I'm overthinking it. But we need to stock up on food first, Chung Hao said. Go ask those sellers, whatever they've got, we'll buy it all. All of it. It's so expensive. Are we going to be the suckers here? Long hair, short brains, just like a woman. Chung Hao frowned and shot her a glance. Do we lack that kind of money? You should count yourself lucky that money can still buy things right now. Once money can't buy anything, you could be holding a fortune and no one would give you a second look. He wasn't wrong. Money still had value now, so don't be stingy. Hoard supplies just in case. If the resupply arrived in 3 days, then all you'd lose is a little money for peace of mind. If it didn't, then you'd be glad you were willing to play the sucker. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go message them privately right now. Ning Qian finally caught on. 20 minutes later, a shrewd, crafty man delivered 2 big bags of goods to the door of her luxury suite. Cash for goods, on the spot, over 3,000 yuan. Not long after that smiling man left, a sharp-tongued woman showed up, hauling a burlap sack straight to the door. Ning Qian paid her over 5,000. Normally this stuff wouldn't have cost even 1,000. Now the price had jumped nearly tenfold. Hurts to spend it? Chung Hao asked. Ning Qian shook her head. Not at all. Check your phone. I just transferred you 50,000. Ning Qian instantly broke into a beaming smile. Daddy, you're just too good to me. Meanwhile, in the cruise ship's bridge control room. Captain, latest weather update. Experts predict the temperature may continue to drop over the coming week, and prepare for the cold. First mate Zhong Zhuoran handed the report to Qin Guanghua, his expression grave. Is it going to keep dropping? Deep anxiety filled Qin Guanghua's eyes. The news couldn't have been worse for them. If the temperature kept falling, would the supply shipment still arrive in 3 days? Their current inventory would last 5 days at most, unless they cut down to 1 meal a day, which could stretch it to 7 or 10. But 1 meal a day would set off the passengers for sure, and there was no telling what chaos might break out. Captain, there's something I don't know if I should say. Zhong Zhuoran paused. I've got a bad feeling. Ever since the temperature crashed yesterday, something's felt off. I've spent enough years at sea to trust my gut. This isn't just strange, it's downright sinister. As he uttered the word sinister, the air around them seemed to grow a few degrees colder. Temperatures plunging worldwide, and the authorities still haven't given a reason. 10,000 tons of supplies vanishing overnight, and the storage manager dead. I've got a strong feeling this is only the beginning, that what comes next will be beyond anything we can imagine. Qin Guanghua narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you trying to say? We need to plan for the worst. Now's the time to be a little selfish. Zhong Zhuoran's face turned solemn. If the supplies don't come in 3 days, or even 5, this ship will descend into chaos. The few dozen guys in security can't hold it back. Hell, they might be the first to lose it. My suggestion is that we set aside a stash of supplies now, as a fallback, so we don't starve. It doesn't need to be much. Enough to keep 8 or 10 people going for a month. Compared to what the 10,000 plus people on this ship burned through in a single day, it's a drop in the bucket. But when the moment comes, it could save our lives. Qin Guanghua's pupils contracted. The worst-case scenario Zhong Zhuoran described was this. How this handful of people, would survive if the supplies didn't come in time. Hide some food now, and when everything on board ran out, at least they wouldn't starve to death. As for what happened to the 10,000 plus passengers by then, they'd just have to fend for themselves. He and his men could only look out for their own. They couldn't save everyone. Old Zhong, I'm the captain. I'm responsible for their lives. Qin Guanghua drew a deep breath. He didn't even dare imagine that scenario. An entire ship of people starving to death. Nothing like it had happened in 100 years. Captain, I admire your professionalism, but professionalism and morals won't feed anyone. Only supplies fill an empty stomach. Zhong Zhuoran's voice was low. I don't want to die. If I have a choice, I'm going to survive, even if everyone else is dead. Old Zhong, you feel like a stranger to me. Qin Guanghua had been his partner for over 7 years and always thought he knew the man. But the Zhong Zhuoran standing before him now seemed like a completely different person. Captain, I just don't want to die. Zhong Zhuoran's tone was unusually firm. His gut told him the supplies probably wouldn't come in 3 days. When that happened, the ship would descend into total chaos, and people would do anything for a scrap of food. If some people were going to die anyway, why waste food on them? Better to save it for those more deserving of survival. Qin Guanghua stayed silent for a long time, his expression shifting again and again, his eyes flickering. Inside, He was wrestling with his own humanity. Go arrange it, he finally said, exhaling. In the end, he yielded to human selfishness. Zhang Zhuoran didn't want to die, and neither did he. His parents, his wife, and his children were all at home waiting for him to return. He'd married his wife just 2 years ago, young and beautiful. His parents were elderly and in poor health. They could never bear the news of his death. A parent burying their own child. He didn't even dare picture it. Good. Let's hope the worst doesn't happen. Zhang Zhuoran turned and left to find a few people he trusted, reliable, tight-lipped, to carry this out. Word could not get out, not to their own people and not to the passengers. Because of certain things I'd done earlier, a lot of the situation played out differently than it had in my past life. And it wasn't just Qin Guanghua and his crew secretly hoarding supplies. Every department on the cruise ship was quietly squirreling things away, some not even reporting it up the chain, all thinking that if the supplies didn't come in 3 days, at least they wouldn't be caught off guard. When that moment came, it would be either cross the line into violence to seize food or starve to death. There was no third option. Of course, the 10,000 plus passengers weren't stupid either. Plenty of them, like Cheng Hao, felt the crushing sense of crisis and chose to buy food at inflated prices. A cup of instant noodles that cost 50 yuan an hour ago had shot up to 500 an hour later. Some people, driven mad by greed, sold off every bit of food they had, raking in thousands, even tens of thousands overnight. They were laughing now. After all, they'd made money, but soon they'd regret it to the bone, sobbing and slapping their own faces. My phone suddenly buzzed with a message. I looked, unbelievable. It was from my psycho ex-girlfriend, Song Nani. Li Fan, do you have any food over there? My boyfriend Orville is hungry. I laughed and typed back. What does he want to eat? Do you have steak? Orville prefers steak, medium rare ideally, and some pasta with black truffle cream sauce. Wow. So now I'm her personal chef, and she's placing orders. I fired back. Go make a wish at a temple. Don't come to me. I even added an eye roll emoji for good measure. Song Nani immediately sent a long reply. What's that supposed to mean? You know full well Orville is a foreigner, of noble blood, with higher standards for food than the rest of us. I nearly burst out laughing. Setting aside the fact that nobody around here cares about bloodlines, even if they did, come on. Orville, noble blood? How do those two things even go together? I shot right back. Song Nani. Oh Song Nani, you're truly pathetic. He's a defective breed that isn't even fully evolved, and he's eating steak and pasta? Does he even understand what he's tasting? Song Nani started lecturing me. That's way over the line. What gives you the right to discriminate against Orville? Your mindset is toxic, uncivilized. You're living in some narrow-minded worldview. In her mind, Orville was a foreigner, therefore superior to us. Wasn't that just the obvious, accepted truth? I replied with 2 words, dumbass. Song Nani, don't curse at me. Li Fan, can't you learn to respect women? Get lost. Then she pivoted, acting like nothing had happened, and went right back to placing her order. Fine, I won't hold it against you. If you don't have steak, then at least pizza and burgers, right? Orville can make do with that, but you have to give him a carton of pure milk. Real pure milk, not some cheap dairy junk, or he'll get an upset stomach. This woman was seriously out of her mind. I actually do have burgers and pizza. I had several thousand pizzas and burgers stashed in my storage space. At one a day, that'd last me 3 or 4 years. Song Nani, then send them all over here. Orville eats a lot, and I'm getting hungry too. People really do laugh when they're utterly speechless. I had no idea where she got her confidence. Not only did she want all of it, but I had to deliver it to her too? I replied, 1 burger costs 10 grand. How many do you want to buy? Song Nani sent back a question mark. You're charging me? No duh. You think you get a free ride? Li Fan, has your greed for money driven you insane? It's just some junk food nobody even wants. Just give it to us, that's all. You call yourself a man, being this stingy and cheap? Aren't you ashamed to embarrass yourself like this? I fired right back. Go eat crap. That stuff's free. You feed it to him. He feeds it to you. The 2 of you can just recycle it back and forth. I felt like I had the worst luck. Every woman I got involved with was a total freak. One waves the flag of female independence and spouts insane nonsense every day. The other is somebody's contract pet who treats me as part of her kink play. And I didn't even do anything wrong. Song Nani messaged again. Cut the disgusting talk and hurry up and bring the food over. Orville says he's starving. Fine, then tell him to keep waiting. You getting over here fast is better than anything. I didn't reply. 3 minutes passed, then 5, and I still hadn't moved. Song Nani must have been getting anxious. Back when we were together, I'd basically reply to her messages instantly, never more than a minute late. Now that I'd grown a spine, I actually dared to leave her on read. On her end, Orville opened his big mouth and asked Song Nani, how much longer until that yellow-skinned kid brings the food? Soon, baby, Just wait a little longer. I'll go hurry him up again. Song Nani kept messaging me. Nothing. Radio silence. She completely lost it and started furiously typing out an essay, saying I had psychological problems, that I was prejudiced against Orville, that I was a chauvinist who looked down on women. She brought up how we broke up in the first place because we just couldn't connect, and said that if I kept acting like this, no woman would ever want to be with me. She said a woman must be cherished, spoiled like a daughter, but also given enough freedom, never bound in the name of love. She could embrace progressive ideas, could cry out for female awakening, could hit up clubs and bars anytime she wanted, could stay out all night getting drunk, could have handsome male besties. I was supposed to respect my girlfriend in every little detail of life. She wasn't anyone's property. She was a woman with an independent identity. And I was absolutely never allowed to argue logic with my girlfriend just to satisfy some laughable sense of possessiveness and control. You better remember this, Lee Fan. Don't be some emotionally clueless straight guy who wins the argument but loses the girlfriend. Isn't that ridiculous? A woman's with you to be in a relationship, not to listen to you lecture her. 10 minutes later, Orville flew into a rage, glaring at Song Nani. Why isn't the food here yet? Didn't you fucking say he'd come running the second you said the word? Don't be angry, baby. He's definitely on his way. He'll be here any minute. When he shows up, I'll chew him out for sure. Song Nani quickly plastered on a smile, all timid and careful. This woman who back home preached day and night about how women must be cherished, respected, and protected. One look at a black guy, and she turned into the perfect little housewife. No more awakening, no more independence, no more complaining. Sure enough, Western medicine works faster. Honestly, I noticed it that day. The way Orville looked at Song Nani was no different from how you'd look at a dog. And Song Nani actually reveled in that feeling, as if it were only natural, as if scoring a black guy with noble blood was some honor for her, and she was supposed to grovel. If he's not here with the food in 3 minutes, you know what happens, Orville said coldly. A flash of terror crossed Song Nani's eyes. She knew exactly what that consequence was. She'd been through it once already and never, ever wanted a second time. So she frantically grabbed her phone and blasted me with messages. Lee Fan, you son of a bitch. Why won't you answer me? Are you dead? If you don't get here soon, Orville is really going to be furious. Lee Fan, if you don't reply, I'm going to block you and you'll lose me forever. Lee Fan, for old time's sake, just bring the stuff over, okay? I promise I won't yell at you, all right? Lee Fan, I'm begging you. If you don't come, I'm done for. Orville is really angry now, and he's terrifying when he gets angry. She sent me dozens of messages, not one of which I answered. I didn't pick up her calls either. Right now, she was like a frost-bitten eggplant, completely wilted, grinding her teeth with hatred. Lee Fan, you animal, you're screwing me over like this. I won't let you get away with it. Damn woman, it's been forever and the food still isn't here. Is he not coming? Orville demanded viciously. I don't know what happened either, baby. I sent him tons of messages and he won't reply to any of them. Song Nani cowered like a frightened rabbit. Give me the phone. Orville snatched the phone from her hand and scrolled through our chat history. When he finished reading, he slapped Song Nani right across the face. You damn idiot. What man is going to bring you food after you curse him out like that? Can't you talk nice to him? Is that any way to ask someone for a favor? Song Nani pouted. I always treated him like this before. That's just how Chinese men are. You can't be nice to them, or they'll walk all over you. Bullshit. You think all men are like you? Today I'm going to teach you a real lesson. As he spoke, Orville undid his belt. At 10 o'clock that night, half an hour before the next sudden temperature drop, Ning Qian suddenly called me on voice chat. What's up, Ning Qian? Using me as your accelerator again? I asked with a grin. Lee Fan, is your head filled with nothing but filthy thoughts? Ning Qian let out a cold snort. I'm calling you about something serious. You? Something serious? Isn't it always some? Here's the English translation with natural American phrasing. That little half-body issue. Lee Fan, get serious and listen to me. You've definitely heard about how the tons of supplies on the ship vanished overnight, right? Yeah, and the corner of my mouth curled up. I wanted to see what she was scheming. The captain says the resupply will arrive in 3 days, but I'm afraid it won't. I've got to stay one step ahead and keep a backup plan so I don't end up starving to death on this ship. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, so what's your idea? Aren't you the squad leader in the security department? Can you use your position to score some food? So that's what her little scheme was about. But this clearly wasn't Song Qian's idea. That woman's got a wicked heart, sure, but her brain isn't that sharp. If I had to guess, it was Chung Hao trying to use my position to get supplies. No need for that. I've already stockpiled some food. Not to brag, but it's enough to last 3 to 5 months. I said it on purpose. I wanted to flaunt my wealth in front of Ning Qian. The better I lived through the apocalypse, the more she'd suffer, rage, and regret. That feeling of seeing something you can't have, that's the greatest torment of all. 3 to 5 months. Ning Qian was instantly stunned, her eyes lighting up. What all did you stockpile? The corner of my mouth lifted. I knew Ning Qian would ask that. Want me to show you over video? I had to make her see it with her own eyes for maximum impact. It's like saying you're rich. How do you make someone really feel it? Simple. You show it off, stacks of cash piled into walls, a garage full of luxury cars. Yes, yes. Ning Qian immediately video called me, dying to see my stockpile. I answered and started showing off my stash. Of course, I only showed what could be shown. The sensitive stuff stayed hidden. I was doing this purely for kicks. When the apocalypse hits and neither Ning Qian nor Cheng Hao has anything to eat, and she knows I've got the good stuff, what happens then? Just thinking about it got me excited. Self-heating hot pot, instant dried fruit, braised deli meats, instant noodles and spam, and all those canned goods. Ning Qian swallowed hard. There's plenty of burgers and pizza too, but they're cold, gotta heat them in the microwave, which is a pain. I casually humble bragged. Li Fan, did you clear out an entire convenience store? I'm so jealous. I always knew you were the best. You're exactly the kind of man I love. I wasn't moved. All right, you've seen it. I'm done chatting. Wait. Something else. I asked, playing dumb. Li Fan, I'm really short on food right now. Can you share half with me? She flashed a seductive smile, her tone soft and light, completely different from the woman I'd run into outside the observation restaurant that day. This woman knew how to read the room. When she needed something, she'd be sweet as could be. That part was totally different from Song Nani. Song Nani treated people based on their status and always had this inexplicable sense of superiority over me, like I was some servant to be ordered around. But in front of Orville, she was subservient to the core, practically eager to lick his toes and honored to do so. No, who do you think you are? Why would I share with you? I raised an eyebrow. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm your girlfriend. What's yours is mine. She glanced coyly, her expression gentle and pleasant, like she was describing something wonderful. The way she looked right now was probably a lot of guys' dream girl. Pure, sweet, innocent. But in reality, this woman was fake as they come. If she jumped into a river, people downstream would be drinking sweetened tea. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Ning Qian, are you playing dumb with me? Last time you asked me to get you clothes, I made it clear, we broke up. And you said it yourself, you never liked me from the start. It was all your master's assignment. I sneered. Oh, come on, babe, that was said in anger. How could you take it seriously? Our bond runs so deep. Her whiny, coy voice gave me goosebumps. Whether she was a gentle kitten or a vicious tiger depended entirely on the other person's value. Valuable, she'd fawn. Worthless, she'd stomp. No matter how deep our bond runs, it's not as deep as your master goes in. You're living with your master now, aren't you? Nice place, from what I hear. No, babe, I live alone. The one I love has always been you. That sugar daddy is just a sugar daddy. You've got it all wrong. She hadn't denied being Cheng Hao's contract beast before. In fact, she'd been proud of it. And now she's calling it a misunderstanding? So I'm the one you've loved all along. A playful smile crept across my face. Too bad I never liked you. I mainly just wanted to see how what a rich guy's contract beast could get. Actually, I've got a question. What question? She asked reflexively. You said I was the biggest and longest you'd ever seen, the most satisfying, and that your master, by your own description, was like an enoki mushroom. So when you two do it, are you actually enjoying it, or just faking it for him? Whether Cheng Hao believed this or not, it had planted a seed of doubt in his mind. He'd definitely start wondering, was Ning Qian really enjoying it, or faking? And if she was faking, then she was surely laughing at his inadequacy on the inside. Bullshit. When did I ever say that? Don't you dare slander me. Ning Qian reacted like a cat whose tail got stepped on, instantly triggered, her eyes turning ice cold. What are you so worked up about? Your master's not even here. Shut up. Her face turned livid, and she hung up the video call. The corner of my mouth curved into a cold smile. Ning Qian, your nightmare is about to begin. At 10:20 p.m., 10 minutes remained before the second temperature plunge. Liu Yao had started another live stream, hoping to cash in on the hype. That afternoon stream had netted her over 100 grand. Money came in way too fast. The moment she went live, I was the first to enter her stream and request a video mic connection. She turned it down without hesitation. She'd nearly been driven up the wall by me that afternoon, so this time she wouldn't accept even if I gifted her a super yacht. Her fangirls weren't broke either. Just ask them for a little more and it'd add up to a yacht, and she wouldn't have to put up with my crap. The comments started rolling in. Streamer, I heard the tons of supplies on your yacht mysteriously vanished. Sounds like total nonsense. Even Ultraman would trip the red alert trying to haul tons of supplies. The temperature's been weird lately. You should stock up on food. Just a few minutes into the stream, over 1,000 viewers had joined, a speed rivaling top-tier streamers. Seeing her reject my super yacht, I chuckled. This woman's really full of herself now. won't even take a yacht anymore. If she heard that, she'd definitely roll her eyes, getting a whole yacht only to be pissed off by me. My breast ducts are clogged, and after the platform takes half plus taxes, it's not even enough to cover a doctor's visit. She feels guilty holding on to my money, so I might as well not take it at all. One's not enough? What about two? Three. I sent 3 super yachts in a row without blinking. This money will soon not even buy a single cracker. Lu Yao's eyes went wide, but her mouth kept cursing. This son of a bitch has money to blow on yachts, but no money to pay me that million. 10 grand she could grit her teeth and refuse. 30 grand she couldn't. Who's going to turn down money? In her mind, every woman has a price. If the deal falls through, it just means the price wasn't high enough. Not a whore, huh? Your appetite is visibly growing. This afternoon one yacht got me a video call. Tonight it takes 3. I connected the video, smiling. The moment the sisters saw I was back, they immediately switched to attack mode. This creep ruins the mood the second he opens his mouth. Total sleazeball. Does this loser have a crush on the streamer or something? Splurging on 3 yachts? My advice, if you can get a foreign boyfriend, get one. Bigger, better, and doesn't kill the vibe. I watched the bullet comments, completely unmoved inside. Lu Yao didn't say anything either, just stared coldly at the camera, thinking, you animal, if you like getting cursed at, then go ahead. The forced video call only lasts half an hour anyway. The second time's up, I'll kick you out, mute you, and block you, the whole 9 yards. Have any of you ever considered that the streamer and I are running a script? I said with a smile. Forget it, I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm just an actor Lu Yao hired. We agreed on 300 per performance, but she only gave me 250, said she docked 50 for bad acting. Sisters, be the judge. Is this streamer even human? She swindles you out of over 100 grand per stream and won't even give me 300. I have to expose her and let everyone know everything she says is fake. Lu Yao panicked. Li Fan, quit talking nonsense. When did I ever hire you as an actor? What proof do you have? What proof do I need? I beat your face into a pig's head, and to this day you still haven't called the police. You just keep saying you will. Isn't that because you're afraid of getting exposed? You don't dare report it at all. And those yachts I sent, didn't you fund them yourself so I could put on a show? Happy with the performance. She knew letting me connect on video was a bad idea. Sisters, don't believe him. He's just muddying the waters. I swear we are absolutely not staging this. If we were, I'd take full legal responsibility. It took her a huge effort to suppress the doubts, and she directly blocked and kicked out any viewers who joined me in stirring things up. This is exactly how it goes. Spreading a rumor takes one sentence, but debunking it runs you ragged. I casually smeared a little dirt on Lu Yao, and she had to spend forever explaining herself. If this weren't her own live stream, where the fans already sympathized with her from the start, there's no way she could explain it away. Simply put, as long as you make it sound believable, someone will believe it, and believe it wholeheartedly. Just then a comment floated across. Streamer, can I do a video call with you? I'm on this cruise ship too, and I want to use your stream to buy some food. I'm starving to death. The persona Lu Yao built for herself was that of a strong, kind, independent woman with principles, so of course she wouldn't refuse. The moment the video call opened, a woman with a classic entitled face appeared. A fat, round pancake face, big glasses frames, eyes full of petty cleverness and arrogance. One look and you knew she was the sour, mean type. Perfect fit among Lu Yao's fanbase. This kind of face was the most common. Thank you, streamer. It really is women who are willing to help women. The woman opened with that line. Streamer, could you please ask around? Is there any sister on the ship with food she could spare me? I can go pick it up myself. No need to deliver it. I almost laughed out loud. Just listened to her scheming. Asking someone to give her food and offering to go get it herself to seem so sincere. But not a word about money. Isn't this just trying to freeload? Lu Yao nodded. Sure, I'll ask around. Then she called out to the camera. There are over 10,000 people in my stream. Do me a favor. Is anyone on the ship? Help out this sister and give her some food. The corner of my mouth curled up. Do you a favor? You really think that highly of yourself? Is other people's money just falling from the sky? You think one flippant sentence lets you reach into someone else's pocket? Lu Yao called out 3 times. Sisters need to help each other. Don't let this creep look down on us. And not a single person responded. She didn't even stop to consider the situation. The cruise ship's supplies had mysteriously vanished. Nobody had enough to eat, and the fastest resupply was 3 days out. Who would give food away for free? Or, you love your sisters so much, surely you can't bear to watch her starve. Why not give her some of your own stuff? I said, gloating. Lu Yao's expression instantly darkened, and she glared at me viciously. She did have plenty of food. After discovering the hotel restocked the snack minibar in the room every day, she got a sneaky idea and started stuffing her face daily, packing away whatever she couldn't finish. Over 3 days, she'd hoarded enough to last 4 or 5 days. But she wasn't willing to share a single bite. Give her stuff to a stranger? Why should she? I just noticed there's plenty of snacks on the table behind you and figured you'd be willing to share with your sisters. If you don't want to, fine, no need to get worked up, I said sarcastically. Just then another comment floated by. I'm on the ship, and I've got plenty of food. I can offer up some of it to help those in need, but definitely not for free. Liu Yao brought this person onto the call, voice only, no face. It was a man. She frowned. She was already a bit of a man-hater, and after 2 days of my antics, she was even more disgusted. Sister, why not spend a little money? Nobody's willing to give it away for free right now, Liu Yao said without a hint of shame, shouting girl help girl, while refusing to give up a single thing herself. The entitled-faced woman asked the man, Sir, I'd like 2 cups of instant noodles. You won't charge a lot, will you? For the streamer's sake, I'll cut you a deal. I charge others 5,000. For you, for 1,999. Let's be friends. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Liu Yao's face went green. Her sake was only worth 10 bucks? 4,999? You want 4,999 for 2 cups of instant noodles. The woman's voice turned shrill. Not 2 cups. That's 4,999 per cup. I'm already giving you a bargain. Some people sell them for 6,000. Get lost. People who jack up prices like that deserve to be shot. I couldn't resist chiming in. Heh, when you were jacking up your own price. Why don't you say it then? The live stream went silent for a few seconds. Then the comments exploded. Li Fan, don't forget your mom's a woman too, someone shouted. Sorry, my mom isn't the kind of woman you people are. Don't flatter yourselves. The woman with the sour, judgmental face suddenly flew into a rage. You pathetic loser. Can you just shut up? Listening to you makes me want to puke. Why don't you go die? Her expression was twisted, her eyes cold and vicious. Just moments ago I'd asked Liu Yao to give her some food, and here she was, spinning around to curse me out. You're on the cruise ship, right? I asked calmly. Yeah, I'm right here on the ship. So what? Come hit me if you've got the guts, you loser. Trash like you only knows how to bully women. Which floor, which room? Deck 8, Section C, Room 8231. I'll be waiting right here. If you don't show, you're a son of a bitch. I ignored her and spoke directly to the live stream. Everyone on the ship, listen up. Whoever goes right now and slaps this pig-faced woman 10 times across the face gets a box of self-heating hot pot. Nobody moved. 2 boxes. I upped the offer. 3 boxes. The comments started shifting. I'm on the ship. Kind of tempted. If I could eat a self-heating hot pot every day for the next 3 days, that'd be pure luxury. Self-heating hot pot's great, but assault is a crime. 10 slaps, and that woman's face would look like a pig's head. 5 boxes. If no one takes it, forget it. I kept raising it, but that was my limit. I'll take the job, bro, but you sure you've got that many self-heating hot pots? It was the guy who'd been on the video call. I didn't waste words. The camera swept over the table, showing 8 or 9 boxes of self-heating hot pot, along with toast, all kinds of cured meats and snacks, a whole table covered in them. Liu Yao was stunned. She spotted her favorite boneless chicken feet and braised drumsticks. Compared to the snacks she'd secretly stockpiled, hers looked pitiful. See that? I've got plenty to spare. Slap her 10 times for me, and I'll tell you the room number so you can come collect. Deal. A man's word is his bond. I'm on my way. You bastards. You two are absolute scum. Come near me, and I'm calling the cops. The sour-faced woman panicked. Call the cops. I'm not scared. 4 or 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot. I'll risk it. The guy had seen his chance to strike it rich. The longer time went on, the more valuable food would become. Once everyone was starving, a single box could sell for 100 grand, and people would still fight over it. 5 boxes could go for hundreds of thousands. Remember to keep your camera on while you hit her. I reminded him with a smile. Someone in the comments found it hard to believe. Come on, is it really worth it? Beating someone up over a few boxes of self-heating hot pot? Are you insane? That was the difference in perspective. That guy already understood what this stuff would be worth in the coming days. But most people were still stuck in the present, figuring it all added up to less than 200 bucks, thinking you'd have to be crazy to hit someone over it. They couldn't imagine that in the apocalypse, people would risk their lives for a single box of self-heating hot pot. You bastards. You're actually doing this. The sour-faced woman completely lost her cool. I just cursed at him a couple times. Why is he so vindictive? Does a grown man really have no bigger picture than this? You think I'm bluffing? My tone was even, but my eyes were ice cold. This woman had officially made it onto my bounty list. Running your mouth comes with a price. Honestly, ever since I realized I could control the life and death of everyone on this ship, my temper had been changing. A blade in hand breeds the will to kill. Since I could decide the fates of these demons and monsters, I wasn't going to show any mercy. Cross me, and I'll ruin you. I was just joking with you. Can't you take a joke? The sour-faced woman put on a wounded expression again. Your jokes are nowhere near as funny as your face. He's already on his way to you. 10 slaps. Just grit your teeth and take it. You won't die. Collect a little interest first. Once the apocalypse truly arrived and order collapsed, I'd renew the bounty on her. And by then, it wouldn't be slaps, it'd be her life. Take your interest and shove it, you stupid piece of shit. You're sending him to slap me? I'll lock the door. What are you gonna do then? Choke on your own rage, loser. The moment she realized the door was bolted and no one could get in, she started gloating again. You'd better stay hidden in your little turtle shell forever. The second you come out, you're dead. My gaze was like a knife. Who do you think you're scaring? You're just a lowly security guard, bottom of the barrel trash. All you can do is egg people on to hit me online. Do you even have the guts to come yourself? Coward. Heh. I watched her frantically dig her own grave in front of the camera and said nothing, just a cold smile. No rush. The best was yet to come. Liu Yao jumped in again to smooth things over. That's enough, Li Fan. She was just joking. Don't be so petty. Why's a grown man so small-minded? I shot her a glance and didn't bother responding. Seeing me ignore her, her eyes darted around, and she squeezed out a smile. Li Fan, could you give me 2 boxes of that self-heating hot pot? Consider it the interest on that 1 million. That cracked me up, so Liu Yao had her eye on my self-heating hot pot. No wonder she'd suddenly grown a shred of humanity. 2 boxes as interest. Are you out of your mind, you little tramp? 1 million wouldn't even buy you one of my boxes, and you're telling me you want 2 as interest? The nerve on you. I was talking about the market a few minutes from now. 1 box of self-heating hot pot, 1 million couldn't touch it. 10 million couldn't either, because money was about to become completely worthless. Li Fan, aren't you afraid you'll bite your own tongue with all that boasting? Is your crappy self-heating hot pot made of gold? Does eating it make you immortal? For 1 million, I could buy a truckload and bury you in it. Liu Yao sneered. The women in the live stream piled on with mockery too. This loser's lost it. Can't say a single human thing. Treating a few boxes of crappy hot pot like treasure. Hilarious. Never date a poor man. Guarding stuff even a dog wouldn't eat. Never seen anything of the world. The comments were nothing but insults aimed at me. Facing a screen full of ridicule, I said nothing. Just a cold smile at the corner of my mouth. I glanced down at the time. 10:30. In my past life, this was the exact moment the second temperature plunge began. An extreme cold front, laced with blizzards, came sweeping in. The icy apocalypse had officially arrived. Without any warning, the global temperature crashed in that single instant, like a balloon losing its air, unstoppable. 1 minute. Clock. In just 1 minute, the temperature that had held steady all day plunged from 0 degrees Celsius to -15. It completely defied human comprehension. The instant the temperature crashed, everyone on the cruise ship felt an invisible cold sink into their bodies. The water on the tables froze before their eyes, and people's breath turned to white mist inside their rooms, when just a second ago, it hadn't. Outside the ship, the wind howled and snow came down in thick flakes, freezing solid the moment they touched the hull. Fog rose up on the bridge windows from the temperature difference between inside and out, and that fog quickly hardened into frost. All of this happened in the span of a few breaths. Qin Guanghua and Zhong Zhuoran watched this bizarre scene, their faces pale with shock. They exchanged a look, and each could see the terror and disbelief in the other's eyes. Even after decades at sea, they couldn't begin to understand what was happening. What's going on? How did it get so cold all of a sudden? Liu Yao was stiff with cold, shivering nonstop. She rushed to crank up the heat, shut the windows, and dig out the thickest clothes she had. But none of it could hold back the chill. By now it was already -30 outside, and the inside of the ship was pushing -10. The same scene played out in every corner of the ship. The people singing and dancing in the central ballroom couldn't keep it up anymore. Teeth chattering, noses running. The women in thin stockings and gauzy dresses were sneezing, curling in on themselves as they ran back to their rooms for warmer clothes. Everyone was asking, what's happening? Why did it suddenly get so cold? Did we drift all the way to Antarctica? We're not going to die out here, are we? There's hardly any food left on the ship. It's freezing. Is this the end of the world? Oh my God, it's snowing. Snow here of all places. And this heavy. Someone stepped out onto the deck and saw a blizzard pouring down from the sky. This was near the equator. It had never snowed here in recorded history. Faced with the eerie weather, a heavy dread crept into everyone's heart, and a sense of doom hung over them all. I want to go home, someone cried out, overcome with fear. Unfortunately, the apocalypse doesn't care about tears. How are you not the least bit cold? Liu Yao stared at me. I hadn't so much as flinched at the sudden freeze. Luxury suite. Climate-controlled top to bottom. Can't feel a thing from out there. I was grinning ear to ear. The past was gone for good. The old world had ended, and the new one was turning to a fresh page. This was my era. It's -40 out there right now, blizzard, howling wind. No supply run is coming. I laid out the cruelest truth in the calmest tone. So now you tell me, is my box of self-heating hot pot worth $1 million or not? Lu Yao went silent. Everyone in the live stream chat, who'd just been mocking me for being money-crazed, went silent too. Li Fan, quit fear-mongering and stirring up panic. The captain said the supply run would be here in 3 days. Lu Yao shot back, though her confidence was clearly shaky. She talked a big game about feminism, sure, but she wasn't stupid. If the temperature really had dropped dozens of degrees below zero with a blizzard raging, the supply run probably wasn't coming. Worse still, the viewers in chat were all saying the temperature had crashed, which meant this was global. If everyone else was struggling just to survive, how could anyone deliver supplies? The thought left Lu Yao breathless, the color draining from her face. When it rains, it pours. Right then, she noticed the viewer count in her stream had crashed from over 10,000 down to a few dozen. What's going on? Where'd everyone go? She looked completely lost. Your viewers lost the connection to you. Signals cut off. Everyone still in the chat is on the ship. Don't believe me? Go ahead and ask, I said with a smile. I'm on the ship. Anybody not on the ship, sisters? Speak up and shut this guy up. I'm on the ship too. Don't tell me he was actually right. We're done for. Are we really cut off from the world? Not a single person in the chat said they were off the ship, and nobody was pulling pranks anymore. They were all too scared. Who's in the mood to joke around now? How do you know all this? Are you the one behind it? Lu Yao's programming kicked in. Blame the man, always the man. Heh, you say I did it, then sure I did it. I gave an indifferent shrug. How is this happening? Is the supply run really not coming? Something called despair and terror spread rapidly across the ship. Supplies inside the ship were desperately low. Outside it was -40, with a blizzard howling and vicious wind. The network dead, cut off from the rest of the world. For anyone on that ship, this was the darkest hour. Everyone except me. For me, this apocalypse was a signal. My era had arrived. Does what you said earlier still stand? Lu Yao messaged me after abruptly ending her stream. She had no heart left for streaming. What was the point? A stream had one purpose, milking money from her sisters. But now cash was about to be worthless paper, so why bother? The priority now was scoring warm clothes and stockpiling food. If the supply run didn't come in 3 days, it'd come down to who could outlast who. What thing? The corner of my mouth curled up. I knew exactly what she meant. She was obviously talking about that deal from the afternoon, one down jacket for $1 million. But that was then, this was now. Afternoon was afternoon, night was night. And what separated them wasn't just a few hours, it was 2 entirely different worlds. Li Fan, quit playing dumb. It's what you said this afternoon, trading a down jacket for that $1 million. Lu Yao knew full well I was doing it on purpose, but she held her temper. In this hellish weather, a down jacket meant everything. It was a lifesaver. Oh, that. No can do, working girl. I couldn't possibly insult you like that. I remember exactly what you said. You said you'd rather freeze to death than wear a jacket from me, that even a dog wouldn't wear that garbage jacket. Then I'll wear what a dog won't. Just give me one down jacket, and we'll call that $1 million even, deal? Lu Yao had truly swallowed her pride. In the face of life and death, dignity, face, arrogance, all of it was just smoke. Only staying alive mattered. A dog can wear it, but you can't, I said with a smile. Li Fan, what's that supposed to mean? I'm not even as good as a dog. Lu Yao was so furious she wanted to smash her phone, but she held back. She'd only brought 2 phones this trip. The iPhone I'd already smashed, and this one. Smash this one too, and she'd have nothing left. And in a situation like this, no phone was as good as being blind. You're the one who said it. She held back. She cursed under her breath. That son of a bitch. What a complete animal. But even after cursing me out, she had no choice but to keep messaging me. She didn't have any warm clothes, so I was her only hope. Bro, you've got so many down jackets. There's no way you can wear them all yourself. I'm begging you, just help your little sister out this once. In weather like this, someone without warm clothes could actually freeze to death. Just tell me, bro, what'll it take for you to give me one? Now even the way she addressed me had changed. She'd started calling me bro. Just as they say, nobody stands taller than the one they're begging. When you have to ask, you bow first. Her fawning demeanor now was a complete 180 from the face she'd shown on her livestream half an hour ago. Lu Yao, you didn't actually think Li Fan, and the type to let a grudge slide, did you? Reading this, Lu Yao's expression darkened, but she quickly typed back. Come on, bro, it was just a little misunderstanding. No fight, no friendship, right? Let bygones be bygones. Help your little sister out, and I'll carry this kindness in my heart forever. I'll repay you tenfold down the road. You don't have it down the road. You're going to die on this ship. My words landed like a verdict. A chill ran down Lu Yao's spine, and rage boiled up inside her. Li Fan, I've lowered myself this much. Can't you cut me some slack? Your temper is seriously the worst. That day, All because of a little argument. You smashed my phone and slapped me across the face. I'm the one who got hurt here, so what exactly are you still hung up on? A grown man pettier than a needle's eye. That's a total turn-off. You know that. My 3 sentences shattered the fake sweetness she'd been forcing. She was a strong-willed, proud, sharp-tongued woman by nature. Speaking to me like this already felt like she'd swallowed enough of her pride. But I still wouldn't budge, and I'd cursed her to die on the ship. How could she not be furious? Though she probably didn't even realize it herself. Mixed into that anger was a thread of fear. Fear that my words might come true, that she'd really die on this ship. But she didn't want to die. She was still so young, with so much youth ahead of her, still wanting to see more of this dazzling world. The endless loneliness of death terrified her. If I'm such a turn-off, then why keep nagging me? Just block me and be done with it. Lu Yao's face flushed red and her neck bulged. I'd left her speechless. But she wanted that down jacket. If she blocked me, it was game over. How was she supposed to survive weather this cold? How about I pay you 10,000 yuan for one down jacket? That works, right? She gritted out. Is your brain waterlogged? 1 million wouldn't even cover one of my down jackets right now, and you think 10,000's gonna cut it? You must be drunk. You'd seriously ask for 1 million? Lu Yao was utterly stunned. Don't worry about what I'm selling them for. The point is, my down jackets are absolutely not for you. Call it getting exactly what you wished for. You said it yourself. You'd freeze to death before wearing anything of mine. And honestly, I hope you keep up that unbending, defiant attitude of yours. Every word of mine set her blood on fire. She'd never met a man with a mouth this sharp. Li Fan, can your conscience really handle watching someone die and doing nothing? And I'm telling you, this is illegal. If I actually die, you'll be held responsible. My death will be on your hands. She thought she could scare me into submission with that, but it just made me laugh. Watching someone die and doing nothing is illegal now? Sure, okay. Isn't that great then? You can just use your death to punish me. And when the time comes, we'll carve 4 words on your tombstone. Li Fan's fault, entirely. Reading those words, Lu Yao completely lost it. Fine, Li Fan. I'll ask you one more time. You're sure there's no room to negotiate, right? Sure, certain, and absolutely positive. A flash of venom crossed Lu Yao's eyes. You son of a bitch, you filthy animal. I'll make you regret this. Just you wait. If she was going to suffer, she wouldn't let me off easy either. With temperatures this low, plenty of people had to be freezing by now. Thankfully, there was still power. The air conditioning could pump out heat and barely maintain the room temperature. But who knew how long the electricity would hold? If the power went out, it'd be a nightmare. She had to prepare. Li Fan, you think you're hot stuff just because you've got a pile of down jackets? You think you can actually hold on to them? Lu Yao had been in the influencer game for years, and she'd mastered a forward mantra, moral extortion. Used right, it would have me obediently coughing up every last down jacket. Bang bang. A muffled knocking suddenly came from the suite door. Through the security feed projected onto the TV, I saw that Ding Manqing had returned. She had a coat draped over her, shivering all over from the cold, her lips gone a bluish purple, her nose bright red with clear snot running down nonstop. She could have just walked right in, but I bolted the door from the inside, so she had no choice but to knock. I stared at Ding Manqing on the security feed, my eyes flickering with an uncertain light. In the end, I got up and walked toward the door, ready to let her in. But at the same time, my other hand gripped a stun gun tightly. If Ding Manqing made any suspicious move, I wouldn't hesitate to zap her. The moment the door opened, Ding Manqing shot inside faster than a rabbit. I casually shut the door behind her and bolted it. Qingjia, are you okay? The hand holding the stun gun stayed behind my back, my guard fully up. Honestly, there was no need. 10 of her wouldn't stand a chance against me, let alone now, when she was practically about to pass out from the cold. Freezing, I'm freezing to death. Her teeth chattered so hard they clacked together. The room was a comfortable 21 degrees, but her body temperature wasn't going to bounce back all at once. Why'd you bolt the door, Li Fan? She suddenly asked. Qingjia, there's something I need to tell you. You'll want to brace yourself. What is it? Her body was gradually warming up, and she'd finally stopped shivering. Drink some hot water first, Qingjia. Warm yourself up. I poured her a cup of hot water and handed it over. She took it, drank a sip, then used it to warm her hands. Qingjia, I've got some not-so-great news for you. The apocalypse is here. She burst out laughing. Been reading too many novels? The apocalypse, really? Is it that serious? The temperature just dropped a little, that's all. I said nothing, just looked at her with a completely serious expression. My dead earnest face made it impossible for her to keep laughing. The smile slowly froze on her face. Who told you that? Do you know how cold it is right now, Qingjia? -40 degrees. And it's not just here. The whole world dropped to -40 in just the past half hour. And I don't think this is even the bottom. The temperature is definitely going to keep falling. I raised an eyebrow. On top of that, Our communications with the outside world are already down. Supply shipments can't get through. It's here now. There's a blizzard raging outside, and the seawater will freeze over. When that happens, the cruise ship will become nothing but an island stranded on a frozen sea. Ding Manqing listened to my calm words, and her face, flushed red from the cold just moments ago, suddenly drained to a ghostly white. If supply deliveries couldn't get through, wouldn't they all starve to death on this ship? Then what are we supposed to do? The food on board will last 5 days at most. She was panicking now, her eyes filled with fear and trembling. Sis Ching, from this moment on, I call the shots in this suite. Everything in it, including you. Her delicate brows knit together as she stared at me nervously. What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you. Don't try anything, Li Fan, or I'll get angry. I curled the corner of my mouth into a smirk. Sis Ching, where's your mind going? Look at the situation we're in, and you're still thinking about that? What I mean is, the apocalypse is here. This suite belongs to me now. If you won't listen, you can leave. When I said leave, my expression turned cold. I wasn't joking. I don't keep women who won't obey. The pretentious, the melodramatic, those who can't read the situation. There's no reason for them to survive in the apocalypse. Ding Manqing shot me a coquettish glare. You little punk. I really did invite a wolf into my home. Not only are you taking over my place, now you want to kick me out too? You're heartless. She sighed. Fine. I'll do whatever you say. You're the man here, after all. I've got no one to depend on but you now. Sis Ching, don't blame me. The apocalypse is really here, and things outside are going to get chaotic fast. A lot of people are going to die. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Are we going to die too? As long as you listen to me, we won't die. We'll live just fine. Her eyes lit up. Really? I nodded. But how do we survive without food? I've got some snacks in my room, and there's leftovers in the fridge, but that won't last 3 days. Maybe I can figure out a way to grab some food when I go to work tomorrow. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Look at the situation, and this woman is still thinking about going to work. Sis Ching, is your brain caught up yet? It's the apocalypse. What work are you talking about? Social order has already collapsed. Soon people will be killing each other over food. There's no morality, no law. Whoever has the biggest fist makes the rules. You're mine now, and I'll take care of you, provided you're worth it. She blushed. She wasn't some little girl. She understood exactly what I meant. If she really had to attach herself to a man to survive, I was her first choice. After all, she didn't find me repulsive. Since when did I become yours? She asked suddenly, leaning in close with a half smile, half smirk. I took the opening and pulled half of her body into my arms, feeling that soft form against me. She hadn't expected me to be so bold. She struggled a couple of times, but I held her tight. Sis Ching, if you're not mine, you can't stay here. My lips were just a centimeter from hers. So, do you want to be mine or not? Do I even have a choice? I poured my heart out for you like this. She said, feigning grievance. As long as you're a good girl and listen, I promise you didn't invite a wolf into your home. You found yourself the most reliable man there is. Do you really like me? I've been married before. I'm not some young girl, she said, lowering her head. I'll spare the details of the ambiguous back and forth that followed. Bottom line, she was on her period, so I didn't push it. Honestly, a melon forced from the vine isn't sweet. What I want is a melon that's both thirst-quenching and sweet. I'll make her willing, of her own accord. We stayed in the suite while everything outside descended into chaos. Cell signal was cut off, the temperature dropped to 40 below zero, and food was in critically short supply. These terrible circumstances were breaking down everyone's psychological defenses and eroding their moral limits. The loss of signal, especially, magnified the fear beyond measure. One question was running through everyone's mind. Would the supply deliveries still come in 3 days? And if they didn't, what would they eat? The answer was hopeless, and that hopelessness spread across the ship like a plague. We're done for. We're probably going to die on this ship. That's what many people were thinking. Had I not cleaned out the supplies, the 10,000-ton reserve combined with rationing might have lasted a month. With that expectation, people wouldn't be panicking like this. But now everyone knew the food would last 5 days at most. And with that thought stuck in their heads, how could anyone stay calm? Then again, even if it lasted a month, what difference would it make? Would the apocalypse end? No. This was a nightmare with no waking up. Complaints, regrets, and fear filled the ship. Those with a weaker sense of danger had no idea that some people were already preparing for the worst. Some had secured weapons, some had picked out their targets, all just waiting for the right moment to cross the line. In the navigation control zone, First Mate Zhong Zhuoran, bundled in a heavy coat, shivered as he asked Qin Guanghua, "Captain, do you believe in the end of the world?" The smart temperature display read 40 below zero, a shocking sight. I didn't before. Now I have no choice but to. Qin Guanghua's breath turned to white mist the instant it left his mouth. He didn't believe this was a coincidence. For 2 days straight, The temperature had dropped as if it were being precisely controlled. Yesterday it plunged to 0 and held. Today it plunged to 40 below and held. No one knew what it would drop to tomorrow or when it would ever end. So what do we do? The supply deliveries definitely won't be coming now, Zhang Zhuoran said. This wasn't a regional disaster. It was global. Everyone was scrambling to save themselves. Who would come to rescue them? I'd like to hear your thoughts, Qin Guanghua said. Captain, this is a multiple-choice question. Zhang Zhuoran took a deep breath. Either we die alongside the 10,000 plus passengers, or we keep the remaining supplies for ourselves and watch them die. My choice is, I want to live. 10,000 lives were as heavy as a mountain, no doubt. But when your own survival is on the line, 10,000, 100,000, a million, none of it matters. Qin Guanghua was silent for a moment. Go bring me Guan Kursin, the head of security. Let others die so I may live. There was too little food on the ship. Distributed among everyone, and it'd be gone in 5 days. After that, everyone starves. But save it for 20 or 30 people, and it would last 10 years. 10 years. Surely this extreme cold would pass by then. Captain, morale on the ship is shaky right now. Everyone's talking about the end of the world. The situation could spin out of control at any moment. I think we need to put out some good news to keep everyone calm, at least until the supplies are moved somewhere safe. The ship can't fall into chaos before then. The cruise ship was like a powder keg ready to explode, needing only a single spark. To survive, for a single mouthful of food, people were capable of anything. So they had to lock all the collected supplies away in the navigation zone before order collapsed completely. Control zone, before starving passengers could ransack it clean. You're right. As captain, it's about time I did something. Qin Guanghua agreed with Zhang Zhuoran's suggestion. What they needed right now was a well-meaning lie, something to calm those desperate, restless hearts. Then, speaking as captain, Qin Guanghua addressed the entire ship over the intercom. Passengers, this is Qin Guanghua, captain of the Xinhua Chengfeng. Due to severe weather, our cell signal has been cut off, and we've temporarily lost contact with the outside world. I know everyone is frightened, and our food supply will last 5 days at most. But I have good news for you all. Just before this announcement, I reached the authorities by satellite phone. Rescue teams are on their way. They'll arrive in 2 days at the earliest, and no later than 5. Please, trust me. This hardship is only temporary. Every one of us will get through this safely. It was a lie, from start to finish. Qin Guanghua had indeed tried the satellite phone to call for help, but the call never connected. They had been utterly abandoned on the vast open sea, and the feeling was suffocating. It was that very despair that had led him to decide he would sacrifice the 10,000 plus passengers to save himself. If he didn't, he would die, and so would everyone else. Better that at least one person survives than none at all. The announcement continued. Everyone must stay calm. Don't get any funny ideas, and above all, don't cause a panic. This is not the end of the world. It's just a localized, sudden shift in weather, an unprecedented cold current at sea, and we happen to be right at its center. Your phones have no signal because the wind and snow damaged the signal transmitter on top of the ship. For now, the satellite phone is our only link to the outside world. Meanwhile, in my luxury suite aboard the Azure Galaxy, it was plenty warm. The cold outside couldn't touch us in here at all. Ding Manqing sat at one end of the sofa in her silk pajamas, while I lay stretched out comfortably, my head resting on her stocking-clad thigh. Both of us wore relaxed expressions, not the slightest hint of tension in the face of the apocalypse. This is great, Li Fan. Ding Manqing beamed as she listened to the announcement. The captain says the authorities sent a rescue team, and they'll be here soon. We won't starve to death. I let out a cold laugh. The authorities sending help? Sis Qing, do you really think that's possible? In weather like this, what authority is going to come? Right now they can't even save themselves. Then why would the captain say that? She frowned slightly, delicate brows knitting together. To settle people down. Maybe there's some other motive too, but that's none of my concern. All I know is that no one's coming to save us. We can only save ourselves. Ding Manqing still clung to a sliver of hope. But what if the captain's telling the truth? I hope you're wrong. That this isn't the end of the world, just a cold current at sea. Otherwise we really will starve to death on this ship. We won't, I said. Sis Qing, as long as you behave and take good care of me, you won't die. As I spoke, I gave her thigh a firm squeeze. That soft, springy sensation, it was simply indescribable. MMH. She couldn't help letting out a soft moan, her eyes shimmering, a hint of arousal beneath all that allure. Her body trembled faintly. Don't tease me, Li Fan. I can't take it. Sis, and you still say you're not a naughty one? A woman this sensitive is never innocent. A playful smile spread across my face. Oh right, Sis Qing, are you hungry? I am a little. I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon, but all that's left in the room are some snacks. There are a few leftovers in the fridge though. At the mention of food, Her mood suddenly sank. Li Fan, do you have any way to solve the food problem? Of course. Wait here, Sis Ching. I'll make a quick trip back to my room. Naturally, I couldn't just pull things out of my mind-see space right in front of her. That would expose my greatest secret, though revealing it might make her even more devoted to me. All I'd have to do is tell her that only I can take things out of the space, that as long as I'm alive, neither of us will ever starve, and if I die, everything vanishes. If she's not a fool, she'll know exactly what to do. But a secret is a dangerous thing. Once you tell someone, there's always the risk it leaks. What if she let it slip by accident? If the people on this ship found out that all the vanished supplies were with me, I'd become everyone's target. You have food in your room? Her eyes lit up. I said nothing. I just walked into the second bedroom and, like a magician, produced a cup of instant noodles and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the space. I thought to myself, Sis Ching, oh Sis Ching, whether you eat meat or drink soup is entirely your choice. I came back and set the items on the table. Sis Ching, 1 cup of instant noodles, 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Which do you want? Hold on. I cut her off. I'm not finished. The instant noodles are free, no extra service required. But the self-heating hot pot isn't. That'll cost you 1 round of oral service. Anger and grievance immediately washed over Ding Manqing's face. Li Fan, you shameless. You'd actually use a trick like this to make me go down on you. Hey, that's not fair, Sis Ching. I call it free choice. Don't want to provide service? Then eat the lesser option. Want something better? Then it comes with extra service. Perfectly fair and reasonable. Fine, Li Fan. I won't let you into my mouth. I'll eat the instant noodles. Let that burn you up. She said it in a huff, but her eyes stayed locked on the self-heating hot pot, unable to look away. Sure, Sis Ching. I fully respect your choice. I hope you keep it up. Whatever you do, don't let a bad guy like me win. A few minutes later, I was happily eating my fragrant self-heating hot pot, vegetables and meat both, truly delightful. Ding Manqing, meanwhile, ate her instant noodles, which tasted like chewing wax. As she ate, she gave herself a little pep talk. Ding Manqing. Oh Ding Manqing, you can't put your mouth on the line just for a bite of food. How could you put that thing in your mouth? No. Instant noodles are fine as long as they fill your stomach. Qin Guanghua's announcement hit every one of their pain points, word for word. The passengers and crew, once panicked, agitated, on the very edge of an emotional breakdown, all breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts easing just a little. As long as it wasn't the end of the world. 5 days at most, and everyone would wake from this nightmare. Surviving a disaster. That, too, was a life experience worth remembering. But little did they know, everything Qin Guanghua had said was only meant to keep them steady, so he could seize all the remaining supplies for himself before the situation spiraled out of control. The day the truth came to light, they'd probably tear Qin Guanghua. Everyone had their own thoughts. Captain, this is the preliminary list of SEED personnel I've drawn up, 25 people total. Qin Guanghua had just finished the broadcast and hadn't even had a chance to take a sip of water before Zhong Zhuoran handed him the list. Only 25? Isn't that a little too few? The so-called SEED personnel were simply the people who would be allowed to keep living. Anyone not on the list was being written off. It was the physical embodiment of power deciding who lives and who dies. We can't fit any more, Captain. I ran the numbers. Those supplies are only enough to feed 25 people for 10 years. Any more than that, and we won't even make it 7 or 8. Qin Guanghua's eyes stayed fixed on the list. After a moment, he said, cut 10. 15 is enough. Zhong Zhuoran shot him a shocked look. One word popped into his mind, stranger. Earlier, Qin Guanghua had thought of him as a decent, honest man who was suddenly willing to sacrifice every passenger just to survive, and he'd felt like he no longer recognized him. Now he felt exactly the same way about Qin Guanghua. It was as if both of them had abruptly become different people. If we're cutting 10, here's the list, Captain. You cross off whichever 10 you want. I'll fully accept and respect your decision. Zhong Zhuoran drew in a deep breath. No need to make it complicated. Just drop the last 10 on the list. Qin Guanghua gave his answer almost without thinking. And honestly, it was fair. No status, no connections, just a clean cut. And that's how the bottom 10 got kicked out of the circle of the living. Zhong Zhuoran's mouth twitched. Wasn't that a little too hasty? 10 human lives, wiped out with a single short sentence. It had the flavor of some absurdist reality. This? Captain, are you sure? Just cut the last 10? You don't want to think about it a bit more? Qin Guanghua shook his head. There's nothing to think about. Blame it on their bad luck. Our resources are limited. You tell me, who should we abandon? Isn't every single name on that list a living, breathing person? Zhong Zhuoran nodded and was about to speak when Guan Kersen, wearing a white down jacket, walked into the bridge. Captain, you wanted to see me? I want to show you a list. Qin Guanghua handed her the SEED personnel list. Guan Kersen took it and looked. 25 names. And hers was right there, 7th on the list. What's this? She still had no idea what the list represented. Manager Guan, I'm about to give you some very bad news. Brace yourself. Qin Guanghua's voice was low. There's not going to be any rescue. We've completely lost contact with the outside world. And this isn't just some ocean cold front. This is a disaster sweeping across the entire world. Everyone out there is fending for themselves. All we can do is save ourselves. Guan Kursen's face changed instantly, her eyes full of shock. But Captain, you just said over the broadcast that you'd already made contact with the authorities, that they'd send someone to rescue us. Hearing Qin Guanghua's words, Guan Kursen's eyes went wide in an instant. So all of that had been a lie, just to keep the passengers calm. But what was the point? A lie would be exposed sooner or later. Qin Guanghua continued, expressionless. The first mate and I have already decided. We're moving all the remaining supplies on board to the weapons storage bay and the security department's offices. We'll pick 15 people as seed personnel to survive. The rest, we'll have to leave them to their fate. That list in your hand. The first 15 are the ones who've been chosen. Guan Kursen felt a crushing weight settle over her chest. That was more than 10,000 lives, and among them, plenty of friends she'd spent every day with. She was no saint, but any normal person suddenly facing something like this would find it cruel. Of course, moved as she was, in the face of life and death, no amount of reluctance could outweigh the raw instinct to survive. Qin Guanghua didn't dwell on the subject. He got straight to the point. The main reason I called you here is to open the equipment bay and get the guns inside. Those guns are our biggest bargaining chip right now. The security department's equipment bay held 6 semi-automatic police rifles, 15 handguns, and around 500 rounds of ammunition. In her past life, Guan Kursen had used these very guns to build up a faction within the security department and get the upper hand over Chao Wenqi. Otherwise, with more than half of the department's 60-some people loyal to him, Chao Wenqi would never have been intimidated by her. Guan Kursen asked in a serious tone, once the guns are out, how do we distribute them? If they fall into the wrong hands, something's going to go wrong. Right now people were on edge, everyone with their own agenda. There's a saying, a blade in hand breeds the urge to kill. Someone who once had the thought but not the nerve would suddenly find the nerve once a gun was in their hand. Qin Guanghua nodded. You're right. The guns can't fall into the hands of anyone we don't fully trust. On the seed list, counting you, there are 3 people from the security department. Each of you gets 1 gun, and you'll be in charge of the supply transfer. Remember, you have to oversee it personally. Those supplies are our only guarantee of survival. We can't afford any mistakes. Guan Kursen nodded and said she'd handle it personally, along with Zhou Hui and Guitian, until every last supply had been moved. Qin Guanghua added, move as fast as you can. Try to finish before tomorrow night. And don't tell anyone about the list. Secrecy is what makes it work. Every person who doesn't know is one less risk. Meanwhile, the cruise ship's group chat of 5,000 passengers had erupted. Even though contact with the outside world was cut off, the ship's local network still worked. Nobody could sleep, everyone shivering in the cold, so they killed time chatting in the group, looking for a little comfort. I've been alive for almost 30 years, and I've never seen weather this cold. Negative several dozen degrees. This is insane. Help. Is there a girl who'll lend me a jacket? I'll buy it too, 10 times the price. 1 million for a single down jacket. I'll take as many as you've got. This is Li Kunming, VP of Yaoyang Logistics. Whoever gives me a thick coat or some food right now, I'll pay them 10 million. I'll put it in writing. VP of Yaoyang Logistics, the second largest logistics group in the country, willing to trade 10 million for warm clothing and food. Plenty of people were instantly tempted and started messaging him privately. The vast majority still hadn't realized that this sudden temperature crash was the end of the world. They believed it at first, but Qin Guanghua's lie had convinced them the authorities had already dispatched a rescue team, and the hardship would soon pass. At that moment, the female streamer Lu Yao posted a message in the group. Everybody, listen up. If you want clothes or food, go find a guy named Li Fan. He's got a few dozen down jackets, plus a whole pile of food. He's even got tons of those self-heating hot pots. Lu Yao had asked me for a down jacket before, and I'd turned her down. She'd been holding a grudge ever since, and this was her way of getting revenge. She really knew how to stir up emotions. Everyone was freezing and suffering, while I was sitting on all these supplies by myself. Of course, that would breed jealousy. When everyone's dirt poured together, it's fine, but the second you strike it rich, you become the target. Who else are people going to hate? At first, some people in the group chat were skeptical. Dozens of down jackets? What normal person has that many? Unless he's got a crystal ball and stockpiled them ahead of time to sell. Someone joked, oh, I know this one, Global Ice Age, and he got reborn a month before the apocalypse. But Lu Yao had a video ready to go, footage of me showing off the down jackets and food. The moment it dropped, half the group chat was practically drooling with envy. That row of down jackets, that pile of food. Wasn't that exactly what they needed most? Liu Yao kept fanning the flames. He's a supervisor in the security department, name's Li Fan. He definitely used his position to get his hands on all this. We're freezing to death here without a single warm coat, and he's hoarding dozens of them for himself. What gives him the right? This stuff belongs to all of us. The group chat instantly exploded. How much can one guy possibly wear? Talk about the rich getting richer while the rest of us starve. That's just what he's showing you. Imagine what he's hiding. He wants to hoard it and gouge us dry. At Security Li Fan, get out here and face the music. At Security Li Fan, you disgusting rent-a-cop, bring me a down jacket ASAP or I'll report you and get you fired. In no time the group chat was blowing up and my friend requests hit 999 plus. Business owners, gorgeous women, people from other departments on the ship. Some verification messages were downright arrogant. Some groveled to butter me up, and some were even more direct. One sent a lingerie photo with the caption, "Give me a down jacket and I'll spend the night with you." Looking at these photos, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted. We're only human, after all. But in this situation, money and everything else was useless. Ding Manqing had seen the group chat too. She was surprised I had so much stuff, almost like I'd prepared it specifically to deal with the current situation. She glanced at my phone screen and caught me looking at a photo from one of the women. "Pretty?" she asked. "Very. Those legs are almost longer than my lifespan." I chuckled. Honestly, Ching, I've lived over 20 years, and this is the first time so many beautiful women have added me. Every one of them so eager and enthusiastic. Next time someone tells me pretty women are all cold and hard to warm up to, I'm slapping them across the face. Turns out it just depends on who they're dealing with. They're after what you're holding, not you. Ding Manqing cut in bluntly. Thanks for the heads up, Ching. Here I was thinking they were after my handsome, dashing good looks. I rolled my eyes. So what's your plan? Want to pick a few to keep your bed warm tonight? She asked with a half smile, a trace of jealousy in her voice. Depends on whether they're worth having warm my bed. The group chat was still frantically at ING stuff like quit playing dead and hand over those down jackets to everyone. Give them an inch and they take a mile. They were getting more brazen by the minute. Ding Manqing looked at the messages. Aren't you going to respond? Hundreds of people in there are demanding you share the jackets. Just a pack of rabid dogs raging in their own helplessness. Not worth acknowledging. I let out a scoff. Of course I'd seen the messages. The more I read, the more I wanted to laugh. I had no idea where they got the confidence to think I owed them my down jackets. Stupid and malicious, both. Ding Manqing asked me pointedly. How do you have that many down jackets? The video was definitely set in our suite, but even now she hadn't seen where those jackets actually were. 2 days ago it was still 66 degrees outside. What normal person would stockpile that many down jackets? Unless I knew something. Use your imagination. It's whatever you think it is. I didn't answer directly, leaving her endless room to wonder. Ching, do you prefer things lively or peaceful and quiet? Ding Manqing shot me a look and laughed softly. Why not just ask me straight? Do I want the two of us shamelessly enjoying our own little world? Or should I go find a couple of good girlfriends to serve you together? The corner of my mouth twitched. Come on, Ching, am I really that shallow in your eyes? But since you brought it up, let's hear your thoughts. I want it lively. That answer caught me off guard. Ching, don't you hate men who eat what's in their bowl while eyeing the pot? That was then, this is now. She stared into my eyes. What exactly are we to each other? You tell me. Lovers? No. Husband and wife? Also no. You're a woman I haven't gotten my mouth on yet. My answer was crude, but accurate. Exactly. I'm just a caged canary you're keeping. You lust after my body. You want to possess me, and I want to live. So I have no choice but to comply. Ding Manqing's mindset shifted fast. But there's a more important reason I want things lively. If this really is the end of the world, everyone out there is going to die, and eventually it'll be just the two of us left. That would feel suffocating. Li Fan, if you have the means to take care of a few more women, you have my support. If this world came down to just us two, what would be the point of living to 100? What makes life worth living is constant change, new things to look forward to. If every day you open your eyes, and it's exactly like yesterday, you'll grow more and more hopeless. Those words struck something in me. Ever since I was reborn, all I'd thought about was how to avoid the tragedy of my past life, how I could trust no one. And that wasn't wrong. In the apocalypse, the human heart is unfathomable. But it didn't mean I had to survive alone, watching everyone else die. I could, while keeping myself safe, choose a few people and let them live. Just as Ding Manqing said, if everyone died and I alone survived, wouldn't that be just another kind of death? You're right, Ching. When you have little, you look after yourself. When you have plenty, you look after your women. I should take care of a few more of them within my means. But I've got to choose carefully. Preserve the best genes. So how many are you planning to take care of? Do you even have enough food? Every extra mouth, every day, means burning through more food too. No more than 10, I'd say. Any more than that, and my body couldn't handle it. Ding Manchine gave a knowing smile. I get it now. You've let a wolf into the house. A horny wolf. But at least with you around I'll survive, and maybe even live more freely than before the apocalypse. Lucky you though. This body's going to be molded to your shape. Haha. Manchine, I bet you've never had the good stuff before. Once you're with me, you'll feel a woman's true happiness and pleasure for the first time. Awfully confident, aren't you? Just don't disappoint me when the time comes. You'd better cherish these next couple of peaceful days. Once your relatives aren't around to protect you, we'll see if you can even get out of bed. Oh yeah? I'm looking forward to it. Don't let me down, you naughty little brother. Meanwhile, in another luxury suite, Ning Qian and Cheng Hao lay on the waterbed, her face flushed with lingering satisfaction. Tell me the truth. Did you tell that kid I'm limp as a wet noodle? Cheng Hao was clearly still stewing over what I'd said earlier. No, Godfather, I swear I never said that. It was all that bastardly fan making stuff up. The hell do you mean by there's no way you tell him something like that? Are you saying you actually think I'm limp? You just didn't tell him. No, Godfather, that's not what I meant. Ning Qian shook her head furiously, cursing me 1,000 times over in her mind. Enough. Let's talk about something serious. Cheng Hao's expression turned grave. It's dozens of degrees below zero out there right now. The only reason we can't feel it in here is because we've got electricity. What happens when the power goes out? Godfather, didn't the captain say the authorities sent a rescue team for us? Don't just believe whatever people tell you, especially at a time like this. How do you know he's telling the truth and not just trying to keep everyone calm? The moment Ning Qian considered that possibility, a chill shot up from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. If the captain was lying, it meant there was no rescue coming at all. They'd already lost all contact with the outside world. I've told you before, always assume the worst. That way, no matter what happens next, it can't get any worse. And if no one actually comes to save us, the stuff we bought won't last very long either. Ning Qian felt a suffocating dread press down on her. You should go find that kid again. I've got a feeling he's sitting on a lot of supplies. A thoughtful glint flashed in Cheng Hao's eyes. His attitude toward me is totally different than before. He used to come groveling like a dog whenever I got mad, and when I threatened to break up, he'd practically get on his knees and beg me. But now he's all snide and sarcastic, not the slightest bit willing to cave. Men need to be coaxed. Put the same effort into coaxing him that you put into me, and he'll go right back to how he used to be. He's not even worth it, Ning Qian blurted out. We need the supplies he's got. Besides food, he's got tons of down jackets. Once this cruise ship runs out of fuel, we'll freeze to death. The fuel loaded before departure was enough for about 20 days of sailing. Today was day 4, so at most there was another 2 weeks left. After 2 weeks, the entire ship would lose power, and that would be the real apocalypse. Fine, Godfather. I'll hold my nose and go say some sweet things to him again. Better ask where he's staying, too. The place looked like it wasn't the crew quarters. It was pretty spacious and fancy. Ning Qian slipped on a nightgown and video called me. The call connected quickly, but the picture instantly made her see red. I was lying in Ding Manqing's arms, an expression of pure contentment on my face. Who is she, Li Fan? Who she is has nothing to do with you. Do I need to report to you? I didn't give Ning Qian anything to work with. You can't spoil a woman like this, or she'll just walk all over you. Li Fan, you're lying in another woman's arms. So what am I to you? You're a nosy busybody. That's what. Ning Qian forced down her anger and squeezed out a smile. Baby, I know you're still upset, but I already explained. The man you saw that day was just my godfather. There's nothing sordid between us. You have to trust me. Oh, I totally believe you. He's your godfather. After all, some old geezer 20+ years older than you. If you can sleep with a greasy old man reeking of old person smell, well, your taste is really something. My mouth is vicious. 2 insults in one breath. Off camera, Cheng Hao's face went dark. Ning Qian said, Li Fan, how can you talk about my godfather like that? We're boyfriend and girlfriend, and he's my godfather, which makes him your godfather too. You need to respect him. I fired right back. Screw off. You wanting to call him daddy is your business. What's it got to do with me? Don't assume everyone's as shameless as you are. You've got such a huge problem with Godfather. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a girl like me to work out there? If it weren't for him looking after me, I cut her off. Enough, Ning Qian. My patience is limited. Just tell me straight, what do you want? Li Fan, I saw people in the group chat saying you've got a lot of down jackets. Can you give me 2? I don't have a single warm piece of clothing. You wouldn't have the heart to watch me freeze, would you? The green tea act came out full force. Too bad I'm not the same man I used to be. Ning Qian, let me give you a piece of advice. Cold is probably the smallest problem you're about to face. You should be thinking about how to stay alive. A sharp glint flashed in my eyes, and a cruel smile crept across my face. Ning Qian had no clue what she was about to be up against, still putting on that spoiled attitude. Li Fan, do you really want me dead that badly? So we broke up. We still had 2 good years together. You've got so many down jackets you can't even wear them all yourself. What's the harm in giving me 2? She paused, then added, if you feel shortchanged, I'll buy them off you. 3 million each, 5 million for 2. That's more than fair, right? Ning Qian assumed that a broke loser like me would go crazy hearing 5 million, but I wasn't moved in the slightest. I sneered. Ning Qian, how about we play a little game? Li Fan, is now really the time for games? Aren't you being childish? Her tone was laced with impatience and disdain. If it weren't for the supplies she and her godfather needed, she wouldn't bother wasting her breath on me. If you don't want to play, then don't come to me. My words. The corner of my mouth curled up. Fine, 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 I'll play. You really are impossible. So how do you want to play? First, tell me where you're staying. I'll bring you the down jacket in a bit. I'm in the luxury suite, the Deep Blue Kiss. Hearing this, my smile widened. I never expected Ning Qian and her sugar daddy to be staying on the top floor too, less than 50 meters away from me in a straight line. What a small world, and what bad luck for them. I knew the layout of this section well. There were 4 luxury suites on this floor: the Azure Galaxy, the Deep Blue Kiss, the Floating Sea Ripples, and the Moon-Chasing Waves. The Deep Blue Kiss was the raciest of them all. The master bedroom was especially large, with both a regular bed and a waterbed, plus a hidden room containing a hammock and all sorts of kinky toys. But don't get any ideas about moving in here, Li Fan. I hate sharing a luxury suite with anyone, Ning Qian said quickly, cutting me off before I could think otherwise. I sneered. You hate sharing a room with people, which means whoever ends up living with you is basically a dog. Good thing I have no interest in being your dog. Li Fan, quit with the snide remarks. When are you bringing me the down jacket? Seeing Cheng Hao's face darken, Ning Qian hastily changed the subject. The game hasn't even started. What's the rush? Then tell me how we're playing already. Check the group chat in 3 minutes. I hung up the video call, leaving Ning Qian staring in stunned fury. 3 minutes flew by. The passenger group chat of 5,000 people was blowing up, messages scrolling like mad. 80% of them were ING me, some begging, some cursing, some negotiating, and some straight up threatening to mess me up. I sent a message. This is Li Fan. 2 things I want to tell everyone. The group instantly exploded, messages refreshing faster than my eyes could follow. First thing, I've created a new group. The perk for joining is a daily raffle where 3 random people win a self-heating hot pot. I wanted to start fresh and control the narrative. The admin of this current group was the cruise manager. If they kicked me out, that would be awkward. Better to have my own group where I called the shots. Second thing, I do have a few dozen down jackets in my possession and plenty of food too. Self-heating hot pots, egg fried rice, noodles, you name it. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want something, you'll have to complete a task. The whole group was baffled. Asking for money, they could understand. But complete a task? What was that supposed to mean? Was he treating them like players in a game? First task, beat the cheating couple. Task details. The woman is named Ning Qian, photo. The man is named Cheng Hao, photo. On the surface, they're a sugar daddy and his adopted daughter, but in reality, it's a kept woman arrangement. They're currently staying in the Deep Blue Kiss suite. Task requirements and reward. Slap either one of them across the face 3 times and earn 1 down jacket plus 1 box of self-heating hot pot. Only slapping is allowed, no other harm. Limited to once per person per day. I didn't want Ning Qian and Cheng Hao dying too soon. I wanted to torment them slowly. The grudge for what they did to my bird had to be repaid 100-fold. My mindset was gradually shifting. It was as if I'd started treating this post-apocalyptic cruise ship as my own game to control. Now this was a fun kind of apocalypse. Ding Manqing read the message I'd posted and asked, will they actually listen to you? Ever heard the story of Shang Yang and the wooden pole? She shook her head. When Shang Yang first launched his reforms, everyone just stood by and watched. To win the people's trust, he erected a pole 30 feet tall at the south gate of the capital and promised 10 pieces of gold to anyone who moved it to the north gate. At first, no one believed him. Then he raised it to 50 pieces of gold, and finally someone moved it. Shang Yang paid up on the spot. That's how he showed everyone he was a man of his word. Ding Manqing understood. I would absolutely follow through on what I said next, establishing my credibility. There's going to be a good show coming up. The further things progressed, the more precious supplies would become. When people got desperate enough, they'd go crazy. No amount of morality or law mattered more than being fed and warm. Sure enough, the group chat erupted. Ali Fan, who do you think you are? The captain? Actually giving us orders. A stinking security guard gets 2 down jackets and suddenly thinks he's a big shot. You think you can guard all those down jackets by yourself? What are you going to do if we just take some? Tell me where you're staying, and I'll knock your teeth out. But there's never a shortage of traitors, no matter the situation. Amid the overwhelming flood of mockery and threats, one message stood out completely. Ali Fan, the slaps have been delivered. Video as proof. You won't back out now, will you? I opened the video and, holy crap, it was real. The person getting slapped was none other than Ning Qian. The timestamp showed it had been filmed 1 minute ago, but I'd sent my message less than 3 minutes before. In other words, I'd barely posted the task, and this person had already completed it. Ding Manqing had clearly seen the video the man posted in the 5,000-person passenger group too. She frowned. How is this possible? The video's fake, right? The video's definitely real. The corner of my mouth curled up. Whoever posted it must be Cheng Hao, Ning Qian's sugar daddy. I'll give him credit. He's got a real head for business. Great at seizing opportunities. And this guy was sly. He'd deliberately asked in the group whether I'd back out, putting me on the spot. Nasty little move. So are you going to pay out the reward? Or do you want to ban them from participating themselves? Ding Manqing thought this was cheating and shouldn't count. If Cheng Hao slapping Ning Qian counted as completing the task, then Ning Qian slapping Cheng Hao would too. The two of them could easily milk rewards out of me. Of course I'm paying out. But it won't be that easy. I replied to Cheng Hao in the group. I told you to slap her, not tickle her. If that's the tender little touch you're going to give, I'll just randomly give the reward to someone else. I'll give you one more chance. 3 slaps, and put some force into them. I'm not saying you have to draw blood, but at the very least her face had better swell up. I hadn't backed out of my word. But if Cheng Hao wanted that box of self-heating hot pot, he couldn't just go through the motions. He had to slap hard. That way, my goal would be achieved. What I wanted was for Ning Qian to get slapped, to suffer physically. As for who was doing the slapping, that didn't matter. The reverse was true too. If Ning Qian wanted to smack Cheng Hao across the face, I'd be delighted to watch. That's what made it fun. Cheng Hao Ed me in the group. Now you're going back on your word. You never said her face had to swell up before. If you keep breaking your promises, no one's going to trust you. I replied directly. At Cheng Hao, I'm giving you 1 minute. If I still haven't seen a video of you slapping Ning Qian's face swollen after 1 minute, then sorry, your down jacket and self-heating hot pot go to someone else. I think everyone would love to see your selfless devotion. Cheng Hao had been trying to corner me with the word integrity, hoping I'd have no choice but to give him the reward, even if I hated doing it. Because if I broke my promise now, nobody would trust me later. So as long as I was smart, I'd have to grit my teeth and let him play me. But I pulled the rug out from under him. The reward stands. But if he doesn't actually slap Ning Qian, the goods go to someone else. That way I keep my word and don't lose anyone's trust while dodging the trap he set for me. Sure enough, a short video of Cheng Hao angrily slapping Ning Qian popped up in the group chat. Watching Ning Qian get her face smacked over and over, looking so wronged and pained, filled me with satisfaction. That bitch must hate me to death right now. But whatever, that's exactly the effect I wanted. Ali Fan, this should do it, right? If you make up another excuse not to give me the reward, then you might as well stop with your little missions altogether. Cheng Hao posted in the group. I never had any intention of stiffing him on the down jacket and self-heating hot pot. Those were nothing to me. In my mind space I had, if not 100,000, at least 80,000 self-heating hot pots, and probably a few hundred down jackets too. I wanted to release these things through the reward system so the people outside could survive a little longer, live a little longer. If everyone on the ship kicked the bucket tomorrow, and it was just me and Ding Manqing left, life would be way too dull. I sent Cheng Hao the pickup address in a private message, telling him to come alone and not bring any threatening weapons, or he'd forfeit the reward. Before long, Cheng Hao arrived at my door and messaged, Li Fan, I'm outside your door. Where's the stuff? I opened the video and, holy crap, it was real. The one getting slapped was indeed Ning Qian. The timestamp said it was filmed 1 minute ago, but I'd sent my message less than 3 minutes before. In other words, I'd barely posted the task before this guy completed it. How is that even possible? The video's gotta be fake, right? Ding Manqing had clearly seen the video Cheng Hao posted to the 5,000-person group. This guy was pretty sly, deliberately fishing to make sure I wouldn't back out. Real devious intent there. The video's definitely real. The one who posted it must be Cheng Hao, Ning Qian's sugar daddy. I smirked. I gotta say, he really does have a head for business. No wonder he can be an executive. The guy's great at seizing opportunities. So are you gonna pay out the reward? Or slap a patch on it and ban them from participating themselves? Ding Manqing thought this was clearly cheating and shouldn't count. If Cheng Hao slapping Ning Qian counted as completing the task, then Ning Qian slapping Cheng Hao would count too. Wouldn't the two of them be able to milk rewards out of me easily? Of course I'll pay out. But it won't be that simple. I replied to Cheng Hao in the group. I told you to slap her face, not tickle her. If you're going to be that tender about it, I'll just randomly send the reward to someone else. I'll give you one more chance. All 3 slaps have to have real force behind them. I'm not saying you need to draw blood, but at the very least her face better swell up. I wasn't backing out, but if Chung Hao wanted that self-heating hot pot, he couldn't just go through the motions. He had to hit her hard. That way I'd achieve my goal. I wanted Ning Qian slapped, suffering physical torment. Who did the slapping didn't matter. And if Ning Qian slapped Chung Hao instead, I'd be just as delighted. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes for a good show. Chung Hao said in the group that I wasn't a man of my word, that I hadn't specified her face had to swell up before, and that if I kept eating my words, nobody would trust me. I shot right back. You've got exactly 1 minute. If I don't see a video of Ning Qian's face swollen after 1 minute, your down jacket and self-heating hot pot, go to someone else. Chung Hao had been trying to corner me with the word integrity to force me into giving him the reward. Because if I broke my promise now, nobody would trust me later. But I pulled the rug out from under him. The reward stands. But if he doesn't really slap her, the goods go to someone else. That way I keep my word and don't fall into his trap. Realizing he'd underestimated me, Chung Hao looked up at Ning Qian and said, "Baby, I'm afraid you're going to have to take one for the team this time." Ning Qian asked meekly, "Daddy, you're not going to hit me, are you?" "It's not hitting, just taking a little hit for the team. You don't want to let the reward slip through our fingers, do you?" Chung Hao was practically drooling over that self-heating hot pot. He'd long since gotten sick of the snacks. 3 crisp, loud slaps, and 5 finger marks stood out clearly on Ning Qian's face. Tears streamed down as she gritted her teeth. "Li Fan, you'd better hope you never fall into my hands, or I'll cut your balls off." The video of Chung Hao angrily slapping Ning Qian quickly appeared in the group. Watching her look so wronged and pained after the beating filled me with satisfaction. That bitch must hate me to death now, but whatever, that's exactly the effect I wanted. Chung Hao pestered me in the group to pay out the reward. I'd never planned to stiff him. The down jacket and self-heating hot pot were nothing to me. In my mind space, self-heating hot pots were piled into a mountain, and I had hundreds of down jackets, more than I could ever wear. So I wanted to release these things through rewards, to let the people outside survive a few more days. If everyone on the ship kicked the bucket tomorrow, and it was just me and Ding Manqing left, life would be way too boring. I sent Chung Hao the pickup address privately, telling him to come get it alone and not bring any weapons. Chung Hao was floored when he saw the address. A luxury suite? Me, this broke loser who in his eyes wouldn't even spring for a cab, was staying in a room that cost 5,000 American dollars a night? Ning Qian was still icing her face. When she heard I was staying on the Azure Galaxy, she got so mad she wanted to come slap me 10 times. Chung Hao coldly stopped her. "You think he's still that same simp who used to grovel at your feet? He's playing both of us." "No way, Daddy. He can't live without me. Every time we fought, wasn't he always the one crawling back begging me to forgive him?" "Idiot. Think about it. Is his attitude this time anything like before? People change. He probably found out about us and snapped. Now he hates our guts, so he's using these rewards to make us everyone's target." Chung Hao told Ning Qian to stay put, then bundled himself up in several layers like a rice dumpling and headed straight for my room. He'd barely stepped outside before his hands and feet went ice cold, and he was shivering so hard he could barely type. In that moment, he was genuinely grateful he was staying in a climate-controlled luxury suite. The room stayed a constant temperature, 11 degrees. You couldn't feel the cold outside at all. If we'd been stuck in a regular cabin, we'd be suffering big time. I kept my eyes glued to the surveillance feed, adjusting the angle again and again. Only after confirming that Chung Hao was the only one outside the door did I let Ding Manqing open the heavy door and toss the stuff out. The down jacket and the self-heating hot pot landed on the floor. A cold glint flashed in Chung Hao's eyes as he grabbed them and retreated to his own suite. At Chung Hao, reward delivered. "No thank you." The moment he stepped inside, I posted the surveillance clip of him collecting his reward to the group chat. I needed everyone to know I was a man of my word. I say it, I do it. That's the only way my words carry weight and menace, the only way my missions stay tempting. At Li Fan, we each got what we wanted. No need to thank you. At Chung Hao, fair enough. But here's a suggestion. You could also have that bitch Ning Qian slap you across the face 3 times hard. That'd earn you another down jacket and a box of self-heating hot pot. I didn't mind in the least if supplies ended up in the hands of this pair of dogs. Quite the opposite. I hoped they'd live a good long while and not kick the bucket too soon. Otherwise, I'd lose my entertainment. At Li Fan, great idea. I'll have her do it right now. The group chat instantly blew up. Wait, these two live together. Slapping each other is as easy as drinking water. 3 slaps a day, and they'd be hauling in free supplies every single day? At Li Fan, you should ban the people involved from completing missions. This is ridiculous. Are you punishing them or helping them? At Li Fan, you call this punishment? Then why don't you post a mission to beat me up too? I wouldn't mind slapping myself 3 times a day. Deal. Seeing such shameless, death wish talk, I smiled. I've never been stingy about helping someone's dreams come true. I immediately DM'd him, asking his name and telling him to send over his ID, a photo, and his room number. The guy didn't take it seriously at all, cheerfully answered everything. His name was Chun Bin, 34, a small-time self-employed business owner, staying in a regular cabin. Idiot. I say it, I do it. Don't try to weasel out on me, or I'll dump the chat log into the group. Relax, I'll make you happy. Once I confirmed the info was correct, I posted a new mission. At everyone, an idiot just asked me to make beating him up a mission. Consider it arranged. Mission requirement. Break any one of his 5 limbs. 1 limb per person per day. Mission details. There's a death-seeking pervert in this group, and I've decided to grant his wish. Target, Chun Bin, photo attached, staying in cabin 11068, Zone B, Deck 11. Mission reward. 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, 10 cups of instant noodles, 1 down jacket. This was a hefty bounty, and under a hefty bounty, brave men always appear. I was going to make this Chun Bin pay for running his mouth and courting death. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Show everyone that getting placed in one of my missions is anything but lucky. Whoever becomes a target starts their death countdown. Call it the King of Hell taking roll. The moment the mission went out, the group chat exploded. Everyone was stunned by Chun Bin's price tag. 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, 10 cups of instant noodles, 1 down jacket. On a cruise ship that was cold and short on food, these things were a temptation the vast majority simply couldn't resist. Chun Bin was now marked by tens of thousands of people. His location was exposed, and passengers staying nearby were getting restless. 1 limb for all that food, 5 limbs for 5 times as much. He was basically a low-level monster that dropped loot. When Chun Bin saw the message, the smugness on his face froze in an instant and turned to panic. He fired off a message to me. What the hell are you doing? I told you to slap me 3 times like those 2 dogs and give me something. Why are you having them break my arms and legs? And offering such a huge reward. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? I sneered. Some people are just born with a mouth that gets them killed. The only reason they're still alive is a peaceful society. Otherwise, that filthy mouth would have sent them to the grave long ago. Chun Bin was exactly this type, and today he'd walked right into my crosshairs. No, change it right now. Slapping is fine, breaking bones is not. You're inciting a crime. Do you understand that? He warned, all bluster and no backbone. Can't change it. Go ahead and call the cops on me if you want, I replied flatly. Chun Bin was too devastated even for tears. Look at the state of the world. If calling the police actually did any good, would he be sitting here in fear? I was wrong, brother. I shouldn't have cursed at you. Shouldn't have tried to be clever. Shouldn't have run my mouth. Can you please just cancel the mission? He begged. You don't know you were wrong. You just know you're about to die. I sneered. I've seen plenty of people like him. Loosen your grip and they run their mouths. Grab them by the throat and their eyes roll back. They never learn. The only solution is physical annihilation. From here on, it's up to his own skills. He survives as long as he can. Brother, show some mercy where you can. It was just a joke. I'm joking with you too. Can't you take a joke? Don't push your luck, you little punk. Do you know who I am? You think I won't have someone off you once we're off this ship? I believe you, which is exactly why I can't let you live. Meanwhile, Captain Qin Guanghua and Security Manager Guan Kersin opened the weapons locker and took out 7 police pistols and 2 semi-automatic rifles. Qin Guanghua kept 1 for himself. In the apocalypse, having a gun on you brought considerable peace of mind. The rest he distributed to Guan Kersin, First Officer Zhong Zhuoran, Captain's Assistant Jian, Deputy Security Manager Zhou Hui, Second Officer Guan Shankue, and Chief Engineer Lu Hong. These were all core members of the ship's management. There was also Cabin Services Manager Feng Xinan, who should have been one of the core personnel, but she seemed to have already been pushed out. That morning, when Qin Guanghua held a meeting to discuss whether to tell everyone the truth about the missing supplies, she simply couldn't see eye to eye with the group. Later, when passengers discovered there was a problem with the food supply, and someone spread word that the supplies had mysteriously vanished, drawing thousands of people demanding answers, she made snide remarks. Qin Guanghua found her quite distasteful and suspected she had deliberately leaked the information herself. Women like that only caused trouble. Keeping her around was inviting disaster. So her name was left off the SEAD personnel list. It had originally been there, but had been cruelly crossed out. She was the only one among the core management who'd been abandoned. Guan Kersin sought out Security Squad Captain Chao Wenqi and said to him, Captain Chao, I've always placed a great deal of trust in you. Now I have an important and confidential mission to give you. Chao Wenqi was reliable in his work, upright and steady as a person, all of which Guan Kersin knew well in her heart. Chew. Manager, just tell me what to do. I'll give it everything I've got and keep my mouth shut, Chow Wenchi said, thumping his chest. For years he'd worked his tail off as squad captain, all because he wanted Guan Kursin to see he was ready for the deputy manager job. Being squad captain looked good on paper, but it wasn't quite there. Only deputy manager put you in actual management. The captain says the situation's complicated. The passengers are getting restless, so we have to prepare for the worst, Guan Kursin said gravely. The rescue team says 3 days at the latest, but we're planning for 5. And every extra day, the risk of things spinning out of control gets higher. A lot of people have their eyes on those supplies. The second chaos breaks out, they'll rush to grab everything. We have to protect what's left, or the consequences will be catastrophic. Chow Wenchi nodded in agreement. If a mob of passengers started raiding the food, it wouldn't be 1 or 2 people dying, it could be a lot. But as long as they kept a tight grip on the supplies and guaranteed the bare minimum of food, there wouldn't be a full-scale riot. Small disturbances could be contained. The 2 officers from the ship's temporary law enforcement center had joined the stabilization effort too. They had enforcement authority and could use any means necessary against troublemakers. Just to be safe, the captain has ordered us to move the supplies to the weapons storage bay and the security office bay as fast as possible. Those 2 areas have the highest security clearance. Guan Kursin finally revealed her real purpose. Understood, manager. But my guys are all tied up with other duties. I'm a little stretched thin, Chow Wenchi said. Have them drop everything. This is top priority. The storage department staff will help you move the supplies, and Deputy Manager Zhou and I will be there the whole time. Got it, manager. I'll go round up my people right now. Chow Wenchi had no idea that management had already written them all off. Ordering them to move the supplies was the last time they'd ever be useful. At -40 degrees, deep in the night, the cold cut to the bone. The vast majority of passengers had no choice but to crank up the heat, bundle themselves in their thickest clothes, and huddle under the covers, shivering. Thank God the power was still on, otherwise a lot of people probably wouldn't have woken up. Last night, I didn't fall asleep until 2 a.m. I slept in the master bedroom. And Ding Manqing? The guest room. I told her straight up, this place runs by my rules now. I take the master, she takes the guest room. She didn't object. The guest room was plenty big anyway, with a bed almost 8 feet wide. You could fit 3 people on it without feeling cramped. Still, I locked my door before going to sleep. Honestly, I knew Ding Manqing probably wouldn't try anything. It wouldn't do her any good, not unless she'd lost her mind. But once bitten, twice shy. Without the door locked, I just couldn't sleep easy. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 9 the next morning. Out of habit, I grabbed my phone and looked, 99.99 plus unread messages. Something big had gone down last night. Gunshots, deaths. The group chat had exploded, wall-to-wall despair. Some people were calling the captain a monster, saying he wanted to hoard all the supplies for himself. Others cursed him out, saying his announcements were all lies and nobody was coming to save us. And there were people crying that they wanted to go home, that they didn't want to die on this ship. It took me a while of scrolling to piece together what had happened. Turns out Chow Wenchi had caught on that something was off with Deputy Manager Zhou Hui, and the 2 got into it. Chow Wenchi suspected that this whole business of management moving the supplies to a so-called secure bay was a conspiracy. They were planning to abandon every passenger and save their own skins. The whole thing fell apart fast. Chow Wenchi flat out refused to let them keep moving the supplies, and the storage department staff seized the moment and started raiding the food. That one raid set off a chain reaction. People from other departments, and the passengers who'd heard the news first, all came pouring in to grab what they could. Guan Kursin fired her gun, but it did nothing to stop the crowd. In the end, all she could do was retreat to the navigation control zone. A lot of people died that night. A good number were trampled to death, their bodies left where they fell, frozen stiff, with no one to collect them. Li Fan, you up? Ding Manqing's voice came from outside the door. I did a quick wash-up and came out to find her sitting on the couch, looking worried sick. The moment she saw me, she blurted out, so many people died last night. People in the chat said they saw gunshots. I walked over, sat down, and pulled her in for a squeeze. Don't be scared, Qing. I told you, no matter how many people out there die, you won't. She took a deep breath. You were right, Li Fan. This isn't just something happening to us. This is the apocalypse. But at least I've got you here with me. I gave a little smile. Stick with me, and I promise you'll live better after the apocalypse than you did before. I paused, then added, though this unrest came faster than I figured. In my past life, order didn't collapse until the 3rd day. This time people were dying on day 1. Things had already gone off track, and I was the origin point of all these changes. Ding Manqing started worrying about something else. What happens if the ship loses power? It's dozens of degrees below zero out there. Without power, it'll drop to 10, 20 below inside too. She had a point. The only reason we could sit around in thin pajamas without freezing was the smart climate control system. A power outage would mean no hot water. Even taking a shower would be a problem. I said, there are generators, aren't there? If the power goes, we generate our own. Generators need diesel. You got any? I do. We won't have to worry about losing power anytime soon. She relaxed instantly. I asked if she'd eaten breakfast. She said no. I went back to the master bedroom and pulled steaming hot soy milk, sausage, soup dumplings, noodles, fried dough sticks, and pickled radish out of my space. Ding Manqing's jaw dropped so far you could have stuffed a light bulb in it. You really do have a system? I didn't answer directly. Don't ask so many questions. Just eat. She nodded. Fine. Then from now on I'm with you all the way. Whatever you say, I'll do it. The exchange group I'd started last night was already over 2,000 people today, most of them drawn in by the lottery giveaways. But right now the whole chat was consumed with last night's events, everyone cursing Qin Guanghua for being a monster. That son of a bitch is holed up in the navigation control zone and won't come out. The door won't even budge no matter how hard you hit it. Him doing this just proves nobody's coming to save us. Otherwise he wouldn't be hoarding the supplies and leaving us to rot. Some women had already started trading their bodies for food. Fellas, I'm a small-time model. I've got nothing left to eat. If someone can spare some food, I'll spend the night with you. Someone replied underneath. 1 cracker, 2 nights. If you're good with that, DM me. In good times, women are gold. In chaos, they're dirt. Without power of their own, the only thing women have left to survive the apocalypse is their bodies. Though the ones who could throw away their pride and do this already, on day 1. Chances are they were in that line of work to begin with. Yeah, but trading your body for food is just barely scraping by. Unless you've got a massive stockpile of supplies and a way to stay warm, you'll still end up freezing or starving to death. Right now, I've got the most supplies on this ship, over 10,000 tons, enough to keep 20 people alive until they're 100. Next is Captain Qin Guanghua, who hauled a bunch of stuff into the weapons and equipment bay before his plan got exposed, enough to feed 10 people for most of a year. After that comes Chao Wenqi and his crew, who made off with a third of the remaining supplies last night. But they've got too many mouths and too many loose lips. They won't last long. Then there are the quiet ones who use their positions to squirrel things away, like the storeroom and kitchen staff. Same as always, a small group controls most of the resources. The rich stay rich, the poor die poor. A pyramid. Ali Fan, I finished the task. Where do I claim my reward? Someone tagged me in the group chat. The second that message dropped, the whole group went dead silent. Everyone was waiting for my reply. They wanted to know whether, after everything that went down last night, I'd still keep running these tasks. Because by now, anyone with eyes could see it. The so-called rescue was a lie, and every bite of food meant 1 less bite left. But what they didn't know was that I had more supplies than I could eat in a lifetime. Which task? You need video proof. Posted in the group, I replied. Sure enough, the guy dropped a video. In it, a man in his 30s was clutching his leg, howling in agony, his face all scrunched up. Looked like his leg was broken. It was Chun Bin. I raised an eyebrow. So the guy who posted the video had snapped one of Chun Bin's legs. After last night's food riot, everyone understood rescue wasn't coming. No rescue meant no law, no moral restraints. Order on the ship collapsed in an instant, and it was straight back to the law of the jungle. Brutal, but fair. All the old status and rank were void. Everything started from scratch. As long as you controlled the distribution of supplies. Even if you'd once been some small-time punk, those top-tier beauties who used to look down on everyone would come crawling over on their own. They wanted to live, and Plan B was their only option. The guy tagged me in the group, saying this was the second target of a task I'd posted. I didn't waste words, just told him to PM me his info, and I'd give him the pickup location. The group instantly went nuts. The task reward was 2 rich, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, a down jacket. Which one of those wouldn't make someone drool? Someone offered 3 million for a single box of hot pot. Someone else bumped it to 4 million. Another guy shouted 7 million plus an ocean view apartment in a top-tier city. But all these things that people used to kill for looked pathetic next to a box of hot pot. Money had lost its value. Food was the only hard currency now. Expensive jewelry, handbags, watches, even gold, all worthless. Someone in the group asked if I had a new task today, said they'd gone to Chun Bin's room and he was gone. Someone else said they'd wanted to cut a deal with Chun Bin, break one of his arms, split the supplies 50-50. Another guy just straight up called for Chun Bin to show his face, saying he was a hot commodity now. Honestly, ever since last night, the people living near Chun Bin had their eyes on him. The only reason they hadn't moved was the 2 barriers, law and conscience. But by the second half of the night, everything spiraled out of control. The law was gone, and no amount of moral hesitation could hold up against the hunger for food. And so Chun Bin became a mob to be farmed for loot. The guy who posted the video was the lucky one who'd landed this monster. And by now he'd probably got Shinbin pinned up, snap off one of his 5 limbs a day, and trade it to me for a decent haul of food. Cruel. Inhuman. But if you wanted to live, that's what it came to. Shinbin had it coming, too. The moment he cursed me out in the group and mocked me as an idiot, he should have seen this ending coming. After all that, nobody dared laugh off my tasks as a joke anymore. Ning Qian and Cheng Hao, the 2 lurkers, felt a chill run down their spines at the thought of getting hunted and farmed for loot just like Chinbin. The same thought popped into both their heads. This bastard is downright vicious. After last night's chaos, a suffocating heaviness hung over the entire cruise ship. Death and violence had made everyone realize the rules of the world had changed. Law and morality were crumbling, and the dark side of human nature was starting to surface. Under that gloom, some of the more savage-minded people even felt a thrill, a deeply twisted, perverse kind of excitement. But the ones most afraid were the women. In a functioning society, the law protected them. But the moment the apocalypse hit, they became lambs for the slaughter. Their fate would be miserable, and the prettier they were, the worse they'd suffer. 10 in the morning. A few days ago, this was the ship's liveliest hour. The hallways, decks, restaurants, and entertainment areas all packed with people. But now it was empty, silent as a ghost town. It was too cold outside. Everyone was bundled up in blankets, holed up in their heated rooms, not wanting to move an inch. The second you moved, a draft would sneak into your blanket. The cruise ship had completely lost contact with the outside world. Phones could only connect to the ship's local network. You could send messages and chat, but that was it. Someone in the group asked whether everyone had joined the group I'd set up, saying they'd seen me actually give supplies to people who completed tasks, and they were craving that self-heating hot pot. Someone else said the reward claimers felt like plants and told everyone to stay sharp. Another person begged for something to eat, saying they hadn't had a single grain of rice since yesterday afternoon. The replies were blunt. Who's going to hand you anything now? If you're desperate, just take it. It's the apocalypse. Law of the jungle. I lay sprawled on the couch, scrolling through the group chat, my head resting on Ding Manqing's silky, springy stockinged legs. I told her legs this nice shouldn't go bare. From now on she had to wear stockings. I'd prepared hundreds of pairs of different kinds for her, enough that she wouldn't repeat a single one all year. That was my rule. So she'd put on a pair of pure, seductive, flesh-toned lace ultra-thin thigh-highs, incredibly smooth to the touch. I said the cruelty of the apocalypse would show itself in full before long. Over the next 2 or 3 days, at least half the people on this ship would die. When you push people to a dead end, they go mad, grasping at any chance to survive. 99% of the messages in the group looked like idle chatter, but in reality, some clever ones were already quietly reaching out to restless passengers, forming alliances. Whoever rallied a crew first would seize the advantage, using force to plunder the food others had hoarded. The doors to the luxury suites were double-layered, ultra-strong steel. Not even artillery could blow them open. But the doors on the standard cabins weren't nearly as solid. With the right tools, you could force them open, which left endless room for looting. Ding Manqing asked, stunned. Half the people, in 2 or 3 days? There were about 15,000 passengers and crew on the ship. Half meant 7 or 8,000. I said, extreme cold combined with a lack of food and clothing. 7 or 8,000 dead in 2 or 3 days isn't a lot. And the power's still on. Once it goes out, even more people will die. The temperature's still dropping, and it'll keep dropping tonight. From around -40, pushing toward -80, then stabilizing around -50 by dawn. Cold enough to freeze water instantly. No power, no heavy clothes, no way to stay warm. How many people can survive that? So the vast majority will die. The ones who make it will have some real grit, at least a strong constitution, tough enough to take the cold and the abuse. Ding Manqing said. Then you'd better hurry up and round up a few more sisters before the big die-off. I said, wait till noon. I'm going to put on a little show for them. Just thinking about what I'd do at noon made the corners of my mouth curl up. She didn't get it. A show. I didn't explain much. She'd find out soon enough. Then I changed the subject, asked if she played games, and told her to keep me company for a bit. She said she'd never played, and that I should play while she watched. I said it was easy. I'd teach her. We'd team up and clear levels together. She agreed, but told me I wasn't allowed to complain about how badly she played. We went into the game room, and I taught her how to play controller games hands-on. Contra, Metal Slug, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Double Dragon, all my favorite retro classics. She was clumsy at first, but picked it up fast, getting more and more into it. These controller games can't match AAA titles in graphics or gameplay, but for relaxing and killing time, they're perfect. Time flies when you're having fun, and before I knew it, it was noon. Ding Manqing wasn't ready to stop. I checked the time and said, it's 12. Time for lunch. Today we eat well. She said, one more round. I said, fine, Fine, one more round, then we eat. 20 minutes later, Ding Manqing and I walked out of the game room. While she went to the bathroom, I pulled some good food out of my storage space. Today I plan to put together a hot pot seafood feast. Frozen fresh Australian lobster, king crab, snow crab, and Norwegian shrimp took up half the table. The other half was fresh vegetables, sliced lamb, sliced fatty beef, all kinds of hot pot ingredients, plus several types of fruit. This meal would have been extravagant even before the apocalypse, let alone after. Ding Manqing came out of the bathroom, saw the table full of seafood and hot pot meat, and just froze. This is a seafood feast. How about it, Sis Ching? Pretty lavish lunch, right? I couldn't speak for anywhere else, but on this cruise ship, I was the only one who could eat seafood hot pot in temperatures dozens of degrees below zero. A feast for both the stomach and the soul. Ding Manqing took a deep breath to collect herself. Suddenly putting together something this lavish. You've definitely got some other motive, right? I nodded. You really know me, Sis Ching. I'm planning to do a live stream, show everyone how good our life is in the apocalypse, and while I'm at it, ask if any pretty ladies want to join us. I knew that if I wanted the top beauties on this ship to swallow their pride and throw themselves at me, I had to show my strength. It's like feeding chickens. You have to let the chicken know you've got grain in your hand before it'll come chasing after you. So it's not really about the wine. You've really got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Ding Manqing figured out my scheme after a moment's thought. But isn't this a little too high profile? Supplies on the ship are already scarce. If we eat like this, what if they get bad ideas? Her worry wasn't unfounded. People will do anything when they're starving, and now there's no law or morality holding anyone back. You know why I insisted on moving into the luxury suite, Sis Ching? A smile tugged at my lips. Because it's a solid tortoise shell. No matter how hard the people outside try, they can't crack it open. As long as we don't go out, they can be as jealous as they want. It's useless. The only thing I worry about is, what if one of the sisters I recruit has bad intentions and lets the outsiders in while we're asleep? Ding Manqing smiled when she heard that. You don't need to worry about that. The luxury suite door has a forced deadbolt function. When you engage the deadbolt, you can also enter a passcode, so no one can open the door from the inside either. A flash of pleasant surprise crossed my eyes. It has a feature like that? Perfect. Now there's nothing to worry about. I'd originally figured that if I found a decent beauty, I'd chain her up after she came in and keep her from moving around freely, just so she couldn't open the door from the inside and let people in. But with the forced deadbolt function, I didn't have to go to all that trouble. Still, your concern is valid. We really do need to stay sharp right now. Ding Manqing said seriously. If you actually find someone, have her sleep with me. That way I can catch any funny business the moment it happens. Ding Manqing was a smart woman. She knew her interests were tied to mine. Keeping me safe meant keeping herself safe. All right, I'll follow your lead on this, Sis Ching. I was pleased with what she said. Let's eat first. I'm going to start the live stream. I have to be on camera too? Of course. Sis Ching, you're gorgeous. Perfect for telling certain women not to overestimate themselves. I'm not running a junkyard here. Anyone who's not at least an 8 can forget about being your sister. We don't play with ugly people. So you're saying I'm only an 8 in your eyes? My eyes instinctively dropped to those 2 ripe melons practically bursting out of her top. With that pair, Sis Ching, you're a 9. The moment the live stream popped up in the group, everyone's eyes went wide. On screen, Ding Manqing and I were both wearing thin, light pajamas. The split-pot hot pot on the dining table was billowing with steam, the red and white broths bubbling gently, already loaded with ingredients. There were 7 or 8 kinds of seafood on the table alone, and I was cracking a king crab leg with all my might. Those plates of neatly cut lamb and fatty beef slices, just looking at them made your mouth water. The impact was enormous. Many people could only stave off hunger with snacks, and they had to ration those too, stretching what little food they had to last as long as possible. Some didn't even have snacks. They were so hungry they were dizzy and seeing stars. And here I was in my pajamas, leisurely enjoying a seafood feast. Calling the gap between us, heaven and hell, wouldn't be an exaggeration. Hey there, everyone. I'm Lee Fan, your Apocalypse Mukbang host. Have you all had lunch? If not, you can watch me eat. Today we're keeping it simple with a seafood and beef hot pot. This was the new identity I gave myself, Apocalypse Mukbang host. Of course, I didn't actually want to be a food streamer. It was just a way to show off my strength and attract high-quality beauties. The moment I spoke, the group blew up. Damn, is this for real? We're freezing our asses off, splitting 1 cup of instant noodles into 3 meals. What gives him the right to eat hot pot in his pajamas? It's this Lee Fan guy again, live streaming in the group just to show off, right? If you've got the guts, tell me where you live. I'll come take all your supplies and your woman. I want seafood hot pot too. Can you invite me to come eat with you? I'll say yes. Getting to dine with a goddess like me would be an honor for you. Bro, don't hog all the good stuff. None of us can even fill our stomachs. and you're eating like a king. How about sharing a little? My group had fewer than 3,000 members, but there were over 10,000 passengers on the ship. The moment the video went live, word spread fast to the other groups. Passenger Group 1, 2, 3, each with 5,000 members. The crew's VIP Elite Service Group, the Top Baller Networking Group, the Socialite Check-in Group. In just 1 minute, my group ballooned to over 8,000 people, all drawn in to watch me eat seafood hot pot. I finally pulled off all the king crab legs and said to Ding Manqing, "Qingjia, here are a few legs for your clear broth pot." Okay. Ding Manqing gracefully took the crab legs. Being watched by thousands of people while eating made her a little self-conscious, but thankfully the camera was mostly on me. Let the king crab legs cook for a few minutes first. In the meantime, I'll have some grilled chicken wings. These wings are crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and every one is nice and plump. One bite, and the flavor just explodes in your mouth. The meat's really nice too, smooth, tender, springy, not dry at all. Gulp. Listening to my description and staring at those glistening, oily chicken wings, everyone swallowed hard in unison. I'm a bit of a messy eater. After gnawing a wing down to the bone, I tossed it into the bone dish, which infuriated the crowd. "Can I come be a dog at your place? I'll eat your leftovers. I won't complain." What a waste. There's still meat on those wing bones, and you just threw them out. Bro, this isn't the time to just look out for yourself. Don't forget we're all Daxia people. Mutual aid is a time-honored virtue. Big brother, I can be sweet or classy, whatever you like. Can I come stay with you for a while? I'm scared being all alone. She even posted a photo and tagged me. I took one look. Not only was she wearing makeup, she'd maxed out the camera's beauty filter and skin smoothing, then photoshopped it on top of that. And even so, she was still only about a 4 or 5 out of 10. An ugly mug like that, I'd explode just glancing at it. Actually, you all have a point. Qingjia and I really can't finish all this food by ourselves, so I don't mind if a few people come share the feast. The more the merrier. Especially in this frozen apocalypse, eating hot pot and singing songs while watching the chaos unfold outside. Now that's the ultimate luxury. I said with a smile, but my place has limited space. I can't take in too many people, so I can only pick a few I find suitable. Whoever I choose won't have to shiver out there in the cold anymore. Every day, you'll get to eat delicious food with us in a warm house, and after meals you can play games and sing. Very comfortable. Now let me lay out the requirements and the bar. If you meet them, DM me. If you don't waste each other's time and just get in each other's way. The moment I said this, everyone perked up their ears, eager to know what conditions they'd have to meet to live the good life with me. Just then, Ding Manqing handed over a freshly shelled Australian lobster, her eyes so tender they could melt. "Here, this is for you." I took it with a smile, dipped it in some sauce, and popped it into my mouth. Over 10,000 people were watching the stream. Who knows how many were drooling with envy, wishing they were me. First condition, I began slowly. If you want to live with us, eat feasts every day, and stay in a warm room, you have to be at least an 8.5 out of 10. If you've got special skills, I'll lower it to an 8. That's the bottom line. Anything below an 8, don't bother. The moment I said this, the group erupted. You picking out a fucking harem? An 8.5? Have you even looked at your own sorry ass? Are you even worthy? I knew you were up to no good. That woman across from you. You tricked her into it too, didn't you? What an animal. It's the end of the world, and you're still thinking with your dick. Just go die already, you disgusting creep. Who the hell do you think you are? My eyes turned cold. If you don't like it, get lost. What gives you the right to bark at me? It's the goddamn apocalypse. Can't you still figure out that whoever's got the food is the one in charge? You think I'm going too far, that I'm creepy and vulgar? Well, girls above an 8 are already lining up to DM me. Those of you still barking, do you really think I'm the problem? No, you just realize you've got no shot. That's just how it was. The ones cursing the loudest were either men, automatically filtered out, or women who weren't good-looking and knew they had no chance. But they couldn't stand to see others live well. If they had to suffer, everyone had to suffer. So they said things like this to pile psychological pressure on those who did qualify. I'll say something bold. Right now, getting picked by me would be pure dumb luck, like your ancestors' graves lit up with good fortune. You get that? Open your eyes and take a good look at how much food you've got left. How long can you hold out? 3 days? 5? A week? The words were like a thorn stick jammed straight into their hearts. This was the brutal reality they didn't want to face, but had to. How much longer could they survive on this ship? But get picked by me, and it's a whole different story. Stick with me, and you'll never want for food or clothing. Want hot pot? Hot pot. Want barbecue? Barbecue. Fruit, snacks, clean clothes, a comfortable environment, all of it. The temptation was maxed out. Getting chosen meant no more worrying about starving or freezing, more than enough for anyone afraid to die. Second condition, good figure. At least 5 feet 5 inches, C-cup minimum, Waist under 27.5 inches, golden waist to hip ratio, small frame, fair skin. Third condition, good personality. You provide emotional value, you're obedient, you follow orders, and you find creative ways to please me. Drama queens, attention seekers, and anyone with a warped worldview can go find somewhere else to chill. Fourth condition, age no younger than 18, no older than 40. And don't tell me you take good care of yourself and look like a young girl. We're about to lose power and water. What would I want you for? Looks, height, measurements, personality, age, all restricted. These requirements really were steep. There were plenty of beautiful women on the ship, models, celebrities, influencers, but to meet all of them at once, to meet all my requirements, it'd be no exaggeration to say 1 in a million qualifies. Someone in the group chat asked, so you're basically just trying to sleep with top-tier hotties? That's pretty shameless, man. At least throw up a fig leaf. I took a bite of Australian lobster tail and replied with a smile. Why would I need a fig leaf? Is this something to be ashamed of? I don't want to see beautiful women perish so young. I take them in, save their lives, and in return they please me. That's fair, isn't it? You think I should just feed them for free their whole lives? We're all adults here. Don't expect a free ride. In the apocalypse, nobody runs charity. Every single bite matters. Trading your body for food and shelter? Absolutely worth it. Someone said, I meet all your requirements, but you can only have me and me alone. I'm the possessive type when it comes to relationships. I replied flatly, you're already passed over. Even if you're a perfect 10, you've got no shot. Then someone else challenged me. How can you guarantee food and shelter? You're full of it, right? Where would you even get that many supplies? If you don't believe me, don't come to me. If you do, come find me. Simple as that. And from now on, anyone who talks trash to me is going to end up like Chin Bin. The words had barely left my mouth when someone jumped out to test me. F your mother. My name's Zhang Wei, and I'm cussing you out. You son of a b. What are you going to do about it? Put a bounty on me, dumbass. You really think having a little stash means you get to sit on everyone's head and take a dump? There's always someone begging to die. Looks like killing the chicken didn't scare off certain rabid monkeys. Fine, then I'll just kill the monkey. Zhang Wei, right? You want to die, and I'll make it happen. A cold smirk curled my lips. I'm now posting mission 3. Whoever chops off Zhang Wei's junk gets 20 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 20 boxes of self-heating rice, 20 hot burgers, 50 skewers of hot lamb, plus 3 down jackets. Bounty maxed out. Temptation maxed out. Big rewards breed brave men. And this reward was so high even his own family might stab him in the back. The apocalypse brings out the ugliest side of human nature. Some people will sell out anything to survive. Zhang Wei was still ranting in the group. Didn't know I was worth so much. But you'll never get to chop me. You'd better watch yourself. If I catch you, I'll let you taste getting your junk chopped off first. His mind had probably already cracked under the crushing weight of the apocalypse. That's the only reason he was this crazy. But I didn't care why he wanted to die. I just needed to make sure he got exactly what he was asking for. Hope you last a while. Whatever you do, don't reveal your location, or you won't make it through the night. I wasn't wrong. The moment the bounty dropped, at least a few dozen pairs of eyes locked onto him. If Chin Bin was a walking supply mob, then Zhang Wei was a mouth-watering supply cache. With that kind of drop rate, even the person sharing his bed would start scheming. He was still talking tough. Anyone who wants to come at me better be ready to get killed by me first. All bark, no bite, running on pure adrenaline. Once he calmed down, he'd realized just how scared he should be. I continued. Everyone, who knows if this hellish weather is going to drop even colder? And how long can the ship's power last? Without electricity, it gets even freezing. You might fall asleep and never wake up. If you want to live, hurry up and find someone reliable. Someone spotted the pattern. The temperature had plummeted around 10:30 both of the past 2 nights. Would it drop again tonight? How would anyone survive a blackout? Someone tried to needle me. If the ship loses power, you won't have electricity either. What are you so smug about? I laughed. Sorry to disappoint you, but my luxury suite comes with its own generator. Ship loses power, I've still got electricity, still lounging in my pajamas, eating hot pot. You lot. You'll just freeze into ice sculptures in the dark. So, if you meet the requirements, DM me with a photo. If you don't and you're just here to stir the pot, I'll post a mission on you, bounty maxed out, and send everyone straight to your doorstep. I'm living in a luxury suite with my own generator. The second that news dropped, the group chat completely blew up. An account with the username Bunny Ears Crown Myself spammed the chat, firing off 10 messages in a row. Atlee fan, I'm pregnant, starving, and freezing. Let me stay at your place for a while. Just make me some nutritious meals every day. I can't eat anything too greasy. Here comes the moral blackmail. The pregnancy card might have worked 10 years ago, but that road's long been blocked off now. Besides, the thing I hate most is being morally blackmailed. Seeing that I didn't respond, she sent another. Ali Fan, don't pretend you can't see this. You've got so many rooms. What's the harm in sparing one for me? I don't eat much, but I need my own private bathroom. Privacy is important for a pregnant woman. I almost burst out laughing. Where did this woman get her confidence? Expecting to just move into my suite as if it's her right, and demanding a private bathroom too? I used to not believe that pregnancy makes you dumb for 3 years. Now I believe it. I stuffed a freshly cooked lamb roll into my mouth, chewed, then replied, "Am I your daddy? Or the daddy of the kid in your belly? Your pregnancy has nothing to do with me." What kind of thing is that to say? I'm pregnant, and caring for a pregnant woman is the most basic moral bottom line. If you're even a decent human being, you'd agree to my request. I shrugged. Well, sorry then. Just consider me not a decent human being. 2 lives, me and my child, mean nothing to you. Is that it? If something happens to me, will you be able to sleep at night? Do you know how hard it is being a woman? 10 months of pregnancy. Who are we carrying these kids for? It's for you filthy men. You're a man who won't take responsibility. What kind of man does that make you? The men in the group couldn't take it anymore. You're having a baby for your husband. What's that got to do with us? Is the kid gonna call us daddy? You get pregnant, and suddenly you want to move into someone's room? Should all the other pregnant women on the ship move in too? Did your brain flood or something? Well, my wife's been pregnant for 3 hours. Now what? That's called forgetting the condom. Damn, should have said so earlier. While the group chat was busy arguing, over in one of the regular cabins, Song Nani sat wrapped in a blanket, glaring at my live stream, her face full of resentment. This bastard would rather give food to total strangers than to me and Orville. He's got no heart at all. The more she watched me eat seafood hot pot, the more her teeth itched with rage. How is it fair that a security guard got to live so lavishly after the apocalypse? She and the noble Orville were about to starve to death, while I sat there leisurely eating hot pot. Nani, isn't this yellow-skinned monkey your ex? Go ask him for some food. I'm starving. Orville dangled a belt in his hand and gave it a shake. Song Nani was so frightened that trembling, she'd just been disciplined yesterday, and her whole body still ached. But somehow she didn't think Orville had done anything wrong. Instead, she felt it was her own fault for failing to get food from me, and that she deserved the punishment. I've got a few crackers left. You eat first. She quickly handed them over. Orville grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth. I want steak. Figure something out. Song Nani thought to herself. It's all my fault that Orville has to suffer like this. He's of Tanzanian royal blood. The fact that he'd even date a Daxiao woman like me is already a huge sacrifice. Tell that yellow-skinned monkey that he took advantage of my woman before. He owes me compensation. Orville's words were as crude as if he were talking about a dog. But Song Nani didn't feel insulted at all. In fact, she thought it was refreshingly blunt. She even started calculating. It really is time to settle that account with me. Can't let me get away with a free ride. If you can't get any food, don't blame me for using your body to trade for it, Orville said, his face darkening. Song Nani not only wasn't angry, she looked at him with pleading eyes. Don't say that. My body belongs only to you. Then hurry up and go ask. Call him, don't text. Song Nani called me. I hung up immediately. She called a few more times, so I blocked her. Left with no other option, she started shouting in the group chat. Atli Fan, this is Song Nani. It's urgent. Why won't you pick up? So annoying. Stop your stream and answer me right now. She was still acting all high and mighty, like a domestic guy, like me should be catering to her. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her. I could guess what she wanted with my eyes closed. Nothing but begging me for food and clothes. Every time you think this woman couldn't possibly be more ridiculous, she manages to hit a new low the very next second. When she saw I wasn't responding, she posted again. Who wants to watch you eat seafood hot pot just to make everyone drool? So you eat a little better, big deal. Nothing to show off about. It's so low, okay? Ugly words, but she genuinely didn't think there was anything wrong with her. Song Nani was going at it with me in the group chat, so I flat out warned her not to come looking for trouble here. She actually had the nerve to call me a chauvinist, saying she wouldn't even bother contacting me if she didn't need something. I didn't hold back either. Told her if she didn't like what she heard, she could get lost, and if she wanted to hear a dog bark, she should go find her black dog boyfriend, because bitches and dogs go together forever. She cursed at me, called me classless, said I was a hot-tempered, off-putting domestic guy. Then she suddenly changed her tune, said Orville wanted steak, told me to deliver 2 portions, and claimed this counted as compensation for me wasting her youth. The guys in the group chat completely lost it. You could tell from the conversation that Song Nani and I used to be together, but that was ancient history. Now she was using that as an excuse to demand food from her ex to give to her current boyfriend, and calling it a youth loss fee. Absolutely absurd. And the kicker was her current boyfriend was a black guy, who could keep a straight face. But I kept my composure. If anyone else had said this, I think they were just being ironic. But Song Nani was different. She wasn't being ironic. She was the definition of absurd. After dating her for a while, no matter what outrageous statement came out of her mouth, I found it perfectly on brand. She said again that she never bows her head to anyone, and now that she'd swallowed her pride, all she wanted was 2 portions of steak. Just 2 portions of steak? Before the apocalypse, worthless. After the apocalypse, this stuff was enough to get a top-tier beauty to serve you on her knees dozens of times. I told her I had steak, but her black dog boyfriend didn't deserve to eat it. He was just a piece of evolutionary garbage. She got frantic, cursing that I had no right to discriminate against Orville, calling me narrow-minded, arrogant, devoid of any human decency. After all that, she circled right back, said we'd had something once, she'd given me her youth, so surely asking for 2 steaks wasn't too much? I laughed and told her she herself was a slab of Brazilian steak. Any old dog could take a lick. She could barely contain her rage and said I was willing to give things to complete strangers, yet she was the woman I once loved to death, and I'd said I'd give her everything. I shrugged. Sis, you actually believe the things a man says before he wants to get you into bed? Back then, if you'd asked me to pluck stars from the sky, I wouldn't have hesitated. Her face turned livid. She asked if I really wouldn't honor even a shred of our old bond. I said old bond. I only remember the old. I don't remember any bond. Everyone in the group was calling her a freak, and then another fun idea came to me. Here's the deal, Song Nani. I'll give you and your black dog boyfriend a chance. I knew Orville was definitely watching the live stream. The whole ship was watching. It was the only entertainment available these days. Orville, if you want pan-fried steak, pilaf, couscous, and Tanzanian-style meat pies, then hand Song Nani over to a dacha man for 3 days. Otherwise, you won't get a single bite of any of it. I knew Song Nani too well. She despised dacha men from the very bottom of her heart. She'd already leaned that way when we were dating, and it only got worse afterward. Making her spend 3 days with a dacha man would be worse for her than death. She blew up, cursing me for being despicable and vile, saying Orville would never sell out his own woman just for a bit of food like I would. I sneered. Everyone knows exactly which part of the world has the most irresponsible men. Oh, and I'll give you a chance too, I said with a big grin. Now, everyone watching the live stream can bear witness. If Song Nani takes out her boyfriend, I'll give her 50 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 50 boxes of self-heating rice, 3 down jackets, plus enough food to feed 1 person for half a month. Everyone gasped. The most valuable head before this had been Zhang Wei, but now that title had changed hands. The bounty on Orville far exceeded everyone else's. The only catch was that this task was open only to Song Nani. If she took out Orville, she'd have no worries about food or drink for a month, and with 3 down jackets in hand, no worries about freezing to death either. Song Nani was furious, saying I was trying to drive a wedge between them, and that neither she nor Orville would ever do what I said. I didn't pay her declaration any mind and spoke directly to the live stream. Orville, I'll give you 1 hour to think it over. Contact me when you've made up your mind. I paused, then added, just a friendly reminder. A woman's words are the least trustworthy of all. You're worth a fortune right now, so you'd better sleep with one eye open, lest she comes after you. My words hit Orville like a hammer to the chest. The way he looked at Song Nani grew more and more wary. Song Nani panicked. Orville, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just trying to drive us apart. I swear I absolutely wouldn't hurt you. Too bad a half-evolved black dog didn't understand what manipulation meant. His animal instincts told him he couldn't fully trust Song Nani. If it were him, he'd definitely find a way to take out prey worth a month's supplies. Nani, you just said you'd sacrifice anything for me. Song Nani nodded. I'm really hungry right now. I miss the couscous from back home. Can you make that wish come true for me? Orville's sharp eyes locked onto her, like a vicious, snarling beast. Orville, be reasonable, okay? That bastard is playing you. It's the apocalypse. Where the hell is he going to get you couscous? Song Nani's face was full of bitterness. Couscous was a delicacy from Orville's homeland. Before the apocalypse, the cruise ship's restaurant served it, but now people couldn't even get a hot meal. Even if there's no couscous, he definitely has steak. Would you sacrifice yourself so I could eat steak? It's just 3 days. It'll be over before you know it. Orville figured letting Song Nani leave would be the best of both worlds. Once this woman was gone, he wouldn't have to worry about his own hide anymore. Otherwise, who knew if she'd butcher him for the supplies? Orville, I'm your woman. How can you just hand your own woman over to someone else? Song Nani's eyes went wide. She couldn't believe those words had come out of Orville's mouth. She'd just told the group chat that Orville wasn't like great Siam men, that he wasn't trashy enough to trade a woman for food. And now Orville had shredded that statement with his own hands, making her look like a clown. You weren't a whole woman when you were with me either. Since you're already dirty, don't act like you're so clean. Every girlfriend I had before was pure. You're the only exception. Orville's meaning was clear. Since she'd already been slept with, he didn't care if it was one more man, or a whole crowd of them. To him, once something was dirty, it stayed dirty. There was no need to treat her like a real woman. A toy would do. And now that this toy could be traded for steak, of course he wouldn't refuse. Orville, this is different. That was before I met you. After I got with you, I deleted every other man from my life, including my own dad. Song Nani screamed, her eyes brimming with wrong tears. She never imagined she was a dirty woman in Orville's eyes. She'd never once looked down on him. Even though he was always hitting on other women while they were together, she'd caught him with more than 5. She kept telling herself to be tolerant of this man with noble blood, that he just wanted to experience different women and had no feelings for them. She firmly believed she was the most important woman to Orville, but those words just now broke her heart. But you were fucked by another man. Of course, I'm not looking down on you, babe. I'm just saying you can loosen up. It's just sleeping with another man for 3 days, right? As long as you're thinking of me while you're getting railed, it doesn't count as being defiled. Seeing Song Nani getting emotional, Orville softened his tone a bit and started coaxing her. Except the words coming out of his mouth were absolutely unhinged. No, Orville, I can't accept this. Song Nani shook her head, eyes blurred with tears. Please don't make me go be with those great Siam men who reek from head to toe. I want to throw up just looking at them, let alone being touched by them. Song Nani's nose must have been stuffed with donkey hair. East Asians have the least body odor in the world, and among East Asians, Great Xia people have the least of all. Yet here she was, shamelessly claiming Great Xia men reeked, while having no problem with a black dog who had the worst body odor of all. It was pretty hilarious. I know this is torture for you, but you have to endure it for me. Who is it just now that said she'd give everything for me? Doesn't your everything include your body? Orville's thick brows furrowed. His voice was quiet, but carried an unquestionable firmness. Babe, no matter how much you hate this, you need to learn to accept it. I swear to God, I'll always remember your sacrifice and everything you gave up. 3 days will be over before you know it. Song Nani still shook her head. At this moment, her thoughts were quietly beginning to shift, though even she didn't realize it. Orville shot her a cold glare. If you're not willing, that means you never loved me at all. You've been playing with my feelings this whole time. You just came from my noble blood. How are you any different from those great Xiao women with impure motives? No, I'm not like those bitches. They're not worthy of comparing themselves to me. Song Nani's voice suddenly shot up. Orville, please believe me. I love you so much. I love you more than I love myself. Then prove it to me. Song Nani looked up pitifully at Orville's dark face. If I go, will you really not look down on me? No, you'd be doing this for me. How could I look down on you? It'll only make me love you more. Song Nani took a deep breath. Okay, I'll do anything for you. As long as you don't look down on me. I'll try my best not to let that man touch me during these 3 days. You finally came around, babe. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'll remember everything you've done for me. Orville's face was overflowing with smiles. He didn't care at all whether Song Nani would get fucked by another man, how many times, or in what positions. An obedient bitch that could be traded for steak. There was no better deal. If there was a next time, he'd want to trade again. Song Nani at me in the group chat. I accept your terms. I can go be with a great Siam man for 3 days. You won't forget your promise, will you? I replied. Tisk TSK. Who is it that just said her boyfriend would absolutely never trade her for food? That's a real slap in the face. Handing your own woman over to be fucked by someone else. I don't think he should go by Orville anymore. He should just rename himself Super Green-Haired Ninja Turtle. Li Fan, I won't allow you to insult Orville. I'm telling you, I'm doing this voluntarily. Orville's been trying his hardest to stop me. I'm the one who wants to trade my body for food. Song Nani was still defending Orville with everything she had. Oh really? Fooling us is one thing. But whatever you do, don't go fooling yourself. I sneered. There was no way I believed Orville tried to stop her. Right now I just want to know, when are you giving Orville the food? I'll give him 2 options, a slab of steak, about 3 pounds, or the specialty couscous from their homeland, though there's only 1 plate. The corner of my mouth curled into a smile. So the black dog wanted to eat my food. It won't be that easy. The moment he called me a yellow monkey, I'd already sentenced Orville to death. Can't you just give him both? As a favor to me. Sorry, but you've got 0 favors to cash in with me. Right then, Orville suddenly posted in the group chat. At Li Fan, I want cuz. I saw it. Cuz, huh? Sure, no problem. So I'll just pick some random Dasha man from the crowd. What Song Nani has to do is simple. Go over and live with the guy for 3 days. The second she shows up there, you can come collect your stuff from me. Great, then hurry up and find someone. I'm already getting impatient. My livestream ran for a full hour. After I logged off, I checked my friend requests, and my inbox blew up. It was nothing but gorgeous women, all with photos attached. Hello, Mr. Li Fan. I'm Moose Sinew. Height 172, weight 106, runner-up in the 94th Miss Asia pageant, all-natural D-Cup, graduate of the 211 Media Arts Institute. I've studied Latin dance, yoga, and folk dance since childhood. Gentle personality, easygoing temper, open to advanced positions. After reading it, I hit decline without hesitation. Why'd you reject her outright? Ding Manqing knelt behind me, kneading my shoulders, unable to resist asking. This girl's photo is pretty gorgeous. She's definitely a 9, and she checks all your boxes, doesn't she? She's pretty, all right. Too bad she's got a couple of deal breakers. What deal breakers? Latin dance and yoga. Those two alone are enough for me to pass. She just stared at me, baffled. Next one. Please take me in, boss. Height 162, measurements 88-65-91, cute and lively, top-notch oral skills. Pass. And why reject this one? Girls who claim 162 are usually not even 160. And top-notch oral skills? I'm not looking for a used-up piece of trash. My standards for picking women for Ding Manqing's crew were sky-high, but I had the capital to be picky. This cruise ship had over 10,000 passengers, 70% of them women. In terms of figure, poise, and looks, the overall level was well above average. The women who could board this ship had already been through one round of filtering. Either they had some looks and paid their own way for fun, or they'd been brought along by boyfriends, sugar daddies, or bosses, or they were singers and models invited to perform. The vast majority of women on this ship rated a 4 or above, and plenty were 8s and 9s. Given all that, of course I was going to cherry-pick the best of the best. Anything below a 9 wasn't even under consideration, and even the 9s might not make the cut. Big brother, I'm Tong Yen. I've got a naturally youthful face and huge breasts. G-cup, measurements 105, 66, 98. I'm 20 this year, height 166, weight 109. My special talent is tying a knot with my tongue. Super gentle temper, and I'm still unopened, verifiable on request. I accepted her friend request. This woman had a lot going for her. Her name sounded nice, her breasts were even bigger than Ding Manqing's, and at her age they'd be perky and firm, no sagging. Most importantly, she could tie a knot with her tongue, and if she could do that, she could do other things. Of course, accepting a friend request didn't mean she got to move in. It just put her in the waiting pool, past the first screening. There were more tests ahead. I figured it out. You're a total breast guy, stocking guy, leg guy, Ding Manqing snorted. All men are the same, Ching. My taste is dead on with what the vast majority of men find attractive. I kept scrolling through the requests. Whoa, what the hell is this photo photoshopped into? Would her own mother even recognize her? Another one. I already said, anything below an 8 don't bother. Do these women seriously think they're 8s? I'm rating out of 10, not 100. Too many delusional women out there. No self-awareness. Do they not own a mirror? I didn't just decline their friend requests, I blacklisted them outright so they wouldn't come back to bug me. To be fair, these women were probably considered pretty decent in their own social circles. They just paled in comparison to real beauties. This one's photo is gorgeous. Even I got a little flustered looking at her. Why turn her down too? Ding Manqing pointed at a woman rating a 9.5. Look at her hobbies: yoga, cycling, hiking, working out. A lot of pretty women with these hobbies are biohazard vessels. Best not to touch. Besides, it's not like I'm short one girl. What kind of logic is that? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not logic, Ching. It's reputation. Hello, Mr. Li Fan. I'm AI Yunxi, a surgeon. I'm 31 this year. My looks may not be especially striking, but I can provide you with medical services. The moment I saw the word surgeon, my eyes lit up. In the apocalypse, having a doctor in the household was absolutely essential. And she was far too modest about her looks. From the photo, she was at least a 9, that dignified, wholesome kind of beauty. Finally pulled an SSR. The corners of my mouth curled up. After scrolling through dozens of requests, I'd finally found one I was truly satisfied with. These women who could message me had already passed a double screening. And on top of that, pulling a gold card only once in dozens of tries showed just how low the drop rate was. But that was fine. I had plenty of pulls left, definitely hundreds of them. This one's a nurse. Pass. This one's a kindergarten teacher. Pass. I'd barely logged off when my DMs exploded. A woman named Shun Yu reached out, claiming to be a celebrity, asking if she could move into my place and offering 100 million. I was speechless. It was the end of the world, and her brain still hadn't caught up. Still putting on airs, still thinking money mattered. Hopelessly stupid. There was also one from Japan, named Kitano Naiko, who said she used to be in the adult film industry and had just retired last year. She even sent me a recent photo. I raised an eyebrow. I knew this teacher all too well. A few years back she was insanely popular, top tier in figure, looks, and skills. Resist Japan. I had to resist Japan. Just as I was thinking that, a message from Song Nani popped up. Li Fan. Hurry up and set me up with a man. I'd blacklisted her during the stream and only unblocked her after I logged off. What's the rush? Even if you're desperate, you'll have to wait. I gave her nothing but coldness. She wasn't worth it. Calling her a disgrace to the Daxiao people was too kind. Call her a dog, and even dogs would be ashamed of the comparison. I dug up Wang Kai's contact and sent him a message. Want a woman? Wang Kai was from the security team I used to lead. 3 days ago, when Song Nani got into a conflict with someone, he was the one who dealt with it. Right. Back then, Song Nani had cussed him out, called him a filthy security guard, a broke loser, a total creep. She'd laid into him so hard that Wang Kai almost hit her. He'd been holding that anger in ever since, and now he finally had a chance to let it out. Fan, you're not seriously gonna dump that chick on me, are you? Wang Kai had clearly been watching my livestream too. You got it. Didn't she cuss you out? Time to show her what a filthy security guard can really do. Fan, I'm worried she might have some disease. Worried about what? It's the apocalypse. How many days you got left anyway? Enjoy them while you can. If you're really scared, just don't touch her. Wang Kai thought about it. Fine. That woman's got such a foul mouth. I've been wanting to teach her a lesson for a while. Teach her a lesson? Sure, but don't kill her. That'd take away a lot of my fun. Got it. After settling things with Wang Kai, I didn't rush to give Song Nani the address. First, I made a call to Chao Wenqi. Chao Wenqi was another boss in the security department. The night we grabbed the supplies, a portion of the crew went with him, and his stockpile was enough to feed around 30 people for a month. Gee, I need a favor. Shoot. You caught today's live stream, right? That black dog called me a yellow monkey. I don't want to just let him walk off with his stuff. Do me a favor. Get a few guys to jump him on his way back. Chao Wenqi was silent for a moment. Yeah, that black dog's got it coming. When? Half an hour. I'm having him come to the luxury suite area to pick up his stuff. Once it's done, I'll give you 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Deal. To me, 10 boxes of hot pot were nothing. I had a mountain of them stashed in my space. But to Chao Wenqi and his crew, that reward was plenty tempting. Once we'd settled it, I finally messaged Song Nani. The guy I found for you is named Wang Kai. 3 days ago, you called him a filthy security guard. He lives in room 13109, security dorm, zone D, deck 13. A little while later, Song Nani replied, her tone laced with resentment. I'm heading out now. I could imagine how bitter she felt. She'd thought I'd keep her by my side. But instead she was being sent off to keep company with a security guard she'd once looked down on. As for that black guy, Orville, his head was full of nothing but his couscous. He couldn't wait for Song Nani to get lost. When Song Nani walked out the door, Orville watched her back and spat out one word with contempt. Bitch. Bang bang. 2 knocks on the door. Wang Kai knew it was Song Nani. He opened the door, and sure enough, there she was, bundled up like a stuffed dumpling, her face full of resistance and disgust, not even bothering to hide it in her eyes. What are you standing there like a fence post for? Get your ass in here. Wang Kai barked right off the bat. Song Nani took a deep breath and reluctantly stepped into the room. Wang Kai immediately shut the door and locked it. The moment she was inside, Song Nani frowned. The air was stuffy and oppressive, with a sour, rank smell. She hadn't expected Wang Kai's place to be so cramped, the lighting so dim that without a lamp you couldn't see a thing a meter away. What kind of dump is this? She said with disgust. She'd only found Wang Kai himself revolting before, but now she wanted to escape this place too. The fuck? You're getting picky now? Think you're something special, huh? Without another word, Wang Kai stepped up and smacked her across the face. He'd already been holding a grudge against Song Nani, and the second he heard that tone, his open palm did the talking. You can't go easy on a woman. Go easy on her, and she'll have 100 demands. Smack her, and she'll only have one. Don't hit her. Song Nani covered her face, which was stinging and burning, her eyes full of fury. You dare hit me? So what if it was the apocalypse? So what if she'd been forced to come keep him company? That still wasn't grounds for a Chinese man to lay hands on her. Fuck. Where'd you get the idea I wouldn't hit you? Filthy bitch, you think it's still a few days ago? Wang Kai's rage surged, and he backhanded her again. Before all this, he wouldn't have dared even look a beautiful woman like Song Nani in the eye. Now, she was nothing but an outlet for his frustration. In the apocalypse, the only value beauty had was being enough to get you screwed, instead of not even being worth screwing. 2 slaps left Song Nani's head ringing. She couldn't help but wonder, since when did Chinese men grow such a backbone? That line, no matter what, a man should never hit a woman. Was it not working anymore? Give me your phone, Wang Kai said coldly. This was something I'd specifically instructed. Take Song Nani's phone, and over the 3 days, keep her from contacting the outside world as much as possible. Make her a dog in a cage. Why should I? If you don't want another slap, be a good girl and do as you're told. I'm not the type to go soft on a pretty face. Whether you suffer a lot or a little in my hands depends entirely on your attitude. Wang Kai's eyes were ice cold, and the sight of them sent a chill through Song Nani. She knew he wasn't bluffing. He was stating a fact. In the apocalypse, there were no laws or morals to hold anyone back. Wang Kai could kill her, and nothing would happen to him. What do you want? Song Nani put on a fierce front, but it was hollow. She sounded tough, but she'd already caved inside. I said, give me your phone. His murderous expression made Song Nani's heart lurch. As unwilling as she was, she handed over the phone. What's the password? 520369. Now take off your clothes. Don't push it. Li Fan only sent me here to stay with you for 3 days. He didn't say you could touch me. She dragged me into it, hoping to change Wang Kai's mind. Relax, I won't touch you. I'll just fuck you. Wang Kai sneered. Since you're being so coy, let me give you a hand. I love it when they play hard to get. You bastard. You filthy security guard, stop. Don't rip my clothes. Meanwhile, I sent a message to Orville, who was anxiously waiting. You can come get your stuff now. Remember, you come alone. If I catch anyone else with you, the reward's canceled immediately. No second chances. Then I sent him the location. Understood. The moment Orville got the location, he rushed out the door, heading straight for the luxury suite area on the top deck. The way there was smooth. The cruise ship's corridors and lobbies were empty, dead silent, none of the old bustle. A cold wind blew through, and Orville shivered, quickening his pace. His stiff footsteps echoed sharply. His nerves were taut, and his breathing quickened without him noticing. Damn yellow monkey, living in a luxury suite. If I get the chance, I'll definitely take his place, he muttered. Then he turned his thoughts to other things to ease his unease. That bitch Song Nani has got to go. If she comes back to me, sooner or later she'll kill me and trade me for food. About 10 minutes later, he took the elevator up to my floor and found the Azure Galaxy luxury suite. At the same time, I'd already spotted Orville coming alone on the security cameras. I'd also just gotten a message from Chow Wenchi saying he'd seen Orville come up. All 4 entrances leading to the luxury suite were covered by his men, making sure Orville couldn't slip away. Just what you'd expect from a retired vet and head of the security team, thorough and meticulous. He either doesn't take on a job at all, or he does it to perfection, leaving no loose ends. Li Fan, I'm at the spot you told me. Where's my couscous? Don't you dare mess with me. There was originally a second half to that message. You screw with me, and you're dead, but he must have thought better of it, because he deleted the words he'd typed. Ching, toss the stuff out to him. I said to Ding Man Ching, who was standing behind the door. She nodded, quickly opened the door, threw the packaged goods out, and slammed the door shut as fast as she could. Fuck, Orville cursed, looking down at the stuff dumped at his feet. Orville, there's your couscous. I'm a generous guy, so I threw in 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot as a bonus. Reading my message, Orville let out a scornful snort, unappreciative. Instead, he muttered under his breath, stupid Xia people. He picked up the big bundle of supplies off the floor, took a long look at the door of the Azure Galaxy suite, and a flicker of greed crossed his eyes. Looks like I'll have to join up with Sadiq and the others. There's no way I can handle that many yellow monkeys on my own, he thought to himself. If I want to survive, I've got to take control of this cruise ship, kill off all the yellow monkeys, and keep a few of the women around to blow off steam. That's right. Those few black dogs on the ship had already been secretly banding together, scheming something. They figured they were stronger than the yellow monkeys, and that as long as they joined forces, taking over the cruise ship was only a matter of time. It seemed like a decent plan. Too bad reality is always crueler than imagination. Otherwise, how would they have ended up being whipped like livestock in the first place?